chop packs with hollows, stuff had to change. I had to switch up my lane, I had to switch up my name, I had to switch up my aim. Trying to be a hero in the city full of villains. Can't get caught up in my feelings. Can't get caught up in the stuff that these dudes be talking about. It ain't real pimp. Can't get caught up in the women. They be out here trying to steal it. Only rocking with my day ones. Them the same dudes that you still with. They assassinating my character, my whole vibe. They be trying to kill it. Your energy is offending me, and that's something that I can't deal with. All day, y'all minute men, that 50 cent mini men. Lose it, dawg, we got plenty wins. Can't see me, bro, I'm like limo 10. Sour face, who let the lemon in? I don't know him, bro, he said I'm kin to him. Aw, man, here we go again. I try to tell him, dawg, I ain't the same man. All like I used to. Yeah. I don't hang like I used to. Yeah. I don't drink like I used to. I ain't got a slang like I used to. Okay. I don't chill like I used to. I don't rock chains like I used to. I don't chase things like I used to. I ain't gotta speak game like I used to. Okay. Everybody know they growing up to heaven. They do it. Everything change when you turn into a fall. They do it. Yeah. Back at it. I used to ride foes on the cutlass. A whole bunch of women on the cutlass. A whole bunch of Swissers in my cup holder. Cell phone full of phone numbers. Used to tell my girl they got the wrong number. I don't know who she is and I don't want her. She was like, yeah, I play.
We go to New Jersey. Your eyes sing, I'll be worried. You said it was nothing, but I know you get buried. The sorrow of us, the sorrow of us. How did we end up here? We used to laugh so hard. When did we stop loving, babe? When did it all go too far? We don't listen when we talk. We fight fire with fire. It's like we don't know how to talk without the phrase getting higher. You hear when I hear me. Yeah, nothing else in between. Yeah, try to connect without making a scene, but we don't listen. We don't listen when we talk. We don't listen. We don't listen when we talk. I know you have your reasons to yell at me tonight, baby. Can we see this as a lesson? Then maybe we should open up. The sorrow of us, the sorrow of us. How did we end up here? We used to laugh so hard. When did we stop loving, babe? When did it all go too far? We don't listen when we talk. We fight
any hour, cross a minnow, then
잘
you
가.
in a second. Better mind how you walk, making it out of low down. Rabbit holes where it goes down. Do not interrupt the flow now.
재능 하나면 충분해.
Picture perfect, yeah, picture perfect colors of the images are inverted for a purpose. I say it loud and clear for you all, and I know you heard it. You can only eat if you hunt, and all you eat is kill. Mercy is never shown, and that's all I know was right now. Was you with me? Come through with me here. There's no lack of you in the city.
부르시지.
It's amazing, ain't it?
처치 완료. 깔끔한
My mind, who I came with, man, I never ever wanna leave. Let me stay lit, let me stay.
새로운 발견이 넘치는 곳, 눈부신 아름다움을 지닌 자연 그대로의 경관. 셔터를 누를 때마다 작품이 탄생하죠. 역사를 체험하고 나만의 역사를 쓸 수 있는 곳. 이 모든 것을 브리즈 맵에서 경험하세요.
날 막는다고? 그게 될까? 내가 알려주는 패치노트 2.08 정신을 쏙 빼주지. 간다! 먼저 신규 맵 출시 소식. 이름부터 마음에 드는 브리즈가 출시됐군. 외딴 섬이 배경인 브리즈는 밝고 활기차며 다채로운 환경이 특징이야. 탁 트인 공간이 많아 원거리 교전이 벌어지기 쉽다니까. 다들 기대하라고. 다음은 시스템 소식. 신규 맵 브리즈만 플레이할 수 있는 일반전 모드가 생겼어. 2주 뒤에는 기존 일반전과 경쟁전에서도 브리즈를 플레이할 수 있지. 사용자 설정 토너먼트 모드에서는 코치 슬롯이 추가됐군. 다들 원하던 신고자 피드백 기능도 업데이트됐으니 비매너 유저들은 점점 줄어들 거야. 벌써 끝났나? 난 이제 시작인데. 더 자세한 소식은 홈페이지를 확인해봐.
Pay attention. Might learn something.
Olo and the Molly, I like this. It's going to be a faster push from Team Liquid, dashing out towards the site for one. Oh, he goes back into the Molly. That's so good, man.
Welcome to the Headshot, where we break down all the latest and greatest from the Valorant Champions Tour. First up, we've got some of the best plays from last week's Challengers event.
내려올 때 스모크샷 스택스 찍고 들어오는데요 스택스 오늘 스택스 컨텐츠
有一时间串烧第一支没问题，第二支没问题，第三支哇！
Phantom som släpper bakom.
Gerçekten takım halinde çok iyiler. Kusur yine tek mermi ve Dash yine tek mermi. Yine ends up getting two at the same time. Could complete it with an ace. Spectre still out. Reload.
Chegando com os números aqui em cima, bem atropelando, mas nas costas chegou a vida no time, já limpando os jogadores, meu amigo!
Let's take a look at the standings after last week's Challengers main events. It's a return to form for two giants in the EU scene, Fnatic and Team Liquid. They took the top 2 places at last week's Challengers main event, qualifying them both into the EMEA Challengers Finals. Fnatic's roster formerly played under the name Summon FC and had great results in 2020, finishing 2nd place in First Strike. 2021 has been a shaky year for them up until now, where they finally took the win over Team Liquid.
A Magnum swing, and he gets the ace.
BBL is back on top in Turkey. After a few weeks of rough results, they took the win at the Challengers Week 2 main event. BBL will advance into the EMEA Challengers Finals alongside other Turkish representatives, Footballist and Oxygen Esports. With BBL in Pool A and Footballist in B, we could see a Regional Masters Grand Finals rematch. Over in Brazil, we've locked in our first 4 teams for Challengers Finals. Gamelanders and Furia, who took wins at the Week 2 main event, as well as the runners-up Team Vikings and Shark Esports. These 4 teams will compete for a chance at Masters Reykjavik, alongside the 4 qualifiers from the Week 3 main event.
Vamos ver o Saci, tem que pressionar. O Niang já fez metade, vem avança com o jogador. Saci levou o primeiro. Saci vai ser derrubado, Niang!
Vision Strikers' 102-game win streak has finally come to a close in Korea. They had their first ever loss as an organization in Challengers last week as F4Q knocked them into the Group A lower bracket.
Ganga, ganga, ganga.
Vision Strikers now must defeat I Need Girlfriend this week in order to qualify into their regional playoffs. Gambit Esports took the win in Challengers CIS Week 2 main event, securing their spot in the EMEA Challengers Finals. As CIS's most constant and dominant team, they'll definitely be ones to watch this event.
Все, ребят, здесь можно констатировать факт, что Valorant играют все, а побеждают Gambit.
Most of SEA played Challengers main events as well, with a couple more teams qualifying into SEA Challengers Finals. Bren Esports from the Philippines and Team NXL from Indonesia. CBT Gaming took the win in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Paper Rex did the same in Malaysia, Singapore. Both teams will advance into Challengers 3 to fight for a chance at the SEA Challengers Finals. For more results from other regions and open qualifiers, head on over to ValorantEsports.com. Let's head over to NA to see who will be our team to watch this week. At long last, fan favorites TSM have qualified into another Challengers main event. 2021 has been a difficult year for the TSM squad. They were once regarded as NA's best team, but they've struggled to live up to that title so far in the VCT. They've only qualified into one other Challengers main event, where they finished 6th place. After a disappointing Stage 1, TSM made the ambitious move of signing Brax as their 6th player. TSM played with Brax in Stage 2 Week 1 and then swapped back to Hayes for Week 2. But in the end, it was the off-god Wardell who stepped it up with an amazing performance for the Week 2 Open Qualifier.
Highlight reel at the end of this game is going to be just Wardell, and then more Wardell.
He put up a whopping 28 kills against GNG on Ascent, landing himself a peak average combat score of 381 on that one map alone.
They're peeking up, it's too easy for him.
TSM made a bold bet on a 6-man roster with hopes of being the most versatile team at Masters Reykjavik, the VCT's first international LAN event.
Stopping him, it's the Wardell show.
Will this move pay off for them? Can they defeat powerhouse teams like Sentinels and Immortals to earn their spot at Masters? Tune in this weekend to find out.
TSM look to close it out on the retake. The paranoia goes through all 5 members. Sabrosa cuts down 2 inside Garage. Wardell to find another, and this could be it. As Kuzna opts up, Sabrosa finds a 3K on the round. Make it for the Hunter's Fury as the cherry on top. And TSM closes out 2-0 fashion.
Before we wrap things up, we've got a special announcement for you.
Let's have some fun.
Masters Reykjavik will also debut Valorant's newest map, Breeze, in competitive play. With 6 maps in rotation, we'll be introducing a new map veto and selection process that will take place ahead of each match.
I'm impressed.
Be sure to tune in on May 24th to watch all the best pro teams from around the world competing on Breeze for the first time ever. The competition in Iceland is going to blow you away. Which team do you think will dominate Breeze when it drops? Let us know in the comments, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the action. Thanks for watching The Headshot. For upcoming matches and schedules, check out ValorantEsports.com. We'll see you next week for more updates on all things Valorant Champions Tour.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 무결점 플레이.
내 동료를 죽이게 두진 않겠어.
30초 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 10초 남았습니다.
네. 안녕하세요. 아, 네.
자, 그리고 이거를
반해체 이후에 라키아가 가다이크 잡아내고 사냥꾼의 잡아냅니다. 클런치.
디스 이즈 소바. 와, 이게 라켓입니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘 아침에 일찍 일어나서 머리도 자르고 오고 일단 마우스를 조이기어 EC2를 사용하고요. 다른 마우스도 써봤는데 이게 제일 안정적이고 잘 맞는 것 같아서 저한테는. 아, 헤어밴드예요. 네. 아, 이게 왜 궁금하신지 모르겠는데. 에? 안 돼요. 얼루 형이 제 거 맨날 저녁에 훔쳐놨어요. 약이요? 아, 저 약은 그 손목 아파가지고 병원 가가지고 치료받고 약 받아온 거예요. 관리 잘하세요, 여러분. 약간 FPS 하는 사람들이면 국룰 자세예요. 게임할 때 기울이면 딱 이렇게 양손이 올라가요, 책상 위에. 그런데 이거를 일자로 놓고 한다라고 하면 약간 좀 이렇게 되는 게 저는 별로. 특히 이 마우스를 이렇게 잡는 이거가 제일 안 좋은 것 같아요, 제 생각에. 근데 저는 뭐 올바른 자세인 것 같은데 손목이 안 좋기 때문에 노코멘트 하겠습니다. 모든 게 장점이라 생각해요, 소바는. 좋은 게 너무 많아서 그 화살이랑 드론 하나로 게임 판도가 뒤바뀌는 게 엄청 많거든요. 화살 각 하나하나 일일이 다 알아야 되고, 그리고 좋은 화살도 연구해야 되고, 소바가 빠지는 거는 말이 안 된다라는 생각이에요. 첫 번째 팁은 스파이크를 박은 상황 이후에 스파이크 해체하는 적을 충격 화살을 이용해서 죽일 수 있는, 일반적으로 쿼드에 설치 많이 하는데, 이렇게 스파이크를 박은 상황에서 상대가 풀려 할 때 충격 화살을 이거를 이렇게 맞추고요. 여기 벽이랑 앉아서 여기 꼭지점 부분이랑 이 부분이랑 이렇게 일자로 맞춰서 한 칸으로 까고 일어서서 이렇게 그냥 까시면은 거의 동시에 터져요.
설치 완료. 충격 화살. 충격 화살이다.
모든 맵마다 충격 화살 포인트는 다 있어요. 다 연습을 해야 되는 게 소바의 임무가 아닌가 싶습니다. 두 번째 팁은 리컨 플레이인데요. 상대방이 연막탄을 깔았을 경우에 정찰용 화살을 통해서 상대방을 잡아내는 그런 정찰 화살 사용 팁을 알려드리려고 합니다. 오면 연막이 들어오는데 지금 이런 상황에서 연막이 쳐졌을 때 상대가 진입하려 할 때 소리를 듣고 딱 이렇게 화살을 깐 다음에 상대가 찍힐 때 이런 식으로 잡아내주는 게 포인트입니다.
역시야 확보.
한명 남았습니다.
사이트에 진입할 때 이제 정찰 화살이 날라오면은 이제 자기 에임을 돌려서 그 화살을 깨야 되기 때문에 그때 이제 시선도 분산되고 해서 까다롭습니다.
이 리컨 플레이 할 때 주의사항은 이렇게 화살을 까고 적을 쏠려 할 때 이런 식으로 연막샷에 죽을 수 있는 거, 이게 제일 큰 주의사항이 아닌가 싶네요. 세 번째 팁은 이 올빼미 드론의 표식용 다트를 2번 이상 활용하는 겁니다. 상대 위치를 생각하면서 상대 이렇게 한 번 찍어준 다음에 피킹을 못할 때 다시 날려서 이런 식으로 한 번 더 찍어주면은 그때 팀원이 날아가서 이렇게 상대 위치를 보고 잡을 수 있는 이런 좋은 상황이 연출됩니다.
가볼까? 표시 완료.
제 생각에는 드론을 날릴 때 상대가 숨어있을 만한 위치를 확실하게 봐주는 것과 미스를 내면은 우리 팀원이 죽는다라는 마인드로 까야 되고요. 그리고 그 외에 충격화살 같은 거는 개인의 노력 결과가 아닌가라고 생각합니다.
설치 완료. 충격 화살. 충격 화살이다. 역시야 확보. 적을 발견했다.
한명 남았습니다.
가볼까? 표시 완료.
근철이 형 이후로 두 번째로 출연하게 돼서 기쁘고요. 그리고 제 소바 꿀팁 많은 거 방출했으니까 잘 이용해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
줌바 선수의 아스트라의 꿀팁을 한번 보고 싶네요.
이거 타이밍 완벽해요. 그렇죠. 완벽해요. 이해도.
아스트라 사용하는 이해도나 어디에 깔면 좋은지나 그런 거 전부 다가 궁금한 것 같아요, 저는. 여러분들도 레디언트가 될 수 있습니다. 똑똑히 봐라.
가자 얘들아, 진짜 우리가 이기는 거야. 우리가 이긴다.
가보자. 흥분만 하지 말자 얘들아. 쏘던 대로만 쏴.
자, F4K 공격이고요. 한 점 집중, 빠르게 갈 수 있습니다.
그래서 비전이 강조를 두는 게 나갈 생각이거든요.
에롱 스카이였어. 쇼. 땅. 가자. 그냥 총으로 가.
오른쪽.
오른쪽.
아프다.
CT 하나.
쇼다다.
그냥 개피다.
파피 아깝다. 이거 내가 줬어야 되는데.
너무 아깝다.
큐를 잘못 썼다. 야 이건 에이스 똑같이 봐. 전라랑 똑같이 보면 돼 이거.
아니야, 이거 내가 오른쪽 하긴 했는데. 시간 가는 줄 모르겠습니다. 13대 13. 다시 한번 연장전. 붙어줄 수 있나?
이거 나도 A 갈게. 붙어봐.
사이트 채워주면 지금 좋은. 나이스. 우천 옆에.
나게. 야 둘 더. 이거 온다.
스모그로 시간 벌어놨다. 나이스 손우천.
하나 더 윈도. 나이스. 조심해. 같이 하자.
붙여놨어.
왔다.
이거 먹는다 이러면?
비.
다 맞다. 근데 시간 계산 잘해야 돼. 시간 계산 돌이고 빨리 뛰어야 돼. 빨리 뛰어야 돼요.
돼요. 무조건 돼요.
와 이거 진짜 킹이 하면 1대3 클러치.
네!
잠깐만. 스모크 이거 빠른 게 좀 괜찮긴 한데 얘네 팩업 진짜 빠르다. 그러니까 아니야 이거 우리 디폴트 하다 A 가면 이길 것 같아 얘들아.
야 얘들아 가라지 세게 먹은 적 있냐?
없어.
가라지 세게 먹어봐봐.
자 이거 메인 더블 항상 하던 거.
자 인도한테 하나 빠졌고.
여기 달라 이번에.
에롱 하나 A 세게 먹었어.
이거 미드 나온 거 조심. 미드 나온 거 빠른 거 조심. 미드.
야 그럼 여기도 있을 거야 아마.
세야지 이거 같이 들어.
자 쇼스로 정찰자 보냈어. A 메인 전진입니다. RB.
기다려봐.
이거 있을 거 아니야 이렇게?
야 B 가자 이거 B 한번 갈래?
아 근데 바로 빠져나오지 못하고 있어.
B를 확인. 우리 A 팠는데 나이스. 우리 A 팠다.
나 이거 빼는 거 도와줄 수 있나?
들켰어?
아니 안 들켰어. 아니야 B 가면 이겨. B 가면 이긴다니까 얘들아. B 가자.
쭉 갈게.
하나 고. 왜 왼쪽에? 나이스.
나이스 윈도우 조심. 커넥 막아 커넥 A컷 나이스.
나이스. 할만해.
설한다 여기.
그러면서면 끊어버리나요 이거?
B쪽 설치 됐습니다.
대시 없다.
내가 나 혼자 뺄게.
우리 눈깔. A컷 하나? 사이퍼 C였다.
어려울 것 같은데요. 가드지 정리한다.
엑셀한테 총구 봤어요.
양각.
아 갓데드.
집중.
야 이거를 내네요. 2등 해냈습니다. 와. 6번도 아니고 3번도 아니고 1번도 아니고 이걸 F4 복구했어요. 매번 우리가 이길 거다 말만 했지만 드디어 진짜 스테이지 2에서 해냅니다.
Get this remaining 10 HP away from him. He's going to pop the Empress just to get that extra firepower. Trailblazer does not make it around the corner, so they haven't identified where this rain is at. The dart, however, that'll confirm it. He has to go for a hard peek. Gets punished. He gets tagged to the wall for just a moment, but he pushes out, finds 3 to close it out. Cloudburst coming down, dash onto the side here from Buzz, falls over the Cloudburst. Through that smoke, will manage to find Risk, tagged up, and Persia responds, finds 2, finds 3 from Heaven. Sitting in the cubby, he'll get a 4th! Oh, Persia, 30 HP, no problem. Can he get the final one? He tries to, Buzz will...
Did it go through the smoke?
Oh, and Bunny finds Donghai. That is a bad look. Got him there onside. Rez comes through from Eugene, puts him back into the fight. Bunny jumping well into the back now. Comes in, and it is just a slaughter. F4Q. They make it happen. They get the defuse 11-11.
I mean, look at the timings and the crossfires from F4.
Just to get the slow orb out. And Vina finds both of them with the paranoia. Are you joking? What a spray from him. Zumba now shuts down Eugene, and what looked like a great start might get turned around. Texture dropping down. The moves are incredible.
또 잡았고요.
그냥 굳이 갈 필요 없어요, 유진.
네.
나눠서 이용해야죠. 잠깐만, 이거 좀 장벽 좀
자, 차고 있는데요. 준바가 유진 잡아냈고.
장벽 때문에
시크릿!
Like a merry-go-round. Don't wanna stop, you see me worried. Too many secrets to be found. Would you still be here if I wasn't blurry? Focus on me. Can you focus on me? I'll be what you want if you show me what love is. This might be toxic, 'cause my truck is my feel what they all talk about. So lift me out of my coffin. Hesitance in your voice. Feel us slowly breaking at the core. Would I still be your first choice if a prettier blonde knocked at your door? This might be toxic, 'cause my drug is my oxygen. I just wanna feel what they all talk about. So lift me out of my coffin. This might be toxic, 'cause my drug is my oxygen. I just wanna feel what they all talk about. So lift me out of my coffin.
Get ready.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to Valorant Challengers Tour Korea, Stage 2, the quarterfinals. A huge day coming at you, and Paper Thin and Chobra along the way to bring you all the exciting games. Chobra, it's our first time casting together, but man, I am super excited. What a pleasure to be with you, and what great games we're going to see today.
Yeah, we are really blessed here today, Paper Thin, with the bracket we have in Korea. I mean, the kind of bracket of destiny, right? New Turn, Vision Strikers, TNL, all on the same side once again. It should be absolutely amazing. And if you haven't really been following closely, the playoffs started yesterday. I mean, you were here, Paper Thin. Yeah. Of course, we've already had 2 teams move on into the round of 4, and now we're trying to determine what the last 2 teams will be.
I mean, this is a really difficult side of the bracket.
Yes.
I mean, 4 incredible teams we're going to be seeing here today. I think a lot of people, at least 2 of them, were the favorites to potentially go to Iceland that we're going to be seeing here. So buckle up, because I think today is going to be really exciting.
I think today there's just going to be something exciting to watch in every map, right? Obviously, in the first match, you have New Turn a little bit favored, but still, it's going to be an amazing showing. They've improved so much since Stage 1. They just look absolutely dominant. And then we got Vision Strikers and TNL going at it yet again. And the big question is, can TNL really kind of overcome that kind of inferiority complex they've had to have all this time in Valorant?
Yeah, it seems like TNL is at times looking incredible, and then they run into Vision Strikers, and it's just a roadblock that they can't make their way through. Now, here's Korea's road to champions. Of course, the winner of this week, we find out who's going to Iceland this week, and they make their way to that Masters event. Vision Strikers, after winning Masters Korea, has already taken 100 points. New Turn got second. Both those teams are playing here today.
Yeah, so again, you can just see kind of what a stacked bracket we have today. TNL, of course, securing some points during Masters 1 as well. But as you mentioned, Paper Thin, right now, I mean, yeah, we got, champions at the end of the year, but right now it's all about Masters 2, right, happening in Iceland. And this weekend, we will know which team is the best in Korea and which team, therefore, will represent the region. These are kind of the scheduling rules, just so you know kind of what we're dealing with. But now we are in single elimination here in Korea. We had double elimination during groups. And now in the last couple stages here, it is single elimination. And now we have the kind of chance to vote for our MVPs here across the commentators and the observers.
Yeah, I really love this, that I finally, like, I was telling Achilleos, like, nobody ever asked for my MVP vote. For now I finally have the power to come in and like tell people who I thought did really well. Now yesterday, for the most part, we were all pretty much on the same page with who did well on a match and who didn't. Of course, there's the results from yesterday. Rio 2-0 Tubapol, some pretty good games, and then Damwon Kia against F4Q was a really, I would say, kind of a series that turned everything on its head, because the maps that we expected F4Q to do well on, they didn't, and the maps we expected Damwon Kia to do good on, they didn't. The result was Damwon Kia winning.
It was a bit of a weird match. It didn't go as expected, but I guess the end result is that Damwon yet again beats F4Q. So kind of this Kryptonite story going on there. But speaking of Kryptonite story, we might have that in match 4 in the round of 8. Of course, these are the two matches. New Turn Gaming versus Go and Go. Would you agree that that is pretty one-sided on paper?
It should be. I think you never know with like what a team will like come in with new strategies. Like you know, like you and I were talking. We saw with Team Liquid in EU last night, bringing something completely different on Haven with no duelists and
that was
very
fun to watch.
smoke-heavy comp. Yeah, really fun to watch. And then, you know, you never know with Go and Go Prince. Maybe they've got something up their sleeve. Maybe they've been working on a new tactic. But New Turn is so tough right now. They have leveled up so fast, and they have so many amazing players on that team.
Yeah, well, let's kind of look at what everyone's bringing here. And New Turn just kind of, you know, they just say, whatever you want to call us, right? We're kind of the best right now. Everyone's looking at us as that new target. And the Prince's Ladder climb goes up to, I mean, I don't know. Today's looking a little tough. And the biggest thing for Go and Go Prince is even if they win today, it's such a hard bracket.
Oh, I mean, like, then you got to face off against either TNL or Vision Strikers. Like, this is such a difficult situation for all these teams.
We're just looking at TNL saying no, but Hyung. Hyung is like older brother. So TNL's like no, but Hyung, because they used to be the sister teams. And then Vision Strikers like, sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro.
Nothing personal, kid.
I feel like Stax wrote Vision Strikers' line for this, because he talks a bit like that. That seems like some Stax influence.
You got to feel for TNL. Like, TNL looks great, but just story-wise, you got to feel for him. But right now, it's going to be that first match in paper. Then you kept mentioning it. New Turn just looks absolutely upgraded coming into this match.
I mean, Solo's doing such a good job as the shot caller for this team. I mean, it suggests as the first name I think that comes to everyone's mind for this team. Want to eat top 2 players, top 3 players in Korea for sure in Suggest.
Yes, Suggest just absolutely great gunplay, and he plays some of those, you know, kind of flash agents for the team. The biggest thing for me is Lakia used to kind of be the shakiest in terms of aim, right? He plays with Silva, he gives a lot of info, but in their last series, Lakia was actually clutching rounds, bringing wins. So now you got to think, what's the weak point here for New Turn?
It doesn't feel like there is one, really, other than maybe the Vision Strikers. We'll see, though, because, you know, Vision Strikers now is showing signs of weakness, but that's neither here nor there. Let's save that. Look at these stats. The team ACS is above 200. The kill to death ratio, I mean, they're third in a lot of those stats, but their bind percentage is incredible. They're maybe the best bind team in Korea.
Right now, I think so, and that's a big change, right? Because a lot of these kind of veteran teams struggled with bind because of the teleporters. It was such a new concept for a lot of them, and New Turn just said, you know what, let's just bunker down and make this one of our best maps ever, and they're proving that here in Stage 2. So Go and Go Prince, we talked about it a little bit, but while this team is good, right, Lawrence going in kind of explosive as that entry, and he has the rest of his teammates carrying him through the rest of the rounds, they need to probably bring a bit of a curveball here against New Turn.
Yeah, you and I were kind of speculating, like, are we going to maybe get lucky and see a Yoru come in or something like that?
I want to see that Yoru, man. I'm all about the Yoru Viper, all right? I am that guy who just reads the patch notes and I'm like, this is the new pick for this meta.
You are the Viper, like prophet, my friend. Like, you are just
Viper.
Out there, like, proselytizing Viper.
And I'm a big fan of Lothar and you because he mains Viper, and I'm like, well, now I know you're good because Viper's great. So you're on my side now. I just think Viper is so annoying, and I know a lot of people will hate this, but I'm kind of that player. Like, I like being annoying because I can't get by with my own skills, so I'm like, well, maybe I'll just throw you off, and then I'll win. But Viper, again, it forces you to just look at the map differently, and I think Korea specifically needed kind of that nudge.
I think that's a really good way to put it. JoJo was one of the first people to kind of adopt Viper out of anybody in Korea. I remember seeing him be one of the first ones to go for it. Now, typically he plays Raze or Breach, but on Icebox, he was one of the first ones to kind of come out with the Viper a long time ago. So he's definitely a player to keep your eye on. Allow as well is starting to really pick up steam. I mean, we always talk about Suggest, but Allow is an incredible Jet player.
Yeah, Allow used to be a bit more volatile, right? When he's good, and then sometimes he'd falter. But now in stage 2, like even in the Korean community, people are saying, okay, Allow might be what Suggest, one of those players that can compete at an international level when it comes to, you know, gunplay, when it comes to aim skill. So we'll see if he can continue that streak today against Go and Go.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think NewTurn is one of the hardest working, most dedicated, most hungry teams I have seen. They came so close at Masters 1 Korea and just came one map short of not being able to defeat the Vision Strikers. Let's take a look at our map selection here, Chobra. Prince is...
Oh, boy.
Wow, they're going for Icebox. This is fascinating.
We don't see this often in Korea, but you mentioned it, right? Go and Go Prince, they were one of the first people to bring out Viper even before the patch, and then they were also one of those teams other than Vision Strikers that said, okay, actually, against some teams, we might want to pick this Icebox because we're semi-comfortable on it. What's really intriguing to me is that NewTurn didn't ban it, so I'm wondering if they were just kind of hoping that Go and Go would ban it, or maybe they're now prepared enough and they want to kind of test it against what might be on paper a weaker opponent. After Icebox, we got Bind, which we looked at the stats, NewTurn is dominating on, and Haven for map 3. So this should be a fun first match.
I'm really excited for this. This is kind of, you know, normally I feel like I see a lot of Split and Ascent because they're kind of the more standard tactical shooter maps. You know what I mean? Like there isn't a lot of tricky mechanics to them. They're very, they play very normal. They're, you know, just 2 spike sites. There's no teleporters. There's no third site. So I think this is going to be really exciting because I like Icebox personally. I like the long sight lines it offers, and there's a lot of different and unique ideas you can bring to the table.
Yeah, I think this match will really get to see kind of how well these teams understand the maps, like you said, right? It's no longer just about who has more experience, and it's no longer just about knowing the fundamentals. Now you really have to hone in, and we're already going into Asian picks, and there's that Viper from JoJo. Looks like they're going to stick with that composition. For NewTurn, do they twist anything up? Are we going to see the Astra coming out for Perry, perhaps?
I mean, this is going to be interesting. Icebox is kind of, I mean, we haven't seen it in Korea, at least. I should put it this way. A lot of Astra on this map. Allow is going to go for Reyna. So that's going to move Lakia over to Jet. Whoa.
They've started putting Lakia onto these duelists when they kind of shift things over, which really... and I think Suggest is going to play that Sage then. I mean, we've seen the power that Battle Sage has as kind of that almost second entry, right? Where you're supporting your main entry, you're healing them up. Perry's actually going to pick up that Viper. So that works out. Solo actually going for the Sage. Okay, so Suggest is still playing the blinds here for NewTurn, but this is quite a twist from NewTurn.
I mean, NewTurn is kind of showing us some versatility, a new look for sure with this lineup. So really exciting. To see exactly how this is going to plan out. You know, both teams are picking up the Viper, and she's so fascinating as an agent on this map. So much control over the map itself. But guys, the game is ready. Number 1 between NewTurn and Go and Go Prince. Icebox to kick us off.
I am so curious to see just how NewTurn plays. We haven't seen them in Icebox in so long. They've always kept it banned. I mean, you have the percent. They have played it before to not great success, which is why
we haven't won a defensive round on this yet.
We haven't. That's why we haven't seen it in a very long time. So they have to be pretty confident in what they've prepared today, and they're actually going to start on defense, so we'll see again if things have changed for the better.
Yeah, 3 going towards B for Go and Go Prince to start out. The wall does come through for Solo, seeing if he can maybe catch someone coming around the edge, but Prince isn't keen to do anything else. NewTurn's going to grab the ult orb for themselves, and the poison cloud there makes it pretty difficult for anybody to really push through right now.
Yeah, I like what NewTurn's doing here. They kind of heard the aggression, they're delaying it, and they also secure the ult orb for themselves. Solo almost got caught out. Wasn't aware that he was kind of being blocked by the container, but he's going to make it out for now.
He's got to be super careful there. He is able to escape without taking much damage. Perry's going to find JoJo as the first kill of the round. Allow going to get one over in Kitchen now as the push is on for Go and Go Prince. They're kind of feeling the pressure coming down. Suggest gets another headshot. He's going to get 2 no Cobra. But there it is. Suggest on the other side finds one more. Perry gets the job done. The snake bite in the end.
This was just unfortunate for Go and Go. They wanted that timing right as the wall went down. They weren't able to get the first kills. And then on top of that, you had Allow kind of watching mid. Once he gets that kill in mid, you know that you're secure to kind of all in on B, defend that. You got the spike down. New turn off to a good start. And we'll see, they're not going to commit too much here. They just want to kind of hold it for that round 3. They're feeling confident enough in how they want to play this. Go and Go, though, they say, all right, well, it's the second round. Let's try to make an all-in push on A. And I think if they go quick enough, this can work out. The Viper's already on B for new turn.
Yeah, you really want to get the spike plant at least on this one, so let's see if they can get it done. You got to be careful around this corner. Lakia already up on top of the pipes. Going to find another headshot here. He is crazy good right now. You talked about it earlier, Chobra. He is nailing some incredible shots. Allow on the other corner with the Reyna, looking to maybe either dismiss or heal off of that depending on the situation. There goes the toxic screen. We'll see exactly when Go and Go is going to hit this.
Oh my gosh, and Solo's already flanked all the way through A. Is he going to catch them off guard? He catches one. He is going to get traded, but now Go and Go's in a really bad place. They've lost their timing to push in. They've lost their timing to flank. They know that they were seen kind of backing out, and New Turn plays this so well. After that, they start inching forward through A, and now they've dominated control of that side of the map. And so you say, okay, we've given up mid a little bit, but you don't really have many places to go. Allow goes a little greedy. He's going to get spotted from afar. Lakia's just a different player this stage, too.
He's incredible. Suggest having a little bit of trouble getting a bead onto Halbei, so he's going to throw the Hawk out. It is still going to be Halbei getting the win, so now Print has evened it up at 2-2. They're a little beat up, but they've got some guns. Cobra with his 3rd kill of the round, getting Perry, and now they're going to be able to get that spike down. It is all up to Lakia on the jet with that Ghost.
Go and Go, really good choices here from Go and Go Prince. After they kind of get caught off guard mid, they get that 1 kill, and they say, all right, well, now let's push into B, because they're not going to be prepared entirely for the flank yet. Now it's a 2v1 in favor of you, and if you can win this round, that changes things quite a bit.
Well, if Lakia can get the double, he's going to have the Blade Storm as well. He's going to start the plant, go for halfway. Smoke comes down right about now. He puts it down again. They're going to have to push in and go for it. Right click with the Blades is Cobra with his 4th kill of the round.
Yeah, the Cloudburst, of course, not lasting just long enough, so he does have to put that second one down, and eventually he will get taken out. I mean, I was wondering if he was going to try to just hold it all the way right as the Cloudburst finishes, but he chooses to play safer. He's going to get taken out. Now it's tied 1-1, but because of kind of that save from New Turn even after their first win, they are going to have those rifles to compete, and Lakia relying on either an ult orb or perhaps a first kill to get that Blade Storm. We'll see if they prioritize that orb for him right off the bat.
I mean, Cobra doing some serious work with that Spectre that round. Halbei, you got to give him some credit. Getting deep into the kitchen there. Opened up a lot of space for Go and Go Prince as well. Now over the top of Solo. Slash is going to get him, though, in the exchange. Trying to push through green. And there's still a lot of, utility at the front of this. The Poison Cloud really makes it difficult to push. Viper has so much control over narrow spaces like this.
It's very different than how New Turn plays on most of the maps, because most of the maps, what they take advantage of is the fact that they can rely on Allow and Suggest as these great aimers to take control of their extremities, right? You split your forces, take control, and then Solo has all the room to play with in terms of his calls. Right now, they have kind of Solo having to play a little aggressive with that Sage, and it's not working out very well. We'll see if New Turn can still regroup here as we see Go and Go Prince having 3 ready to try to strike onto A.
Perry's seeing if he can take advantage of this, but JoJo's ready for him. Headshots, and Perry doesn't even see it coming. Suggest trying to move back over towards Boiler. Trying to see if he can get it. He does get the Halbei in the back on the retreat here. So a nice little maneuver by him, but a 3v4 right now for New Turn as the push moves over towards B. Wall is down, so he can just get a corner of the spike plant. Down for Lawrence. It is in. Walls are up. Let's see if they can defend this. This time, New Turn, they're at an odd man situation coming on to this retake.
Yeah, not too much to work with, right? You don't have the Viper anymore. The enemy, of course, has their toxic screen set up. The Blade Storm can work miracles, though.
Yeah, we'll see if Lakia can do it. He's going to follow up on this Hawk. He dashes right past, loses track of him for a second, but does find JoJo there. Comes up and over, but Slash is ready for the updraft. It's a couple trades. Slash picks up a 3rd here. Allow going for the potential heal, but not much he can do. He's going to tap it. Is he going to hold it for half and then get off of it? The Recon's going to see him, and it's going to be Cobra finishing the job. Another round here in the books for Go and Go Prince.
A bit uncharacteristic of Newturn to not be as patient as he usually are, especially on defense. And then Go and Go Prince is not hesitating. They see what's happening with Newturn. They see that they want to try to force the issue even harder on some of these ultimate orbs. And so they say, all right, if we can just win that first challenge, if we're prepared for it, now we take control of mid, and then we start to just expand our territory across the map. And now look at Go and Go Prince. They've already had several duels on B. They're waiting for Newturn to potentially challenge that again as they're stacking on A. Looking at the replay here from the last round, but Go and Go Prince, I think they're playing this very smartly.
Yeah, they're doing really, really good, and now they're pushing through on A. Already 2 for Cobra. Back-to-back headshots, looking for a third here. Is not going to get it because Lawrence is going to be there to pick it up, and that's a 3 for already. Of course, it's an eco round here, and just great shooting for JoJo. Newturn, yeah, they were kind of ready for this on A, but, you know, with the assault rifles versus, you know, sheriffs and pistols, it's very difficult to handle.
It's really tough to try to rush out on an eco on A in Icebox. Like, usually that is, you know, what a lot of teams do, right? When they go for the eco, you just try to get those close angles and you go for some duels, do some damage. But on A, there's so much verticality, right? That you're at a disadvantage when the enemy has rifles. And Go and Go Prince also reading that correctly and saying, let's just get the numbers advantage, the weapon advantage, and we'll win yet another round. Go and Go Prince is now up 3-1 against Newturn.
Yeah, it's a really nice job by Cobra to get up there, get on top, cover those angles. Follow, you know, they're really well coordinated. Lawrence is pushing up right on the back of Cobra's plays. Just really well executed by Go and Go Prince. Newturn, like you mentioned, they try to do something, but yeah, it's really, really difficult on A. You can see here JoJo on the backside doing a good job covering the back angle. And then they're going to finish the job. Let's see. Now rifles in hand for Newturn. A big round here. If they can't get this one done, also putting the operator into Lakia's hands, this one could be rather challenging.
Yeah, so now we see Newturn playing back a little bit, waiting to get information. However, this starts to become a mind game, right? If Go and Go Prince just kind of runs the clock and then executes onto a site, they might catch Newturn with their pants down. So we'll have to see if Newturn's going to continue to fish for information. Right now, it looks like they're just waiting. They are going to clear a tube. They kind of left that open. The Poison Cloud was there early on to kind of break any site.
Yeah, Go and Go, I think, looking for a lurk here from Newturn. Newturn was pretty keen on lurking last round, so now they're trying to see if maybe they can catch somebody coming out, but the smokes are down. They're trying to wait this Poison Cloud out. Cobra just kind of hanging out on the edge. There's a bit of a one-way there, but the wall is up, and there's 2. Quick as you like. Allow. Gonna find Halbei over there. Lakia finds the operator kill over on B side. Seekers are out. Just gonna put a shot through the smoke, see if he can get lucky, see if he can catch anything. Lawrence gonna have to back off as he's getting stunned up.
Yeah, well, really good use of the Seekers. You got the kill on A at the same time, so now you know they are stacked on B. Send out the Seekers while Allow pushes out an A. However, they've already kind of given up control in mid, so Jess gets there just in time to make sure they don't advance. It's going to buy time. Only 20 seconds left on the clock as Allow goes down.
Hey, Cobra, very nice shooting here. Solo trying to use a wall to get up an angle. Lakia gonna find one. Suggest there to find another. Suggest gonna clean it up, and there is a big second round win for Newturn on their rifles on a full buy. They're able to come through.
Yeah, going for that 4-1 split, but unfortunately, if you're going to do that, you have to make sure that the person on the one side, for this time it was Halbei, going through that A site, either is just making enough noise or getting the kill. But too many angles to clear on your own here in A. I think they got a little antsy. They ran the clock down more than they wanted to, right? You only already had about 30 seconds left. So Newturn able to capitalize on the patience they had in the beginning of the round. Now you're kind of resetting, right? Everyone has to reset a little bit. You've done things differently from both sides throughout the last couple rounds.
Yeah, Go and Go Prince is able to bank up a fair amount of money, though. So even if they lose this round, they're still going to have enough to kind of going forward to at least keep themselves in a pretty good spot. Lakia now going to still have that operator. Did not get taken away from him, so he's going to be watching from the A corner there. You can see Go and Go Prince still just waiting this one out, playing patiently, moving the spike around. They've got Halbei up there on belt looking at what's going on. A flash is going to find them from Suggest, but that doesn't reveal too much. Maybe they're going to follow up off this recon drill.
Yeah, good, deep guiding light will confirm. So now Newturn playing back once again. The Owl drone It's taken down. Lakia misses one shot, but they know the op is prepared here. Cobra trying to answer back with one of his own.
Yeah, he clips Lakia through the wall. Lakia does find Halbe, though. A nice flick. Allowed trying to hold it. Dismisses back over. And Lakia trying to push up through the smoke. He's going to find one. Dashes over right away. But the knives are out here for Cobra. Lau's going to trade out one. Let's see if he can get him around the corner. Ooh, he looks away just at the last second. Cobra here going to switch over to the operator. He still have his opponent around, just pushing, and nobody's peeking out either side. See if they can get this down. Spike is coming through. It is going to be a 2v2 on this, and make that 2v1. Lakia with the right click, trying to finish it off, and he's going to find the fourth of the round.
That operator is a little bit too long to hide behind that box right there. So Newturn comes out on top, and I think it's so amusing that Newturn playing a bit aggressive gave Go Prince a window, but now that they're playing patient again, Prince kind of doubting themselves. They're double guessing. They're not actively trying to either bait out information or give fake information. They're just waiting until Newturn fishes out their own, and then they say, okay, well, time is up, so we're going to strike, which is actually the criticism that this team got in stage 1. So I really hope they're able to regroup a little bit coming in here into the next couple rounds and say, all right, we still got to play our own game, right? We can't just wait for the clock and then be pushed into a corner here.
Yeah, you're going to have to find a way to deal with Lakia as well right now.
Yes.
He is really heating up, and he's got an operator still in his hands. They haven't been able to displace him at all. He's going to have to use that recon drone on the first shot. He's waiting around the corner, gets Halbe. Very nicely done. Lakia is on another level right now.
This is so insane. What happened to Lakia? What kind of training regimen did they give him for him to... He was always kind of the... Well, I guess he's the weakest link on Newturn if we had to choose. You know, he's on the Sova. He's often left alone. But now he's playing Jet with an operator, topping the scoreboard for his team. This is insane. Suggest finds one in mid with the Trailblazer as well. And once again, Go Prince, they've kind of already set up the toxic screen. They've lost the advantage of faking anything on A. They have to push on to B.
Cobra jumped over the slow orb there and does find one, and he's going to get returned. Lawrence is able to follow up on the parry. Going to put the wall down, going for the spike plant here. Utility being shot around it. There's still Suggest up on top. Tries to get a shot as he falls. Isn't able to do it. Viper Pit is here. Suggest trying to work around the outside of it. This is where things get tricky. But right on the edges, Lawrence, he's able to be spotted by Suggest. Trying to see if they can get the one. He's going to get another one-tap headshot down onto Slash. Lakia trying to work through here. It's just the Viper. It's just JoJo left on the inside. They're going for the defuse. JoJo's going to find one, though. Lakia down. Going to have to try to get the re-defuse, but Suggest is going to get his third kill of the round. Defuse going to come through for Newturn.
Oh, man, that's so unfortunate. The Viper's pit was set up in time, and JoJo had actually a really good placement for that pit, right? He was right at the edge, next to the container, right on yellow, so he was safe from any kind of spray. He still had advantage in terms of vision, but alas, his teammates got caught outside of the pit, which I think they should have been, right? That's too small of a space, too open of a space to stay inside altogether, but his teammates get caught down, and now it's a 3v1. I mean, you can take turns kind of taking that defuse, spraying through to catch that target. And Newturn will get yet another round win.
Look at his tap.
I love it. Good.
I love it.
Good, man.
He's so good. Dude, Lakia, I want to know where the hyperbolic time chamber is in Korea that they put him in, man. He's gotten so good. Ooh, Albe going to find one. Cobra's going to get a follow-up. That's 2 down already. Make it 3. Albe takes a little bit of damage, but that's okay because now the A site is plenty open. Going to use the wall to get up on top of the rafters. What a push here for Go to start out the 8th round. Cobra finds another one. Are we going to have a flawless?
Yeah, there we go. Joe finds skill. That was a really weird aggressive push. They weren't in any kind of urgent need of that ult orb. They didn't really have any, setup for the backline. I mean, of course, Lakia getting picked off kind of opens everything up, but a bit unfortunate. I mean, listen, so far for Newturn, you guys have won every round you've played patiently. I don't think you have to push out at all. I know you want to try to dominate, but trust me, I think it's working out statistically where you just hang back, let Lakia get the first kill, and then Go Prince falls apart if they don't get the first kill, right, they start to panic a little bit, use that to your advantage.
And I like what Lakia is doing here. He's going to use his Blade Storm instead of going for another operator and putting himself in a really big economic hole. And he takes a bunch of damage, though, of course, from that wall, but that heals back up, so not the end of the world there for him. Halbay just pre-firing, trying to see if they can catch Lakia or somebody. Nobody to be found just yet. Go still not around the corner. Going to use the Hunter's Fury to clear out screens, and a lockdown coming in as well.
Okay, so Go Prince really wants to commit. This is not a fake solo. Already on the flank, though, picks off one. The alarm bot will slow him down a little bit, but Slash not able to move forward with the spike just yet. He's distracted, and the spike goes down. This is huge. That stops all momentum for Go Prince, as they're also down 2 versus 3 in number.
It's a fantastic lurk by Solo, not able to find Halbay. Halbay finds his third of the round. He's having a fantastic last couple rounds here for himself. There's a Guardian for Suggest. Parry with the Phantom. Halbay now going to have to start pushing forward. They did find the spike, and him and Lawrence are going to continue this movement in towards A. The wall is up, but it does just fall down, so now they've got an opening. Will they continue to push through here? There's going to be the guiding light coming through. Suggest is going to get the information that they are there with that. Lawrence pushing around the corner. Suggest going to be ready for it. He is. He's going to get it with the Guardian. He turns onto Lawrence, but Halbay's going to follow it up for his fourth. Where is Parry? Parry is rushing over. Had to play off the site just in case they rotated over to B, and it's going to be the ace for Halbay.
Oh my gosh, Halbay making that risky play to push forward for the kill rather than go for the plant. At 10 seconds left, that is a huge risk to take, and he chooses to do so because they were tracked by the guiding light early. So you have to assume, okay, Parry has to be rotating already, or he's somewhere else on the site already. If I go for the plant here, I'm going to get challenged. And so he makes that call, but what a call it was, giving him the ace and the clutch.
It was nuts. What a round for Halbay there. Just actually taking over that round. I mean, deals with the lurk from Solo, the flank from behind, everything so darn well there. Huge momentum swing now for Go Prince. Parry only able to go for the Sheriff here, and the rest of them do have Vandals, but this is going to be really interesting. A big round. Jojo already picks off Solo there. He's trying to lurk, so Go Prince setting up a nice trap for him.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Newturn are kind of conditioning themselves almost on these B pushes. I don't think Go Prince is necessarily trying to purposely leave their flank open for the lurk, but somehow now they've Go Prince has basically learned, right? And Newturn has kind of conditioned themselves to think, okay, this works every time. We can push out if they're not rushing B. Now Solo gets punished for it. Now Go Prince, they have the entire map to play with, right? They have control of mid now, as we see Jojo kind of starting to peek into Tube. We're going to see if they spot the Viper all the way at yellow. Just going to go back, but you see the snake bite, so you know that one's still
she's
there.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, lots of information to play with. This is going to force Newturn to start moving a little bit, but they're split off. It's going to turn into kind of these 1v1, 1v2 duels if Newturn pushes out too far. Go Prince need to take advantage of this timing.
Yeah, finally, the rotate is here for Newturn. It's a good timing. They're around. They're going to be shooting up the top turret to take that down. Lakia not able to really find anything with the wall in the way. Takes a bunch of damage through that box as well. Parry trying to push through. The heal is there at least from the sky, so Suggest being Johnny on the spot. Lakia is going to find one for that after Jojo takes Parry down. Halbay and his teammate on the back of yellow. They're going for the defuse. They're throwing some Hawks out. Alau's going to find one. He's going to find another here. That's two, but Halbay trying to pick up where he left off. Suggest going to get slashed. Halbay trying to work the side of this, seeing if he can get the defuse. Gets another headshot onto Lakia. Can he finish Suggest off? No. Suggest is there to save the day for Newturn.
Yeah, the reload timing unfortunate for Halbay. Halbay being a hero right now for Go Prince, but I mean, Prince had that set up well, right? They had Jojo on the kind of lurk through mid, try to catch anyone off guard. He does get one. He gets traded out, which still keeps them in the numbers advantage, but the rest of the team was caught out in yellow. That is such a risky trap when you plant on B. I mean, you have the advantage. You're planting with the sage wall with the toxic screen. You can play a bit further back and hold those angles so the enemy doesn't take control of yellow, but if you're all stuck in yellow, you don't have a way out. I mean, Jet's fine there, but everyone else, once you're cornered in, you are so scared to peek that against the defuse that it works works a bit against you, and now we're tied 5-5.
Yeah, you feel so exposed in that.
Yes.
It's a really tough one to play for sure. Cobra coming up and seeing if he can catch anybody. Going to see one at Boiler. It's going to be Solo, but that blade does not find the mark. Solo does have that res available, so keep your eyes onto that. Lawrence as well. So both teams have those up and running. Suggest with the Seekers. Halbei has another lockdown already, of course, because he's just been dominating so far. Ooh. And he's going to get taken down through the tube. Oh, cheeky.
I like it from Lakia, and then Cobra answers right back with the Blade Storm. Solo's down now, and he's been holding on to that Resurrection. It's still not going to find any use. So now we have a bit of an advantage for Go and Go.
Oh, it's only a Bulldog for Perry right now. Perry's been lacking a bit of money. There's that wall, the classic setup for Lawrence. Going to get the spike down. Watching over the top is Slash. On top of green, he's going to bounce around a little bit, see if there's any lurkers coming through. So far, none. All of New Turn working their way through Snowman. Slash going to use that recon drone up and over the top, seeing if they can keep track of him. Alau's going to move back, let the rest of his team move forward while he pulls the dart out. Bunch of damage being done. Cobra picks up two with the collat. Very nicely done. Blades are out again here, and this is going sideways. Lakia is super hurt. Lawrence is going to catch him trying to run. Very nicely done by Go and Go Prince.
Yeah, this is how you want to play with the composition that Go and Go Prince has. We've seen it time and time again. With this, you can fight against that defuse with so many lineups. I mean, you have the shock boats, you've got the nano swarms, you've got the snake. It is covered for the entire defuse period. You play back, New Turn has to push up, because if they try to start the defuse, you're going to get pushed off of it immediately. So now Go and Go Prince finally taking advantage of the composition they had, telling them, you need to come challenge us. Cobra, of course, gets it with the collateral, and that just shuts down any sort of advance towards the spike.
Last round in the first half, and Lakia has to go for a Marshall. Allow with the Spectre, a couple Sheriffs otherwise. Halbei just finds the opener onto Allow. They know that those Reynas love to get up in that nest, and he just wall bangs him right through it to start the round.
That feels bad. I mean, Allow really trying to make something happen, but the Reyna not being enough of a wild card for New Turn. Lakia still just trying to hold an angle until he has to move out last minute against the attacker's lockdown. Go and Go Prince. They are in position to get this timing.
And Alau's in a really bad spot for a res even, so that's going to be tough to get to. Halbei's going to get Lakia. Suggest does have a Vandal, finds Jojo. Halbei, though, one of the players to watch right now for Go and Go Prince. He has been hot for this first half. Solo finds the headshot. Going to pull the res up onto Lakia as well. Going to cover it. They are going to get it successfully, but Halbei finds his fourth of the round. Is he going to pull off yet another ace? The res onto Jojo here. Now Lakia comes around the corner. Halbei runs out of bullets. Lakia's already going to find him. That's 5. Can he found the 6? No! There he gets him. It's almost the 6-kill dream. Comes up just short, but the spike is here. It is ticking away. Perry trying to come through, seeing if he can pull off a miracle. Throws a snake bite, but no one is there. Lawrence watching from up on high. I don't know if there's anything he can do, and indeed, Go and Go Prince takes their 7th of the half.
That was actually about to be such a highlight for Halbei. He almost messes up with the reload, but he gets out the classic, and he almost takes down Perry as well. But at the end of the half, Go and Go Prince leading 7-5. I think they're pretty happy with that. I mean, we often say that Icebox is a bit more attacker favored, but against New Turn, and the rounds you won pretty dominantly. I would say the rounds you lost, you were kind of caught off guard in your own play, or you pushed out too far without anyone covering your lurk. And now on defense, I mean, you don't really have to worry about that as much anymore, right? You can play your own game and wait for that information to come to you.
Yeah, that's really true. It was really effective for them. I mean, a flawless in there, an ace from Halbei. They were really taking it to New Turn there. I mean, I guess for New Turn, the thing to hang your hat on is you actually got to win on the defender's side on Icebox.
New records for New Turn here as they continue to kind of pave their future on Icebox. New Turn, it is clear that they've specifically practiced Icebox, right? I mean, they've been avoiding it for so long. You know, they bring out the Viper and the Sage, which has been known to be very strong on this map, and they're using it in the right ways, but almost too expected, right? They're not kind of changing anything up. I mean, Jojo was on that B site for, you know, or rather Perry was on that B site for so long. Sorry about that. And if you're always on B site, you don't really have to worry about anything, and now the attackers can save their toxic screen. So now on attack, is New Turn going to switch things up? Solo's calls really shine when they're attacking.
All right, let's see if they can get it done. Slash gonna let a recon bolt go up and over deep. I think he does get a spot onto one there, so they know that people are hanging out over by Boiler. Lakia gonna get on top of the crates over by Green and just poking around. Suggest gonna be pushing forward through towards A. So right now it's just kind of a split, slow setup here for New Turn, just trying to see if they can find any weaknesses in go setup.
Yeah, and we have the Poison Cloud set up for the defenders on A. Just to kind of get some coverage, but at the same time, I mean, you only had Cobra on there for so long. Now people are going to rotate over. I do like that Go Prince kind of making sure there's no hyper-aggression on B or mid. Now you can slowly come into A.
Yeah, that Hawk gives a lot of information, but JoJo's there to help his teammate out. They do get Cobra displays from there. More Hawks backing up Go Prince. The wall is going to block a lot of the front part of this plant site off. They're able to get it. You can see the heads up over there, and Halbei is going to find Lakia. Now trying to shoot through the wall is JoJo. Halbei finds another. What has gotten into Halbei the last couple of rounds? Zip lines forward, trying to push down. Lawrence is there with the frenzy, and this is an easy win for Go on the pistol.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, you know, quick kills, easy kills, and you open up the site, everyone has to back out. Now you've got your own sage wall with the barrier. And then you can get the defuse. Go Prince is looking good. I mean, they're not winning any of these rounds off of luck. They're winning off of their own calls. They're winning off of, and Halbei's gunplay, quite frankly. And that's working out in their favor as they lead 8-5.
Yeah, so it's going to be really interesting. That's 3 rounds in a row going back to the other half there for Go is tied at 5-5, and now they're really starting to run away with it.
Halbei with the Ares as well, going for kind of this early play. I like this because if they're going to do anything cheeky, it's going to be with the Sage Wall, right? You're going to try to get this quick plant with the Sage Wall on B, so you leave just Halbei with the utility and the Ares. Now that's going to counteract any sort of quick plant with the Sage Barrier. Everyone else can focus on their rows playing further back. And you can play for retakes in this round, right? You have the SMGs, you have a gun advantage.
Yeah, Cobra able to drag down there and get a little bit of damage at least, but Solo with a nice headshot with the Sheriff. And now he was the only one over there at the time. You do have the lurk coming through for JoJo as he re-rotates over, but for now, New Turn doesn't like it. They get pretty deep, but the spike's nowhere near, so they're not really able to take advantage of that open plant site.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good call against Cobra, right, pushing in 2v1. They saw last time that Cobra kind of seemed to hold it just on his own, just going for duels with the Jet, buying time with her movement. Now the toxic screen goes up. Halbei has to be ready for this.
All right, let's see if we can put this Ares to use. The toxic screen is there. No plant just yet. Fires a few bullets, going to let his presence be known. Now they're planting, so now he's spraying through, seeing if he can catch them. Doesn't get too much out of it. Gets a little bit. Not much going on. Suggest watching the backside. Oh, what a headshot. Solo's going to pick up 1-2 here. New Turn could be coming through with a thrifty. Lakia gets one more. Suggest sending the Trailblazer out, searching for that final member of Go Prince, but Slash trying to see if he can find somebody on the back. No, another one. A flawless Trobra.
I mean, there's a reason New Turn will always buy Sheriffs even when they lose that first round, and it's because they trust in their aim so much. Because when this happens, they actually do so much reverse economic damage against the enemies that first pistol round win now is absolutely nullified. It's enough that they can actually get a rifle here for Allow on top of the SMGs, and now it's flipped. So you have an advantage going to that 4th round of each half. It's a really good call when you have players like this on New Turn, like Suggest, like Allow, like Solo, who can get those headshots.
Hey, it's crazy how much the players will practice with those Sheriffs and what they can do with it. Now Lockie has turned for an Ares. He's going to get Lawrence. Oh my, I think this is the one they picked up off of Halbei.
Yes, that's Halbei's for sure. That burns a little bit.
That's a feels bad, man. But this is an interesting map because both of our pistol rounds, the winners then proceeded to lose the second round.
You're
That's
right.
pretty unusual. That doesn't happen too much.
Yeah, it's not a consistent factor for sure, but New Turn now feeling much more confident as they know they have the weapon advantage this time around. And you know what's really funny is that last time, I mean, they didn't have the full setup as they started to plant the spike. It baited Halbei out to be a bit early on the trigger. Halbei gets taken down again in mid, and New Turn have this on lockdown for B.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. If they can keep these, flankers coming through green at Bay, they should have this pretty well in hand. Suggest around the corner, finds another one here. Only one left now. Cobra with a frenzy and a dream. See if he can come through, but I don't think he has. There's not much he can do here. I mean, he has to go for it. There's no reason not to economically, but he's just looking to see if maybe he can pick up a kill and a gun potentially. Suggest throws the Hawk around, and Suggest is not fooled at all. Is ready for Cobra at Boiler. 3 kills for him, and yet another win for Newturn. So now it is 8-7.
The unique thing about Newturn, once again, is that they have the players to be able to go for these challenges that most other Korean teams wouldn't, right? They have so much faith in their gunplay that they can go for these challenges, open up so much more room for Solo to play with as the IGL. And while Vision Strikers, of course, is another team that has great aimers, they just strategically play much more backwards, right? They play with their intel much more, whereas Newturn says, we'll just run in and get intel. In fact, we'll just take them out, and that would nullify any sort of intel they got. So it's a very different playstyle than some of the other top teams here.
Yeah, looking like a potential A rush of sorts. They're slowing up a little bit now with that toxic screen there. Makes things a little more tricky for them to push through, seeing if they can maybe catch Go Prince with their pants down a little bit here, but they have the Viper over onto A this time, and they're very ready for it. So you're already seeing a bit of a change in methodologies with the Vipers for Go Prince.
Yeah, it was a really good read for them, but they're not able to stop the entry onto the site. The Sage Wall goes in to make sure that there's multiple tiles needing to be broken. Cobra finds one right around the edge.
All right, Cobra still waiting for more to come around the corner, but Solo with the Spectre's going to get him. Some flashes coming out there, the Seekers as well, to buy some time for this spike. They're going to see, they're going to get information are going to go. Slash is going to get Suggest. Lakia trying to hold it down. Great smoke, but from above, he's going to get taken out. Now it is up to Solo and Perry here for Newturn to lock this down, and he just drags in time to finish him off. Slash gets Solo. Where is Perry? Nowhere to be found. He's way back by spawn.
Yeah, Perry was so concerned about a potential lurk that he wasn't able to offer any backup. I mean, Newturn just didn't have exact information on how many had already come into A through the rafters, right, and through the entrance on Defender's spawn. And so they were, while they got the plant down, they got the Sage Barrier to protect the plant. I mean, so many members of Go Prince are right on top of it, and the early kills forced them to stay in the site rather than back out and prepare for some of that post-plant lineup and go for those peaks.
Yeah, look how clustered they are, and a good information gathering by Slash there revealed a lot of the locations of Newturn, so that's really nicely done. Lakia out around. He has got that operator now, so money's still good. Lakia, Bladestorm as well. Things go sideways with the operator. See if you can get an opening pick. You don't see the operator on the attacker side on Icebox too much.
Yeah, definitely not. Again, I mean, if it's Jet, it's doable on any map, but it's a bit risky, right? Because you have to take some of these much more aggressive peaks rather than the super long ranges. On A, we'll see it now and then with the Jets, right? Because you can both try to just go for a complete duel, an operator duel on that vertical level, on the second level on opposite sides. Right now, though, Lakia held that angle for so long and no one's peeked out. And now they're going to get a tag. I wonder if they assume there's someone behind yellow. No, they're going to check for the container. Both floors clear for now.
Yeah, there is Halbe over there. Lawrence gets spotted, taken down by Allow, gonna grab it. Devour, get his health back up a little bit, but Halbe, really good shooting once again with the Vandal, gets him taken down. Pretty easy to spot him with that big line coming out with the Devour. Oh, look at that, the wall taken down very quickly, so Allow is not really able to get the spike plant just yet. Finally, now we're gonna be able to do a good shot by Lakia with the operator, spotting JoJo out. Now waiting around the corner here at yellow, seeing if anybody's gonna come around towards the snowman.
Yeah, they do still need to push out, not as much to stop them from the defuse compared to their own team comp, but Go Prince needs to start to get a kill or two. Cobra pushes out far onto yellow.
Cobra gonna try to smoke his way in, trying to get up close. A personal miss is the right click. Oh no, things are going sideways. Perry gonna find the last two, and that is gonna be another win for Newturn, 9-8.
Oh man, I mean, right idea, right? Send the Jet out, get the coverage of the Cloudburst, you have the Blade Storm, you start the defuse, and then the Jet just goes off. But missing that, you saw the tip of the model right through the Cloudburst, and he just right-clicks right away, but they've already walked by. Unfortunate, but good play from Newturn. I mean, they got delayed a little bit with the nanoswarms and the kills from Halbe, but they stuck to the plan. And again, you get that plant down on B site, you can set up so safely on the post plant as long as your lurk is covered.
Yeah, I liked the idea by Go Prince to really slow up that plant, but it just wasn't quite enough. And Lakia, yeah, he's going to find Halbe. This time somebody pokes out of green and he takes him down. Cobra already up over towards Belt here, getting into the backline potentially of Newturn, so Suggest has got to be ready for this, and he's not. Slash is actually going to be the one to take him down. Perry quickly trades it out. Lawrence is just barely going to be able to pick up this Vandal, get the headshot onto Perry. Very nicely done here, as the spike is going down onto B, but there is a res. Things not too bad here for Go Prince, a 4v3 on the retake.
Yeah, I mean, they had those pistols to start, so they decided to go aggressive on A. Works out for them. They have the numbers advantage, but Spike has still been planted. The barrier there as well, so they either have to work around it, which is a bit of a riskier angle. Ooh, Solo going to find JoJo as he tries to find a sneaky entrance.
Oh, Lakia is just waiting for Lawrence. Allow on the back. Gonna get Slash. And there you go. That is 9-9. We are all tied up once again. Newturn putting together 2 rounds in a row now. And let's see if they can keep it going. Attacker side seems to be going very well for both teams.
Yeah, tying it up and see if they can get that lead. For Go Prince, I mean, they seem to rely a lot on Halbe's utility with that Killjoy to stop any sort of plant on B, but I think you need one person more, right? It's so open that the Nanoswarms, yeah, they'll buy time, but you have the Sage Barrier on the other side, right? You have Perry with the Viper. They're going to be able to buy time as well until they come back for that spike plant. So a little bit more effort needed. Oh, Cobra with the snipe right over Tube with that jet, with that operator. Opens things up for Go Prince.
I love to see those walls on the Tube and players taking advantage of it. Really nice pick to start the round here. So Solo is down. The res is also eliminated with that. So that's a huge pickup to start this one for Go Prince. You're taking one of those really powerful ults out of the hands of Newturn as they continue to make the push towards B. Lakia still sitting on the operator. Still potentially a decent chance, but the rotate already coming through for Newturn. Viper Pit is up as well for Newturn. They look to put the spike down.
Yep, so that should give them enough coverage, staying far away from those cubes so he doesn't get burned down too much. Does take a lot of damage. Halbe right off on the outside of the pit already, though. He tries to go for 2, but Suggest finally picks him off.
Oh, Lakia's going to outdo a Cobra. Peeks around the corner looking for the second. Isn't able to get the flick onto it. He's going to have to back up, try to let Suggest hold the line, but Suggest is really hurt. Going to go down to Lawrence there quickly and easily. There is a snake bite on his side. So we're going to have to push through yellow. Perry is going to get a snake bite kill there. Lawrence in the... Nope. Perry's just going to point blank Lawrence, waiting for the last one. It's Slash versus Perry on the 1v1. He knows he's there. Perry's going to take him down. The 10th win goes to Newturn.
Perry played that so smartly because the Viper's Pit stays up for an extended time after you leave the area. He just steps out once the defuse starts ticking down. And he says, well, they have to clear the entire pit, so I just have to wait right at the edge until they poke out. Gets the kills and able to secure the round for Newturn. Now they finally have that lead, 10-9.
It's so fun to watch good players utilize Viper's vision control like that. Really well done. This is a great cheeky play there. You love to see those moments. And Perry, just like you said, he's just waiting on the outside of this for the members of Go Prince. Picks up the last couple. Lakia comes around the corner with the operator. There was the Lear there as well. Lawrence finds a lot with the Sheriff. What the heck is going on?
Man, I mean, Lawrence went for that challenge and he wins out. He's able to heal back some of his health. Slowly creeping back up. He is going to have to throw down that slow orb, though, just get some distance again. Trailblazer coming out for Suggest.
I'd like to see a re-rotate out of Newturn, and the fact that the spike is still in spawn leads me to believe that this is probably just a fake, although they lose 2 in the process. So that's kind of a painful, overcommitment towards that side.
Cobra just sniped him from mid into spawn with a classic. What? That is, I mean, I'm sure it was combined damage with JoJo because they were both peeking out, but that should not have happened as Newturn now only with 3 members alive. They're still just buying this time. I mean, Solo's trying to make this call that we want to still strike onto B. They do have that resurrection, so now they have 4 people. Instead of taking the risk down in spawn, they're going to clear out the site for potential nanoswarms. Looks like one's still there.
Ooh, yeah, Solo, that one is going to be spread out well enough, very well placed on that nanoswarm. The wall going to be taken down, so that's going to push it more towards the container. Cobra, though, going to find one. I think they tried to displace it. Did they with that wall? Lawrence is going to go down. Cobra and Slash find one as well. Suggest the only one alive. The spike was able to be put down, and now he is trying to fight for his life. He gets 2 with the headshots. Slash, though, trying trying to wait. Oh, Suggest with the pre-fire around here. Cobra now, it's going to be inverse to Suggest. Suggest turns on him, gets the fourth. What in the world, Suggest?
Never doubt Suggest. I mean, he's again one of those guys that will clutch up, right? He'll get those headshots. He's so good. He's such a crucial member for New Turn. Gets the clutch. I mean, Go Prince had a good idea, right? They use their own stage wall to either displace or at least trap whoever is planting the spike, maybe go for a quick defuse, but unfortunately it takes just too long as Suggest starts going on this rampage for the clutch. I mean, Suggest all alone just working around yellow.
He's nuts, dude. This is just insane. He sees the edge of Slash there, so that's a pretty easy pre-fire. And then he looks the wrong way and flicks over just right onto the head. I mean, that is why we talk about him, folks, as one of the best in Korea, no doubt about it. Cobra got that operator once again. Looking to watch New Turn, see if they're going to try to push A. New Turn's really been focusing on B, and I think that kind of leads you to believe, as Go Prince, that they might try something on A now.
Yeah, I mean, Go Prince, I think they're playing as well as they could with how the rounds have gone, right? You don't want to start getting swayed too much, especially against New Turn, so you're still trying to play somewhat of a default play. Right now, they are starting to stack A a bit more, and they are going to be correct as the Seekers come out trying to clear out the site for A.
Oh, there is the Viper Pit in response, but quickly 2 down for Prince. Lakia and Solo picking up a couple. Lawrence is able to respond with one of his own. Slash now watching back towards screens. JoJo picks up a Lao, so all that utility used early kind of nullified a bit, but Perry has found one, so it's up to JoJo and Slash to lock this final, or not final round down. Could be the penultimate, depending if New Turn wins.
Yeah, I mean, New Turn can definitely just rotate here. I think they could have tried to back out a bit earlier. I think they wanted to push the numbers advantage a bit, but the Viper's Pit was used right at a time when, you know, they started losing members, right? Go Prince, they were a second too late with that Viper's Pit. Meanwhile, Perry's already secured mid to B, so you know B is clear. This should be an easy plant with 10 seconds left on the clock. 3 versus 2 in favor of New Turn in terms of players left.
Good communication, but it's also a good split, at least for Go Prince, coming from different angles. He's going to have to win against Suggest. You just can't right now. He's too good. Pops another head. And now we have JoJo as the Viper, trying to see if he can win this. Going to fake. And nope, Lakia from the side gets him with the operator. And that is going to be 12 wins for New Turn, guaranteeing an overtime at the very least, but only one more to go. And they will find themselves winning Icebox for the very first time.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, hey, all that time banning it and just keeping it in that chamber, training up for it is starting to pay off for New Turn with this 3-round lead. They're playing very well, and it's unfortunate for Go Prince. That Viper's Pit is tricky, right? Sometimes you use it preemptively 1 round just to throw things off, close off one avenue. This time they tried to wait right until the execute started happening, but immediately 2 of their members got picked off. It's just a kind of perfect storm against them. Meanwhile, New Turn now looking at B once again, but the spike is still held back, as it usually is for this team.
Yeah, they know that someone's up there. Lakia trying to get the shot. Lawrence keeping himself obscured enough that he hasn't been hit just yet. New Turn really focusing on this. Lawrence around the corner gets sold. That's 2, but Lakia finally able to take him down after he gets 3. What a huge start for Lawrence up top.
Really good mind games from Lawrence. I mean, he just crouches behind on that barrier as they continue to spray, just pretends that he's backed off entirely. The barrier's just kind of been wasted, and then he jumps up as he hears a couple footsteps. This is a huge advantage, and Go Prince, obviously, they need to win all the rounds to try to go to overtime. This is a good start.
Yeah, Halbe, is even on to a judge right now. So obviously the economy not great. Cobra as a Guardian as well as Slash. You're starting to see more players pick up the Guardian as time goes on.
Man, I mean, XC kicked it off, man. I've got XC with that clutch with the Guardian last week was insane. And I think it's also just kind of these maps, right? You're looking for some of these kind of semi-angles where if you're confident in your aim, your crosshair placement, that headshot is going to be absolutely advantageous. And you have some of those longer ranges as well, so it's kind of more adaptable, similar to how the judges used on certain maps like Split or Ascent.
Yeah, especially on Icebox, I find it to be very useful. Lakia gonna pick up 1 and dash back, so New Turn slowly evening up the odds. Perry gets another. Lakia is gonna find a 3rd.
What?
Up on top of orange there. Oh my word. Well, JoJo, once again, is going to be asked to try to pull off a miracle here for Go Prince to save their map lives. Look at the lineup on
This is
this
a good
snake
one.
bite. That is insane, but he's defusing. I think he's going to be able to get it. He does. It's not quite there in time. The clutch for JoJo.
JoJo knows exactly how much damage that's going to do to him. I mean, he's the Viper himself as well. That was a really good call from JoJo. They trust him. It took just too long to set up that lineup. It's a really good one. We've seen it before in some other regions as well because there's no way to really block it, right? It drops right down from the top. However, takes a bit extra time. JoJo, I mean, a lot of players would get scared. They'd back off, but he says, you know what? I'm going to be right around 21 health. I'm pretty sure he called that exactly.
What if we added a Z-axis to Sage's wall?
What?
So you could, like, put it above you.
Oh, you just, like, have it lifted?
Yeah.
Sage just walks up to you and just lifts this barrier, and she's stuck there for the entire duration. Wow, that would be
like
something.
A mobile awning that she has on top of her, man. That would be pretty cool, I think.
my gosh.
Yeah, you're right, because there's really no way to protect against that lineup with that snake bite. So that just gets me thinking, like, how can you block something like that? Well, you got to make Sage's wall change direction. That's all I got.
We are seeing more creative ways that Sage's walls are being used to block some of these lineups, right, in different maps. We've seen it in some pubs here across the regions, and of course in pro play as well. We're going to continue to see that advance, especially when we see so much Viper on so many of these maps now with some of her changes. We'll see if Go Prince, now down only 2 rounds before they can take it to overtime. Can they do it again? They have a couple ultimates on their side as well if they want to secure a round.
Yeah, okay, corner checking there is JoJo. They're learning from their mistakes, knowing that that's the angle that Lakia likes to watch with that operator, heading up towards kitchen as well, seeing if anybody's on top of the tube. Nobody up there just yet. Newturn really taking it slow on this.
Newturn, Solo's just so smart. Solo was ready to plant at any point. He was pushed up, but after that shoulder check, they try to see if anyone's going to push onto the site, and Solo actually goes over the wall, tries to get a kill. He does get traded out eventually.
Yeah, they're able to grab the spike, though, at least. It falls behind, and now they're rotating over towards A, which is wide open, although they're halting. I think they're trying to fake a push here. Lockdown gets taken out, so Lakia now is going to push through with the blades out now, and the operator to switch back to if these don't pull through. I like the attempt here, but, Go Prince never really bid on it.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to get another kill before they were able to go on to the B site. So Go Prince, that gives them just enough time to come back. They use the Killjoy ultimate as well, which is crucial, right? So often, I think you've talked about this before, Paperthen, where teams will hold on to their ultimates for the perfect moment, and that often bites them. And right now, Go Prince has no margin of error, only 1 round separating them before overtime. They need to use everything they have. Now they have the Hunter's Fury, and that's a huge advantage for them as well.
Yeah, it's kitchen sink time, right? Like I was talking with the Killers yesterday, just rip everything off the wall and start throwing it, because you got to find a win. Suggest the recon bolt, they're going to be taken out by him. He's going to be hanging out towards Belf. There's already a toxic screen up, cutting off the vision, though, so nobody's really keen to push too far one way or another just yet. It's kind of a default setup here for Go Prince, not pushing through, although I say that, now they're starting to make their way through mid. You can see JoJo and Lawrence beginning their push, and nobody's really ready for it on the side of Newturn right now. Although I say that, and maybe somebody is. Oh, Perry's up on this. I take it back. Perry's up on here, so he is ready. He's going to take JoJo down. The wall there for Lawrence is going to allow him to go for the res. And Perry did take a lot of damage in that exchange.
Yeah, but now Go Prince, they need to realize their mistake. They left A open. Their challenge didn't work in mid. That gives Newturn all the information they need to know, but they're not able to plant Cobra, trying to keep them at bay.
No, Cobra is going ham right now up on the Raptors. Here comes that Hunter's Fury, and he almost hits his teammate, but Slash gets Solo. The spike is down, though. So now 2 members of Newturn left. No, Lakia misses with the shot. Takes a little bit of damage himself. Perry trying to watch through oh, he's not ready for Cobra.
Oh!
Cobra picks up the 4th.
We're going to overtime between Go Prince and Newturn. When we came into the broadcast today, we did not imagine that these 2 teams would ever be this close on any map. Newturn was so dominant in the group stages, and Go Prince says, listen, we've played Icebox before, we've won an Icebox before, you guys have no chance against us. Challenges them now to an overtime on map 1.
Oh, this is crazy good. It looked like Newturn had won it. It's 12-9. I thought, okay, well, this is pretty solid. They're doing a great job. Lakia's just dialed in with the operator. Of course, suggest, but Go Prince starts putting things together. Halbei early, coming up big towards the end. Lawrence with some good stuff. Cobra as well on that jet.
Yeah, I think if Go and Go Prince, if they are able to just brush up a little bit, right, where they're not just kind of waiting for Neutron to aggress all in, because what I'm seeing is Solo usually will twist all of his calls at least once, if not twice. He's always ready to play those mind games, but right now we're not seeing that as much. They're just kind of waiting and they get a pick and then they move in. So Go and Go Prince, if they're able to identify that in the game, they can really work that against, especially because in overtime, you're switching every round, right? I mean, you have an advantage if you get that first win. The momentum is definitely on your side.
Yeah, it's really huge. So Lakia, thinking about the glass cannon, doesn't opt for it, switches back. What's he gonna do?
Oh my god. I mean,
do it.
He's feeling it today.
He's feeling it.
He is feeling it today. I think he deserves it. And quite frankly, I think Neutron kind of needs it here on defense. I think they want to all in here on defense as Go and Go prepares their first attack in overtime.
Yeah, they were trying to push through towards B, but smokes are there, kind of obscuring some of the vision. So Cobra going to stay on top of the containers watching. And there's the poison cloud there. He's blasting through the box just in case someone's on the other side of it. No one there. Drone comes through, tries to get the dart. I think it landed onto whoever was on top of the container, if I'm not mistaken.
Should be Perry.
Perry, right? Yeah. The Viper there. Halbe trying to push through the tube. Locking out. Oh, no, he gets taken down with a headshot through the wall by Cobra. That's a devastating start to the round for Newturn.
Yeah, that is a huge opener for Go and Go Prince, but they're still not taking any chances. They expect someone else to come and challenge them, and they're not wrong, but Solo does get the kill. Lauren's now down. Now it's back to a 4v4.
Now Lauren whiffed a bit on his opening shots and able to adjust quickly is Solo. Suggest letting go with the guiding light. Doesn't really catch much, but Perry catches JoJo trying to come through mid. Now that's 2 down. The 4v3 for Newturn, so even losing Lockyer early isn't proving to be that bad, but here comes Halbe again, striking from Perry's flank. Gonna get the headshot, waiting to see if anybody's coming through kitchen. Solo still trying to lock us down. One, can he find the other? No! Cobra's able to get him. Suggest finds Halbe on the backside. Cobra gonna dash forward, seeing if he could clear out the spike site. Working forward, a little bit beat up, but still pretty healthy. He's gonna have to duel Suggest around the corner. Suggest is ready for him, and Newturn takes the first round in OT.
Go and Go, they had the right idea that someone else is going to challenge them around yellow, but once they get shut down on that second kill, they stop. I mean, they still had the momentum, they still had the timing. Halbe still had control of Tube. They could have tried to go for an earlier timing attack. They missed that window, and Newturn punishes them hard for it. Now Newturn on match point. They got that first win, but now they have to attack.
It seemed like it just got a bit chaotic for both teams over towards orange there. Like everybody's trying to come in through there. Solo doing a good job locking down yellow there. And there were a couple trades back and forth. Teams were having, I think, a hard time keeping track of exactly where their opponents were. Lakia spotted out for a brief second by that initial recon dart.
Yeah, and he's going to check as he goes up with the updraft. Doesn't find anyone with the shoulder check just yet, and he's not going to for quite some time. I mean, Go and Go Prince is playing this far back. They do have the Sage on B. Again, if there's any type of quick plant play coming into B, they are prepared. Now, Newturn, they're trying to make up their mind. They want to strike onto A. Owl Drone is going to find one. But with that kind of placement, you have to expect something fishy's going on here on A. So, Go and Go Prince, they should be prepared for it. Yep, we do see Slash kind of making sure no one's lurking through mid.
I think, yeah, they're trying to find a timing is Newturn where maybe that Go and Go Prince like abandons the site just a little bit. Maybe one person rotates off, and that's going to be the early kill for Solo there. Takes a little bit of damage, but not too much. Now the push is definitely on. You got one up on the rafters. Allow. Great call out from his teammate to come through and get that Cobra up top. They got to be careful. Cobra finds Allow. Solo here has to readjust for the spike plant. Going to need some backup. A 4v3 potentially to finish this one out. Suggest gets Cobra with the headshot. Halbe, can he find more magic inside of himself to take this down? It's Lawrence with the Odin. Solo gets Halbe. Now Lawrence has to pull something. He has the Odin in a dream. Comes up to the top. Gets Suggest over there, but the spray is too wild. And Newturn takes 2 in a row in overtime.
That was a crazy Hail Mary there at the end by Lawrence. Wow, I was not, out of all the choices he had, that was not what I expected. He does get 1 kill, but I mean, in fact, Newturn kind of getting pushed off to the default plant actually worked out in favor of them because it forced Go and Go to have to take extra corners to get to the spike. And Newturn is going to win 14-12. Go and Go Prince, they put up a good fight. Again, it's just a couple of these plays where they get scared. A lot of teams, I don't blame them, but when they play against Newturn, they get challenged by the likes of Solo, by the likes of Suggest and Allow, and then they get scared and they stop.
I mean, yeah, I gotta say though that Prince really impressed me. They really gave Newturn everything they could handle on this map. Some incredible moments from Halbei. Cobra was great on the Jet. He was just, I mean, 30 and 19 is a really good stat line for him. But at the end of the day, Lakia and Suggest just so powerful individually. And you mentioned this very early on, that Lakia has leveled up, and we really saw it here today.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Lakia was a monster today, Suggest continuing to be. What this does, though, is that Allow on that Jet sometimes will get shut down pretty early, but now you have someone else to cover that gap, right? Lakia has now leveled up, and Newturn is continuing to look very scary. I have to give credit to Go and Go Prince, though. They said, you're leaving Icebox open? Okay, we'll pick it. And it definitely isn't one of the stronger maps for Newturn just yet.
Yeah, that definitely seemed shaky for Newturn. Their A pushes when they were on the attacker side felt very weak. They felt like they had a tough time controlling the angles inside of there, but a 32% headshot percentage, 29 for Go and Go Prince. Both teams being very accurate, very efficient throughout.
Yeah, I mean, we had some really good kills, and both teams had players kind of going on those streaks, right, to secure the round wins. Go and Go Prince, of course, trying to go for the comeback. They take it to overtime, but I mean, Newturn Suggest eventually actually topping the scoreboard, and there's Lakia again. I have to talk about Lakia. He is such a different player now. Until now, he was just kind of this intel player for Newturn, right? Someone they needed for that Silva, but that was about it. That was his role. That's where it ended. But now he's playing Duelist on Icebox, on Split. He's playing that Raze, and then he can still play the Silva wherever they need him. This opens up so many possibilities for this roster.
Yeah, the flexibility is incredible, and it's one of the most exciting things I think about Valorant for me is seeing the emergence of all of these players and all of these teams across different regions having those change-ups and agents. But guys, we gotta take a break. We will be right back with map number 2 here at Valorant Challengers Tour.
Before approaching the king, muscle strong, think money and power. On the track like I hop in the shower. Brick at the brick like I'm building a tower. And I'ma do that into my final hour. And my rain growing like a flower. I get the bed, I don't be in it. I'm on my way, doing my flex, running it up, getting my checks. I got the power, give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Respect. I live this life, then on to the next. I flex different than them boys that ain't been grinding strong. You can spot a winner cause his money and his fortune long. But I'ma get my bag every day, it don't matter what you want. Make sure you check yourself, talk about me, but you talking wrong. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next. I live this life, then on to the next. Give me respect. I live this life, then on to the next.
He's gonna get 2-0 Cobra, but there it is, 3D. He's gonna get about now. He puts it down again. They're gonna have to push in and go really, really good. And now they're way there, but the wall is up. The wall to get up an angle. Lord, behind Halbay though, a nice flick, allowing to push up through the smoke. Throwing on the first shot. He's waiting.
Have to push on to B.
Cobra rotated over to B, and it's gonna be the A. He's gonna find another here. That's two side of this thing. If he can get the defuse, gets another. Bunch of damage high. I don't know if there's any. Trying to see if he can find somebody else back. No one knows. Yeah, there is Halbay over there. Lord just barely gonna be able to pick him.
Tries to find a sneaky entry. A little bit more effort needed. He picks him off.
Cobra now. It's gonna be inverse. Suggest turn off. A miracle here for Go Prince to save their map life. Look at the lineup on this snake bite. That is insane, but he's defusing. I think he's gonna be able to get it. He does. And he almost pitched it. Solo still trying to lock us on one. Something. He has the Odin and a dream. Comes up to the top. Gets Suggest over there, but the spray is too wild. And
wow.
Welcome back, everybody, to Valorant Challengers Tour Korea Stage 2 quarterfinals. We already have one map in the books. Paper Thin and Chobra coming at you, and my goodness, what a game to start this one out, Chobra.
Yeah, I mean, we did not expect it to be that close in any world, but Go Prince, they decide to pick up that icebox, seeing it wasn't banned, and they proved that, you know, they have some experience on it, but at the end of the day, Newturn's just too strong, and honestly, it started with Lakia just being on point, and then everyone else warmed up. Suggest came back to his usual self, getting those clutches, being able to peek corners on his own with that Sky, and Newturn wins it out in overtime, 14-12.
I mean, what can you say about Suggest? I mean, every adjective I can think of, I feel like I've used on this guy because he's so damn good.
Yeah, there's just these core players, right? We got Suggest and sometimes Allow when he pops off here on Newturn. Of course, TNL has Xe. You have Stacks on Vision Strikers. These are players where no matter what goes wrong, no matter what weapon they have, you can't ever count them out.
It's crazy, and we saw some really interesting stuff from both sides. I think to give Prince a lot of credit, I thought Lawrence was playing very well on the Sage. He had a couple great moments in there. Of course, Halbay with the ace and some other fantastic plays. It was a really back-and-forth slugfest. What a fun match to start the day.
Yeah, it was pretty action-packed, right? Sometimes we'll see players kind of choosing to be a bit more patient with that Sage. Different teams use it in different ways, right? Sometimes you go very aggressive, healing your other entry, and continue to push forward. This time, we did see players on both sides kind of playing on their own. Eventually, it works out, but here we go. We're looking at the MVP votes, and listen, man, I know you voted for. I know you were the one who voted for Lakia.
I'm the holdout.
I voted for Suggest, but it was a close one. I had to debate it. I think Lakia. The difference was Lakia popped off, and he's proven that he's now at the top level. But Suggest was the one who won the rounds that really mattered, right?
Yeah.
Lakia was kind of on that streak in the beginning, starting to bring things back for Newturn, but Suggest towards the end didn't falter, stayed true to his aim, and he's bringing that win for Newturn.
Yeah, that round with that clutch from Suggest was insane. I mean, that was just absolute magic. He is just incredible with the rabbits he could pull out of his hat. So, next map up is Bind, and this is the Newturn specialty, man. These guys are nuts.
They look really good on Bind, and Solo is not afraid to use the teleporters for bait. He's not afraid to just rotate through the teleporters. I feel like they feel very comfortable with how those teleporters work on Bind. A lot of teams will just kind of ignore that they exist. Like, that's not a teleport, that's just a wall, and they'll just ignore it. They'll just play very standard around the other paths, but not Newturn.
I feel like Solo watches a fair bit of NA because I feel like NA Valorant teams really use the teleporters very well. They're constantly throwing utility kind of as distraction or, you know, various other things. So I think, yeah, I agree with you. I think Solo does a really nice job, and that's why typically, you know, Newturn wants to go to Bind if they can help it. So Solo going to be on Breach, Parry, Omen, Lakia, Sova, Suggest, Raze, Allow, Jet. Yeah, that one went fast. Lawrence is going to be on the Phoenix. I'd say that's kind of one of the more interesting choices we have coming into this.
Yeah, we see a couple players preferring that Phoenix where it works. I mean, we've seen it on Bind. Bind very popular for Phoenix. We've seen it a couple times on Ascent. Lawrence has played it before. We'll see if it can carry them to victory. On the side of Newturn, pretty straightforward with Lakia returning to that Silva that he plays usually.
All right, map number 2 is ready. We move over to Bind here. VCT Korea, Newturn versus Go Prince. Newturn took the first map in overtime.
All right, new turn starting on attack. This was their map pick, so Go Prince, of course, choosing to defend first. And I mean, this is wow. These percentages are a bit skewed. Also, 99 wins on attack for Newton. That's a lot of rounds,
dude. Go Prince's like scores look more like my grades in school.
Listen, I wasn't allowed to bring grades like that at home. All right.
I was not a what you would call a model student. All right, new turn is on the attacker side. They're making their way through towards B on the pistol. Boombot up ahead. Lawrence has a frenzy though, so he's able to handle that pretty cleanly. Solo thinking about a fault line, doesn't end up going for it, and they're just going to back off with that dark cover in the way. The movements are obscured for now. You do have the Jet watching Hookah there. Cobra going to be with the Ghost at the long range.
Yeah, and this is a map where if you really want to see where New Turn shines, I would watch the mini-map so much during this map. The way they play around with it, the way they start to rotate, the way they use noise to their advantage, both cutting it and making noise at the same time, it starts to get really interesting, and you start to see where Solo intentionally conditions the enemy quite a few rounds. Of course, right now we're just starting with the pistol, as New Turn looks to make a move on B, but they're poised to take the teleporter if they need to.
Oh man, JoJo, if he gets a good paint shells in here, he can do a lot of damage. There it goes, but it flies past the entries, gets Locky on the back. There comes the fault line, dash in from Hookah over the top. That's two, quick and easy, but Lawrence on the side in the exchange. Elbow there, Lawrence finds a second, Suggest. Watching that corner now, but we have Lawrence heading back towards the alley, him and Halbei potentially going to pop through the door. There's a nice headshot, one tap. Perry comes through with a third of his own. Very nicely done for New Turn.
Yeah, I mean, they were just waiting for the timing. Of course, early on, we saw Lawrence sneaking that ultimate orb out for themselves, so they were prepared for any type of B push, but New Turn, they're able to dodge those paint shells. The timing working out perfectly for them, get the fault line you had, and the timing was really good. Allow coming in right after the fault line on top of the tube, and you're able to open up the site, and of course, the gunplay at the end of the day is in favor of New Turn.
Yeah, it's a nice attempt by Lawrence. He's doing a really good job holding down Elbow, but I would have rather seen Lawrence stay at Elbow instead of having two come over to Alley.
I would agree. I would agree that you were in no rush, right? You got some kills through the dark cover. You didn't need to poke out through it. You could just stay right behind it, maybe right in the smoke in case someone pushed you right through it. And Lawrence gives that up, and they kind of line up for the enemy. Lakia just spamming through the dark cover, trying to punish the ultimate orb. Lawrence is still going to go for it.
Ooh, he's ready for it. He's ready for Lakia. Dark cover there is going to allow him to back off. Lakia seeing if he can get a shock dart to connect. Does not. Suggest going to send the boom bot into Hookah. Finds somebody. Explodes though. Paint shell's going to be used just in case somebody's trying to follow up. There's a fault line coming in. Nobody really home for any of that utility.
Yep, and New Turn did favor to go for just the armor and some utility. Some SMGs, right, but nothing crazy here. It's really funny how New Turn views that second round compared to a lot of teams, right? When they win, they'll kind of just go for the armor and they'll play patiently, and when they lose, they're like, okay, it's Sheriff time, and they all force spy into Sheriff's at armor. It's a very kind of unique play here in Korea compared to most teams that play very standard off of that second round. Allow has made it onto the site now.
Yeah, Boombot has to be shot down. Allow with the Spectre, comes around the corner, gets one, gets two, dashes out of the way before he's taken out. Very nice maneuver here. Gonna spray through that door into A-Link again. Lakia trying to hold this down, but it's slashed with a shorty. Catches him bouncing like a rabbit, takes Lakia down. Spike is planted.
All right, so they're just waiting for Lawrence for Go Prince. He's coming up A short. Ooh, but Suggest picks off slash from long range. JoJo all alone will go down eventually.
That's just really nicely done here by New Turn. It is the second round, you know, you're going to have a pretty big advantage with the guns and the armors and those kind of things. So Go picking up a couple, a nice little cheeky play by Slash with the shorty. And now it's the rifle round. So this is really where kind of things start to get interesting. And for Go Prince, a very important round.
Yeah, and Lawrence, I mean, he prioritizes ultimate orbs. He already has 2 kills on the board. He now has that run it back. And when you have the Phoenix, you want to run it back as many times as possible. It's such a high value ultimate, right? You're getting a free scout, but potentially with kills. You can't really ignore that factor. So now we see Lawrence has rotated over to Baths to try to take advantage of that should anyone even come to scout for the ultimate orb, make any sort of play on A.
Yeah, I like what they're doing with Lawrence here. You know, really making sure like you mentioned, that ult economy is very strong for him. So Suggest is going to be watching to see if anybody comes out of Hookah. Of course, no Suggest is nuts. Allow has to take down the turret, takes one shot from the turret himself. Not the biggest of deals. Suggest starting to push forward. Paranoia out, he's ready for it. Gets one. Cobra with the follow-up though on the crossfire. Gonna take him down.
Yeah, I mean, Go Prince had an idea there, right? They want to try to pick off Suggest, but you don't want to ever challenge him alone because he holds that angle so well against Hookah. We saw that in their match against Damwon Gaming Kia. And so you go through the teleporter, you try to get a crossfire. You do have to trade for it, though. So Go Prince now has to reel it back just a bit. But Newturn also now not sure what to do. I mean, they didn't really gain an advantage here in Hookah.
I'm a little worried. Yeah, they're pushed pretty far up with that spike. And if it gets caught out, you know, nobody's over an A. I think they're trying to fake.
Oh my gosh, this is not going to work.
Oh my god.
He does get the kill though.
Wow, that's incredible. Really nicely done by Solo. I thought he might just go and try, you know, to go in there and get taken out by the crossfire, but he's able to poke around the corner and pick up the kill. Meanwhile, A is firmly under Newturn control with Perry taking down Halve. Flash through the box, not really needed as they're going to be able to get the spike down.
I mean, this is what I mean, though. Solo actually is just such a blessed IGL because he has so much to work with, right? You take that huge risk. Okay, I'll take the spike. We're going to bait everything with me included for the fault line across the map onto A. If you win, we'll rotate to A. If you lose, I'll go to B. He gets the kill in Hookah. I mean, this team is so equipped to make so many different plays on this map.
And you can see the confidence is just so high for them. Slash is starting to run out of time. He's going to have to do something about this. There's going to be the paranoia coming through. It was a fake, and he's blinded, and he is down. Barry's going to pick up the last kill, and that is 3 wins to naught for Newturn.
Yeah, and also taking advantage of the fact that that fault line can get such good reach, right? Normally, you'd kind of leave it to your teammates to break into a site and bait and fake, but right now you're adding the fault line, which really opens up their entry, and you can still go around U-Haul, you pick off those kills, you're trusting in your teammates because of their gunplay. A Newturn is a very well-rounded team. I mean, this team's so scary as they continue to improve here in Korea, and I really think right now they look the strongest.
I mean, he just catches Cobra kind of off guard there, but yeah, I think Newturn is starting to really kind of impress me so much. If they can kind of fix Icebox a little bit, I think we've got a potential Icelandic team there. I suggest he's just going to throw the paint shells in the back corner, make sure it is clear. Is he going to actually boombot around there? He does. Or not boombot, satchel charge there. Not much to be found as the dark cover comes through. There's the responding paint shells in towards long B. Right now, just kind of nobody's really finding too much out of this, just a little bit of damage done to Suggest.
Yeah, but this gives so much control to Newturn on the map. Right now, they had control of Hookah. They've given it up, but they know no one's going to push out right now. I mean, there was so much pressure on there. You still have control of A. You took the ultimate over. Lawrence is going to peek out. He gets punished. And now Newturn, now Solo can wait and say, okay, well, now where should we go? I mean, this is a buffet for Solo, right? Is it A this round? Is it B that round? They keep the spike back, and they say, well, we got an extra pick on B. Let's go there. Oh, and they use from the shadows to bait even more into A.
Oh, this is just so crazy good. Even though JoJo gets a headshot, he's quickly taken down by Solo. And now B site is wide open for Newturn. Lawrence, he got picked off there again with his run it back. That's 2 rounds in a row that he's been sitting on it.
It's really weird that he's not using it preemptively. I mean, that is an ultimate you get, you use, you get, you use, right? You're not saving it for a moment. You're using it preemptively to deny stuff from the enemy team as Newturn continues to go on a rampage. Solo now trying to get his share of kills. Lakia's like, you know what, I've been playing entry. I'm going to start charging forward with my friggin' arrow.
It's my turn. Guys, I don't get to play Jet, so now you got to let me take what I can get, okay? I know I'm
angry.
Really good. Yeah.
He's been fed up.
Yeah, he's fantastic as a Sova, but he's so well balanced and really just a treat to watch. So. But yeah, I mean, definitely. I think the first couple rounds as well, he got kind of picked off early. He got taken down by JoJo's paint shells on the pistol round. So I think Lakia angry here, and he picks that nice kill up onto Lawrence. Solo with a 3-piece of his own there, almost gets the 4th. And there in time to come through the backside is Lakia. Now a little bit of pressure over towards the showers. They do have the spike again, being pushed forward. Nobody has entered the showers themselves from Go Prince.
The way that Lawrence is sitting on this run it back, it's I really think it's a mistake, right? Because what you're telling me is that you want to get kills with this ultimate, but Valorant's not necessarily a game about kills. Yes, I mean, eventually you have to take everyone out to win the round, but what you're doing is you're trying to get territory on the map, right? You have to play around the map, you have to gain control, and even if you find no one, whichever extremity you use it on, now you have full control of that area of the map. And he's just sitting on it, waiting for someone to come through. Now they do hear the ult. He still doesn't use it on the orb.
Yeah.
What is he waiting for?
I think he had an opportunity there. I kind of tend to agree. He's sitting there with, I think, the hot hands in his hand there, waiting for somebody to come through. It's the curveball, and that's going to be Lawrence coming through. He does get the one. See if he finds an opportunity now for this run it back.
But now he would have had an extra point on his next run it back. I mean, this is a bit frustrating to watch, but Newturn is getting shut down as they try to strike onto A.
Oh my goodness, Suggest and Solo combining for Zoo. Solo's got to be careful. That Hunter's Fury is finding him, and it's going to take him down. The footwork not there for him. Perry going to have to come through, pick up the spike all on his own, a 1v2 potentially that he's going to have to pull off. It might be faking a bit of a teleport there. Going to watch the door, seeing if he can catch anybody coming through. A Vandal and a pistol. Cobra going to be leading the way with the pistol, hoping that Slash behind him. They're going to put that dart out, and they're going to know right where Perry is. Perry has to pre-fire around this. Gets the double dink and takes him down.
Oh, they lined up. I mean, it's such a narrow doorway. It's really hard to double peek that against that off angle, but I mean, they had the right idea. They had the right recon dart, right, just to make sure that they're covering their close angles. Perry was just ready for it. So the clutch goes to Perry 5-0 against Go Prince. And they need to start playing, I really think they need to start playing a bit more aggressively. I'm not saying go challenge Suggest every round. That would be a really bad idea. But you need to take control of some of these areas. They can't. Newturn currently has control of all 4 lanes, which means they also have control of both teleporters. You can't let them run amok like that.
Absolutely. It is. I mean, the ideas at the end there were good, but Perry just out-executing them a little bit. The double peek quite nice, and getting their recon dart as well. But at the end of the day, Perry's spray's just too good. Lakia's going to spot one out. I think he might have caught Lawrence with one bullet there, indeed. Lawrence did use the run it back finally. JoJo has the showstopper, Suggest as well with his own showstopper. So you can see a couple explosives coming into play here. Oh, Lawrence finds Lakia, though.
Now Lawrence just making sure he doesn't get pushed on. He's going to use his Blaze Wall as well, buying time. Now, hookah control is in favor of Newturn, but he can't push quite out yet, right? Go Prince, they threw the paint shells in there earlier. Oh, and Perry actually leaves his post early.
Oh no, Halbei.
No.
Oh no, no, no.
Oh, Halbei had such a perfect opportunity, but now Newturn has to start thinking, okay, well, if they've pushed out that far, and we've taken the Killjoy, so her utility is useless on A, who's left? Well, there's Slash.
Slash doing a really nice job. If he gets taken down, you can probably write the 6th round in the books for Newturn, but it's a pretty crucial shot there. Going to readjust out of U-Haul around the corner. Suggest isn't ready for it. That's another. Can he pick up the 3rd? Pre-fires around the corner. There you go. Very nicely done, Slash.
I mean, Slash really clutching it for them. He wasn't the last one alive, but he was the last guard on A site, and Newturn had all the information to want to strike A, so big props to him. But Perry leaving his post a little early is a bit uncharacteristic for Newturn and Perry himself. And now finally, Go Prince, they stop the bleeding and they get a little bit of breathing room, right? They say, okay, now we can start to make some moves, change the pacing a little bit.
And Slash's play here really covers that kind of misplay by Halbei, and that's what you need from your teammates to make up for your mistake. So really nicely done by Slash. Good hold over on the A side. Quick shower push for Lakia, gonna bypass that all-torp. Recon drone right up in front. Gonna see Halbei around the corner, trying to spray through here, but there's a lot of bullets coming his way. Allow coming towards you all, gonna pick Halbei off. Up on top of the truck is Allow with the knives out. They've got full control over you all, so this should be a pretty good opportunity for Newturn to get a plant, but they gotta watch for that flank from Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence is now making his way towards A short. Lakia should be ready for him, though. I mean, they leave someone behind, always ready for this lurk. Lakia's winning. He hears the gunshots.
Oh, Lakia, very nicely done. Lawrence there just missing an opportunity. The members of Newturn going into U-Haul. Here they come. Right click, whiffs. Oh no, Slash picks up another one. There's 2 there. Suggest gets him, but Cobra's there to pick up Suggest. So now it is a 2v1. Cobra very low on health, and Perry gets him in the end with the Vandal, and that's going to be the 6th round for Newturn.
That could have been some chaotic disaster over there in U-Haul, but Newturn, again, continuing to say, all right, we're going to keep changing the pace. You won one round, that doesn't matter. We still hold, we're still in that driver's seat, and they change it up. They rush towards A, right? You get the Owl Drone, and once you see that Killjoy pushed up that far, you're like, okay, well, we can probably strike the site now. You can cover that U-Haul with the breach, the jet goes over on the truck, and that's a site open.
Yeah, I love it. I love the change of pace for sure. You know, we're seeing good stuff from Go Prince. I liked that they prioritized the U-Haul there and stacked it, but there's just too many members of Newturn left. It's just really hard when you're kind of at that disadvantaged situation so early on. And Lawrence has a good flank, but Lakia is ready for it. So the setups, the execution, very strong for Newturn here on Bind, as you would expect.
Yeah, and now you've got Go Prince playing kind of scared further back on the site. I don't know if Newturn's going to go A, though. They're positioned for it. Okay, Jet does go in. They should be set up for it now because Allow was pretty clear.
Ooh, that Nanoswarm gets a little bit of damage. He has to smoke off U-Haul. They're going to double push it just in case someone's in there. Nobody to be found since, as you mentioned, you know, Go Prince playing pretty far back. Now they've got a good opportunity here on the retake. You have the lockdown, you have the showstopper. What can Go Prince do on this, you know, retake? Halbe pushing towards the U-Haul. Allow is waiting around the corner. There is that lockdown. The boom bot's going to let them know that somebody's in here. Alow's going to have to push forward. Hunter's Fury there as well. It's actually Suggest who kills Allow. Whoops. Halbe is going to get Suggest as well. There's the rocket coming out. It doesn't find any connection. Out in the smoke, the Blaze Wall is up to try to protect here. Rolling Thunder knocks him off, and there's a triple for Perry to finish the round. That should be it. I don't think Slash has enough time. Lakia is going to clean him up, and that is going to be another win for Newturn, 7-1.
I mean, Newturn just throwing everything. It's like you can think of just every disaster happening on a site, and it just all gets thrown at Go Prince. They didn't have a chance to defuse that spike. But what's going to be interesting now is, does Newturn now go back to B? Because they left B open last time. It allowed Lawrence to kind of get frisky on B long all on his own. So now they send Suggest back to Hookah. Now they go default once again. Go Prince. If Lawrence pushes out here aggressive with the Sheriff just trying to make a play, this is going to be a huge mistake.
Well, let's see. Suggest going to lead the way with the Boombot. There's a counter Boombot there. Suggest Boombot has to be shot down. Halbe trying to double peek with
Lakia's
Slash.
ready for it.
Yeah, Lakia is not fooled at all. But you never know. It is a Sheriff here for Lawrence, waiting for this dark cover to go down. And Lakia, he's not too fooled. He knows. I think he's seen this before.
Yeah, no, Lakia's ready for it. Oh, and Lawrence, he got nowhere to go after the dark cover was gone. He waited a bit too long, just hoping for a cheeky play. Of course, Go Prince, I mean, they're on those Sheriffs and the Frenzies. They're on that eco, so you expect them to lose, but when you're taking risks like that and the enemy reads you perfectly, it doesn't feel great.
No, this is starting to kind of get out of control, and the economics are just getting horrible. Nice shot by Suggest with the Vandal here. Solo going to let the aftershock come in. Not quite deep enough to find anybody in that corner. Halbe still waiting. Allow pushing forward. Jojo there. Ooh, Jojo gets the headshot through the wall. And that's going to be a nice little pickup on Allow. At least you can maybe get a gun.
Yeah, he's looking for it. He's a little scared, though. He doesn't want to peek out too far, and that has given time for Solo to now wrap around to be long. They've made some noise over on Hookah, so Jojo has to cover his back. Suggest makes it all the way through. Will he find the target in time?
No, Solo is there. Good work by Solo to push through. Lakia hitting another headshot there through the wall, and there's a third for Lakia. Really nice.
I mean, the fact that they can now trust Lakia to stay back and have the Omen continue to open sights up for them with those dark covers is huge. Now that they can have Lakia with that aim, with that upgraded aim, he can continue to get information and in some ways fake things out a bit better, right, on a site. You send that recon dart in, you send the Owl Drone in, and the enemy has to start thinking, okay, we got to stay here because they're fishing for information. This gives a lot of options. Newturn now stacking B. They want to go for this. They had to play default last time against the eco, and they say, all right, Go Prince. If they push out, it's usually always Lawrence just on his own. goes for that ultimate orb, and now he has to back out. He has to be scared.
Yeah, Lawrence does have run it back. This is another, I think, good opportunity, but he's just going to step around the corner and get a Lau with a headshot. Coming through, finds 2, finds 3 with the help of JoJo there. Now Suggest pushing through Hookah, trying to come up over the top, going to let the paint shells go, but he gets taken down before he can even do it, and it is just a massacre for Prince.
I almost think that recon dart was a bit early from Lakia. I think it actually gave away too much information. I know in theory what they wanted to do was make sure they secure entry for Allow to dash forward, but it actually gave the signal that Lawrence was going to back out. Otherwise, he would have peeked for that ultimate orb, and they could have gotten a free pick. Also, I just want to say, Paper Thin, Lawrence getting those kills and winning that round is really reinforcing the idea that he's okay to sit on that run it back, and it's not okay. All right? I just want everyone to know this is not okay. He needs to run it back ASAP.
Like, I know he played great there and hit some great shots, but yeah, there seems like maybe a little more value he could find out of it. And you never know. I mean, it's the butterfly effect. If he runs it back, who knows what happens. But regardless, you know, I agree with you. There isn't a lot of value to be found in just sitting on it for so long. Yeah. Maybe on this one with the retake, if it happens, let's see if New Turn really fully commits to an A push here. Allow has dived up towards the truck, but the Nano Swarms are there, chunking him down big time. Barely comes out with a sliver of health. 1 hit point, literally. Suggest spraying through. Oh my goodness. 3 down on the New Turn, quick as you like. Perry there sees the alarm bot, takes it down, trying to get Halbe, is able to do it, but Lawrence picks up a 3rd, and it is all up to Perry.
That was a good run it back. That was excellent, right? They wait to hear that the site is being open, and then he just runs it back, and he gets those kills. That was perfect value, and now it's Perry all on his lonesome. This round was also a bit weird from New Turn. It's very odd for them to do such an obvious kind of bounce back and forth between the sites 2 rounds in a row. So Go Prince quite well prepared. Perry just looking to save and maybe get some kills as people come to hunt for him. Oh, actually, is he gonna? No,
Perry's probably thinking economic damage.
Right?
Like,
okay, yeah, he's just looking for kills, right? He doesn't have time to go all the way back through here. He was running very quickly. I was like, wait, he doesn't think he has a chance, right? 1v4. Oh man, he might actually get 2 for free. Oh my gosh.
Oh no. Well, Perry, is he gonna find 4 there? Oh my god, he does. Is he gonna get the ace? He gets it! Oh my god! Perry with the ace! Unreal!
The win still goes to Go Prince. He was literally 0.04 seconds away from actually clutching that round in such a miraculous way. But he does take away everyone's rifle.
Right. Look.
What the heck?
New Turn will take that. Like, they'll take that. It's fine.
Oh, they'll take
They're
that.
already way up. You're exactly right.
I mean, that was their goal. In fact, their goal was probably 2 kills, the first 2 kills. And then Perry's thinking like, oh, if they're all watching over there for free, like, I might have. And as soon as he gets this kill, you see what he's thinking. He's like, oh, I can actually clutch this. And he rushes over to the crates. He still gets the ace. I mean, that's insane. That is unfortunate for Go Prince. Everyone has to rebuy, and now this is a crucial round for them.
Absolutely. This is kind of getting to be pretty weird because you lose that potential, advantage of the loser streak here. So if things go sideways again, we'll see. Solo trying to push forward into Hookah, following up with the aftershock there, not really catching anything as Go Prince is in retreat. Lawrence still watching Long B here. Lakia has a Hunter's Fury. They're going to drop the spike, and it looks like they're going to maybe let the Owl Drone go and see how closely Allow wants to follow. Ooh, Paranoia though.
Okay, but that's all the information that New Turn needed though, because Go Prince stacked the Omen over here as well, and then they used the Hunter's Fury to do some damage. Now New Turn knows, okay, so they stacked B, with the Omen's now over here as well on top of the Phoenix. If they're still choosing to strike, it's with that information. They are going to secure that ultimate orb. Only one, Solo actually now just gets his Rolling Thunder. And now with this much time bought, B's kind of looking empty.
Yeah, there you go. Cobra's going to get hit by the Rolling Thunder. Look at where Suggest is, though, as well. He's trying to catch him out. He's going to see Halbe in the corner. JoJo is able to trade it pretty quickly. Perry gets one, taken down by Slash. Slash gone. Lakia going to pick that one up. Allow now pushing forward to watch through mid. Spike is going to be planted.
And what's crazy is often Solo carries the spike. So Go Prince couldn't full commit to this rotate too early despite all this chaos happening. Now Lawrence all alone in a 1v3. Can he make a miracle happen? Solo's right behind him. Solo
wants the knife.
Oh.
Okay.
well,
Lakia
killed Allow. So Solo's like, oh, actually, we got to end this round. He's
we
laughing
need
a little bit. He's like, okay, that was my bad, guys. Well, that does wrap up the half, though. I mean, if you got the knife kill, it would have been with great celebration. But Newturn, again, they do these kinds of fakes very well using that teleporter. Sometimes they'll send people on purpose through the teleporter to fake out. This time it was with the spike, but then the Rolling Thunder on B. But the timing is, as the Rolling Thunder goes down, you assume the opponents are making calls, so you immediately strike A. You don't give them a chance to kind of regroup and say, actually, no one entered after the Rolling Thunder. You just go at the same time, and now they got to cover all the maps.
Right. I mean, Newturn is so good at selling these fakes. Solo is such a genius. Really, really fun to watch him set these up. I mean, with that one with the Rolling Thunder, like you're talking about, earlier on, the play into Hookah to pick off the Omen Cobra, just a really nicely done all around. And what do you expect? It's Newturn on Vine, man.
Yeah, 9-3 lead. And Lennis mentioned that was on their attack. I mean, Newturn's attack on Bind is vicious. Now they will be defending. Of course, if they win this pistol round, they're going to run it all the way home.
Look at Perry's stat line. 20-3?
What?
He's only died 3 times?
My gosh.
That's insane.
Put Allow on Omen and give Lockie
What
a
is the
jet, and Perry can play whatever he wants.
The combat score is insane.
It's really funny because Allow's really good, but oftentimes, because of the way they kind of split Allow and Suggest on these duelists, and they don't always go in at the same time, Allow is often used kind of for bait, so you got to feel for him a little bit, because he's a really great player, but sometimes the stats are against him.
Yeah, right. I'm ready to just send in my MVP vote. I don't think it's going to be too hotly contested, but I mean, this just goes to show you how deep Newturn is as well,
Yes.
right?
I mean, again, anyone can be at the top of that board at any given point. Anyone can clutch if they need to. And on top of that, you've got Solo now. Solo's starting to call a lot more like Valorant than older tactical FPSs, right? We're starting to see that evolution from Solo as an IGL, and I love it. He's really utilizing these abilities to send and get information, right? Even if it's sending false information, he's not afraid to make that call. And now Go Prince on attack. They really need to get this pistol round win to start any sort of momentum.
Absolutely. Yeah, a huge pistol round now as they start to push forward in towards B. Recon Dart to lead the way. Lawrence going to throw a hot hands in the corner in case anybody's waiting. You do have Lakia over on to Elbow waiting this through. He's going to get a great spot, and he sees Cobra. Takes him down nice and easy with the Ghost. Going to back up, continue to watch that angle as the spike gets planted.
Yeah, but that's job well done from Lakia. That's all he needed to do for the time being. We have 2 members coming in through that mid teleport. They'll take control of Hookah, and now Newturn looking for that retake.
All right, Dark Cover coming out. Paint shells out in front. Nobody home for that, really. JoJo's going to get Suggest. Lawrence gets one. Lakia follows up with another. Solo, given enough time there to try to finish it. Whoop, Nano Swarm on the site. That's going to slow them up for just a second. They have to hold this, or else they're not going to be able to get it. Perry, with the help of that Paranoia, going to take it down. There is still one member. Slash, not going to get there in time, I don't think. Indeed, Newturn going to take their 10th round.
Yeah, Lakia gets a 3rd right at the end with 1 HP left. I mean, Go Prince, they kind of played close to Spike on purpose. They didn't have that much time either, with Lakia still being alive in Elbow, but that gives them a bit of an advantage on the early part of the post plant, but Newturn plays it calmly. Solo pushes through, takes out Lawrence, and at that point, it's Newturn's playground. So Newturn now up 10-3. And Go Prince, I mean, your chances are looking very slim.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't be too surprised to see some kind of force buy potentially from Go Prince. Nope, just going to be sheriffs here, so nothing too crazy. Maybe sometimes you see people go for like Stingers or Marshals or something, but not feeling too comfortable with that as they just wait it out. They've got to be super careful. I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on them right now.
Yeah, but they've also chosen to really not commit to any utility, right? Because they need to make sure they can buy for that 3rd round of the half, and it's not looking good. I mean, you invested in the Sheriffs just to try to do some damage, but it looks like it might be 0.
Now, Lakia just pops around the corner, leads the way with the Shock Dart through the teleporter just in case. Solo is very ready for Lawrence. Lawrence, let's see if he can outdo. Oh, no, I take it back. Solo looks at the wrong second. Lawrence does shoot, reveals his position, throws a hot hands, but it's not going to be enough. Solo's going to take him down a lot. Gets the last one, and there's another flawless for Newturn.
Yeah, I mean, this might as well be over paper thin. I don't like to call maps too early, but this one is looking pretty one-sided. And New Turn is... I think they might be the best on Bind in Korea by far.
I think so.
I think there's no competition currently. I think so many teams have Bind's kind of become that new map to ignore, and as people try to learn Icebox, and now it's being shoved away. And Neutron's is if you don't ban it, we're picking it. And they are looking absolutely dominating here.
Well, it's funny because some of the other top teams hate Bind.
Yes.
A lot of them just ban it. Like Vision Strikers, almost every time they're banning Bind. They can't stand this map.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of teams, again, I think just the fact that there's no clear mid and there's, and then the teleporters, it's just something so different compared to, other traditional tactical FPSs. As we look at Go Prince going for a play here into Hookah, but not with the spike. They just want to get control.
Nice little shot there by Lawrence. Doesn't take too much damage. There's a dark cover at the window now. I'm going to back him up. Just take some shots out just in case somebody's trying to follow up. Allow coming around the corner, though. JoJo ready for it. So he's going to take him down. Takes quite a bit of damage in return over here. Going to set up. Getting ready to potentially push through. Throwing some of those dark covers out to get ready to try to see if they can get a spike down onto A.
Yeah, really good reaction from Go Prince to play a bit back on A. As they pick off Sola and Bats as well. Because they realize after they've pushed into Hookah, is Newturn going to try to get advantage on the other side of the map. Newturn loves taking territory. So now if you can win that duel, which you did, you push into A for free, it's planted, it's now a 5v2 advantage for you, and quite frankly for Newturn, they might just save, maybe do a little bit of damage, but make sure they can secure the next round.
I mean, you're ahead. There's no reason to kind of give any more opportunity to Go Prince to come back. It's just, like Artosis always says, if you're ahead, get more ahead. There's just no reason to throw these guns away. It's early in the half, so might as well save it.
Yeah, I think you save, right? Any sort of extra creds going the way of Go Prince unnecessarily is not something you want. Just make sure you're covering each other as you tuck away here an elbow on B. And Go Prince, that round was played very well. It was played specifically against how Newturn often likes to play off of the information they have, but they have to keep this up. Go needs to take control of the momentum. They're still kind of reacting to what Newturn does, and that means as soon as Newturn switches it up, they're at the mercy of that pace.
Yeah, I mean, especially on attacker's side against Newturn, going to be extremely challenging. Lawrence with a nice little shot there, suggests never able to get it locked down. JoJo holding the angle quite nicely as well. So 11-4 for Newturn, just 2 more wins, and they're going to secure not just the map victory, but also their spot in the semifinals. JoJo trying to push forward into Showers with the Boombot. A recon dart out ahead. It's going to get the lock on to Suggest, so that's going to back him up.
Yeah, and really good recon dart through the teleporter, to get behind enemy lines at Bats. That secures the information they want, right? They heard the noise. They're happy to give up that ultimate orb for the time being. They just need to know that there are people in Bats. Now you're seeing abilities come through a short Newturn, being fairly ready for it.
Yeah, Suggest is just going to actually move ahead of that. What a maneuver by Suggest to avoid the recon drone. Steps in and picks off JoJo. Shoot down that recon dart quickly. The Boombot even getting somebody. Lakia's Hunter Fury finds Cobra. Things falling apart for Prince. Allow is going to get Lawrence. It is all over. I mean, Newturn here just taking it to him.
I mean, Go Prince, I think what they assumed was Newturn will often happily back off of a site if they have all the information. They'll play for the retake, and this time they didn't. Suggest and Perry both staying on site to take care of anyone that runs too deep, trying to make sure they clear out every nook and cranny, and that pays off for Newturn. I mean, walking right around that owl drone as well. Just the movement and the game sense here on what Go Prince is thinking as you see all those utility being used to open up the site.
It's just so incredible to watch Newturn react just so effectively, so quickly to those situations that they are in. Lawrence throws the hot hands up into Hookah around the corner, but it doesn't get flashed in time. And Lawrence just a hair too early on that step out. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Slash. Does find Lakia, though. So 1 for 1 so far in the round. Tournament lives on the line. for Go Prince. Allow continues to push forward. Dark cover there. Cobra gonna nestle himself into the corner. Ooh, Solo not able to do anything with that judge. Isn't able to pull the trigger before JoJo headshots him. Now Recon Dart comes out. Allow gonna be spotted. Cobra takes him down. So now just 2 left for New Turn. Cobra teleporting himself out of the way, just suggesting parry to try to hang on and get the win.
Yeah, once again, the duo left alive. Just going to back off in case there's a rotate to A, because Go Prince, they're actually kind of mind gaming themselves here, because I think they're imagining that New Turn all must have rotated to B after they saw the full stack here on B. So they're going to wait. At this point, you got to just walk in.
Well, Perry's already got 1 ace. Why not another? Why not second aces?
Yeah, here we go. Why not second aces? Oh, man. Well, Go Prince will finally strike on. They do use their utility one last time to make sure the site is clear. It pays off for them, right? Because New Turn tried to overread that. They were camped out in A. JoJo is going to shut down Suggest, and now it's just Perry alone once again.
Yeah, this is, well, I mean, he fooled me once. I don't know if this is going to happen. We'll see. Perry going to use the dark cover to cover that side. And watch into Hookah. Going to spray through in case anybody's waiting around the tube. Nobody there. And at this point, I think this is wise. No reason to throw anything away. Still, you never know what can happen, and I think, you know, discretion the better part of valor here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the worst when you're not exactly even all losing together, but your creds are all over the place, right? So just saving that weapon, that makes sure that you can buy for your teammates when you need to. You only need 1 more round, right? Even if you have to give up momentum for the next 2 rounds, you could always make sure you're reset up. But right now, they should still be fine for this upcoming round for a New Turn as they try to secure the map and the match.
Well, here we go. Explorer, ooh, the breeze sign there. We don't have that available yet, folks, but that will be available at Iceland. So get ready. That map wide open. Quite
have you
interesting.
played it a couple times?
A little bit. I've just had the ability to run around in it mostly. I haven't had a chance to like have an actual proper match on it just yet.
Matches are a mess right now. Don't worry about it. You're not missing much.
I'm sure it's the Wild Wild West, as it is anytime map comes out. People trying to figure out the angles, and especially in Valorant with the way that abilities work and you know, the ability to kind of put stuff all over the place really makes things very interesting as people kind of use the scientific method to try to identify, you know, how the best ways to attack the map are.
Yeah, so New Turn now as they look to secure the map. They've pushed up and taken control of A short, right? They're looking for any, you know, peaks as each team tries to fish for information. But Cobra is wise. He's also hanging back, waiting for any sort of aggressive push. No noise made yet. He thinks they're going to get antsy, and they are.
Wow. All right, this cross is not going to be good. And JoJo, quick and easy with the double headshot. Really well done. Looking pretty decent now for Prince. They could get a 6th here, at least continue their march towards something, maybe in overtime if the stars align. We'll see. Spike should be able to be put down here relatively soon. They're just kind of waiting to make sure no one from New Turn is hanging around, and nope, they're all over in B right now.
Yeah, a really good play from Go Prince. I mean, they read New Turn completely. They know that New Turn now and then likes to push up that A short as a duo with the breach, right? They kind of get aggressive with that flashpoint. They've made that happen before. They cut off any sort of lurk, you know, or any sort of fake. But this time, Go Prince ready with their own crossfire. And everyone on New Turn, once again, looks like they're just going to save. I mean, they've got 3 rifles. No point in challenging a 3v5.
It's good anti-stratting by Go Prince there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really understanding their opponents well in that situation. A big mountain to climb, and there's a dark cover just to... I think, again, New Turn doesn't really care. They'd rather save the guns, you know, hold angles and just try to wait this out. Yep, there you go. Suggest finds Lawrence, trying to take him down. He's going to find another with the Phantom. Oof, stop.
I mean, Go Prince really wants to do damage to New Turn. I get it, but after Lawrence falls, I think you back off. JoJo losing his own rifle was a bit too much. But they do secure that win. So now 6 rounds to go for Go Prince as they try to make yet another overtime in this match.
It's all or nothing. Really nice adjustment there by JoJo to get that transfer. It wasn't much of one, but it was still a good drag to find the second headshot. Slash is going to be grabbing an operator. So really, all or nothing is the call here for them. Allow trying to come out, and he's going to get slashed.
Oh, no.
The operator is down early. Could be recovered if they want it, as the members of New Turn have backed off.
Slash was waiting for that too. I mean, the angle he was holding, but Allow was just a little too quick. Again, this is also something that New Turn does. Once that Blade Storm is up, once they want to secure something, they push short, and then they push bats the next time with that Blade Storm. Unfortunately, Slash not quick enough on the trigger, and now they have to play one man down, 4 versus 5, as Lawrence looks to make a play on B.
Well, Solo waiting on top of the tube for the push. There is the run it back, and you're going to get the fault line to come through. Rolling Thunder as well, but Lawrence is well ahead of it. I don't think Solo has any idea, but Lakia's waiting, and Hookah picks up 2 onto Halbei and JoJo. And now he's going to wrap around towards the mid area. Cobra teleporting through. He has the spike, and it is a 2v3. He's going to try to get there quick. Allow waiting. He corner checks. Doesn't force any knives out.
Yep, and Lakia not quick enough just yet. He wants to hide his footsteps, so Lawrence makes it through U-Haul. He picks off Allow. Now it is a 2v2.
Lawrence doing a fantastic job being sneaky. Cobra picks off Perry. It is all onto Lakia now. He gets the recon dart out there. Not really getting too much info with it here. There he gets Cobra. Looking for the last one. Lawrence up in heaven. Taps the spike, is ready for it. Doesn't come through. There goes the curveball. Lakia pretty weak. Throws a shock dart up there. Gets a bunch of damage. Gonna throw the recon drone up there. See if he can get the... He does get it. Is he gonna be able to bounce it in there? But it's a heal from Lawrence. Keeps him alive.
Oh my
Lakia waiting the corner check. Lawrence doing a fantastic job by time. Corner checks again. There's no way Lakia has enough time. Well done by Lawrence.
That was some crazy utility chess right there between these two players. I mean, Aldrone to secure his position, then going for the second shock dart, but then the heal comes in from Phoenix. I mean, well played from Lawrence. He knew he just had to play for time. He wasn't getting greedy. He knew he could heal through. A very, very good use of his utility. And now it's starting to get a little worrisome for New Turn.
Yeah, man. Lawrence is over here playing chess. Well,
yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I was just playing checkers, just going for kills. Lawrence is like, you don't need kills.
Yeah, you just need to buy time. Duh. There's a countdown on that thing, guys. Didn't you know? Well, Short is got a lot of pressure from Prince on this one. Slash gonna send a recon dart over towards B. There goes the paranoia. Doesn't really slow anything up. Lawrence is taking a bit of damage along the way, though. Curveball's not doing too much. JoJo as the showstopper. There's a dash out by Allow. He's trying to get the heck out of dodge, get up into heaven with that operator. Lakia finds one, but Allow is gone. Operator down. Hunter's Fury going towards the spike site. Doesn't really find much. Lockdown is coming in for Halbei. Lakia does end up finding Lawrence with that Hunter's Fury. Suggests out with the paint shells in the corner. Cobra picks up 2. Perry finally taking him down. Halbei waits for that lockdown to go, and there was one member detained with the lockdown, so let's see if Solo can do anything here. Gonna tap the spike. Halbei on the other side of the box, and he's not ready for it at all. Throws the Nano Swarm down, gonna wait this out, and Perry, well, I don't think there's quite enough time. That one's ticking down. He's going to have to hold it, taps it, comes out, gets Halbei. There's just not enough time here. Going to finish off JoJo, but once again, Perry cleans it up, and just to not be able to get the win.
Yeah, 8-12. New Turn is, you can tell they're getting a little antsy, right? They're not playing with their timings. They're rushing their skills. The Hunter's Fury comes out before the lockdown, just trying to pick off kills. That's a big mistake. I mean, you only need one more round. There was no need to try to secure those early kills if you were going to wait for a retake, and that allows for the lockdown to come out. That buys enough time. Meanwhile, on the side of Go and Go Prince, they're starting to play so focused. I mean, using the From the Shadows to check on Allow and bats, and that forces him to move out. The showstopper called out, so he has to go all the way to heaven. Now they know his position, where the op is. Really good play from Go and Go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point you make there. That Hunter's Fury came out too early to do anything about the lockdown, and that was part of the problem here. So yeah, New Turn now starting to feel some pressure. I think that's 4 in a row, if I'm not mistaken, for Go and Go Prince. So things starting to look a little bit uneven for New Turn.
Yeah, and after some of that quick pacing, we see Go and Go Prince playing back a little bit once again, waiting for New Turn to perhaps make an unforced error. Lawrence looking to clear out Hookah once again. Now, no one's in it, so they'll take control of Hookah, but they're not going to be too ready to make a move out into B just yet. Got to get control of B long.
There's quite a bit of attention being placed here. Lawrence again, this time comes around the corner, doesn't get taken out. The push is on, but JoJo gonna get Lakia. Suggest takes the boom bot down. JoJo is pushing far in. Oh, there's two, there's three! Suggest takes down a couple before finally JoJo's able to get him. That judge carries a lot of weight with it in those close quarter situations. JoJo continues his march forward. Throws a blast pack out, gonna go for the spike plant. Just him and Haobei left. 3 up for Newturn. This could be it.
Yeah, they're playing very patiently. They don't know that Alau's already around the elbow.
Ooh, Haobei. Oh, no. Alau just isn't quite able to find the shot.
Time.
They're buying a ton of time, only 10 seconds left. That spike has to get planted really darn soon. Haobei picks up a big kill here. Perry not able to find him. Perry gets one through the wall. The timer begins to tick in a 1v1. Tournament lives on the line from the shadows. It's going to be used, not really catching him off guard. Haobei around the corner. Gonna throw some utility through, gonna teleport, fake the teleport onto the other side. Not really biting on anything is Haobei. The exchange is there. Haobei's gonna get the win.
Oh my gosh. Go Prince. They're really fighting for their lives here. 9 rounds now. Only 3 rounds to go before overtime. But the funniest thing is Go Prince looks stressed after their wins, and you still saw, like, Solo was kind of chuckling there at the end after they lost Clutch. They're like, it's okay, we still need one more round. So you can still tell kind of where that pressure lies, but Go Prince is playing so well. I mean, that round, they had all the right to win it. They got shut down with the judge right there from Suggest, but they're still able to open up the site. Again, they're playing for that hookah and that long strike at the same time. Really good play, and now once again, playing back a little bit, but with more focus on a short. Not a default all across the map. They just want to wait to see if Newturn, now getting more antsy to push out. Newturn knows better. They've made that mistake before. They're only 1 round away. They have Showstopper, and they're not that far away from the other ults. So they don't need to make any mistakes. They can go, 1 more round, maybe with a loss, but they can secure the last one.
Yeah, they still have 2 chances, basically, to buy rifles. So this one, and then probably another one. So they can be patient, absolutely, and now it's time to get a little bit serious for Newturn. I mean, I think I'm not saying they haven't been, but Go Prince is really giving them all that they can handle right now. Just shows you how tenacious this Prince squad is, how well prepared they came into this match. Fault line slowing them up through mid though, as the boom bot went ahead. Didn't really get much info.
Yeah, and really good call from Go Prince. They used all this utility and they got spotted by the boom bot, which gives information to Newturn that there's a lot of people on A. However, their own turret hadn't spotted anyone in hookah yet. Allow waiting though with the judge. Now this turns things quite a bit around. It shuts down any sort of momentum, as Go Prince had the right idea, but they weren't ready for the judge.
Yeah, the paranoia just missed him. There's a third with the judge. Solo gets JoJo. Cobra gets dinged up a little bit, and he is gonna go down. Newturn takes the match.
Oh, I feel for Go Prince. They made the right call at the end, but they just weren't ready for the judge. And in fact, he doesn't get caught out right away either, but it only takes that 1 shot when you're close range. So Allow with a good setup. He didn't peek out earlier, didn't get spotted by the turret, which probably gave a bit of comfort to Go Prince. Eventually, we have Newturn Gaming winning out that second map, which gives them the match win, and they take the victory 2-0.
Really, really nicely done by Newturn, but this was, I think, a lot more difficult for Newturn than maybe some people had thought coming into this. Definitely Go Prince came in very well prepared. I got to give a lot of credit to them and their coaching staff. They came in and they gave Newturn all they could handle. Icebox, you kind of expect that with just kind of the history of both of these teams on that, but on Bind, they almost came back from a huge deficit.
Yeah, well, I think this showed how you need to play against Newturn on Bind, right? It started to see where you needed to kind of nudge and poke a little bit to get some advantages. At the end of the day, Newturn was still stronger, but this has now given information to a lot of the other teams as well that if you want to play Bind, or you have to because it's a best of 5, here's something to look at. At the same time, props to Newturn for actually picking Icebox. I think now that gives them a bit of advantage in thinking where we need to brush up. It also sends the message that they're not too scared of Icebox anymore. So as we move forward in Korea, things are going to get a little interesting.
I do agree with you on this. I really like that Newturn isn't afraid of Icebox. At this point, it's kind of coming to the stages of things where you can't be afraid of any map. You have to just be able to go in it and compete with the best of them, especially when you get to those best of fives. That's where New Turn, you know, if you're just handing a map over to Vision Strikers every time or whoever it is, that's a problem.
Yeah, you can't go in with that kind of free loss or free win for the other team right in a best of five if you want to be the best in a region. So New Turn continue to show us that they want to improve, and Perry with an insane 4.7 KDA. He was not dying.
He was 20-3 at one point.
I can't believe that round where he was 1v4. He doesn't win it because of time, but he eventually gets all 4 players. I mean, this guy held the fort for New Turn.
Just doing a great job on the backside. You know, these omens on bind are so crucial to covering kind of sometimes the middle part of the map on these lurks, on the, you know, coming around the flanks, hitting the other teams, those kind of things. Jojo having a fantastic performance on the Rays, and we're going to go with Suggest as our MVP. Not too surprising with his performance on Icebox, doing a great job there. Yeah, Bind, he was a little quieter, but that doesn't matter. He was the hero for them on Icebox, as he usually is.
Yeah, this is one team actually where Suggest is probably almost always going to be MVP no matter what happens. Well, looks like we have Ending Life here to translate some thoughts from Suggest.
Hello guys, I'm Ending Life. I'll be translating the interview as always. As you guys just saw, the MVP will be New Turn's Suggest. Someone who has been interviewed quite a lot for being the interview, like Chober just mentioned. From New Turn, he's usually the guy, the go-to guy for that MVP interview. It was a pretty clean 2-0 victory for New Turn. Let's meet Suggest. Hello, Suggest. Seems like you got your hair got a little bit shorter. Looks nice. Thank you for the compliment. So now with the win today, you guys make it into the semis. How do you feel? I'm just thankful for my teammates who have just been performing phenomenal and just keeping up and doing what they're supposed to do. And on Icebox, you guys showed us a new agent composition with, you know, bringing out the Viper as well as the Sky. Is there a reason for your sudden change? So on Icebox, I think our old or previous agent composition is not as good and not as viable to the one that we use today. So, you know, we just practiced and it just felt better on Icebox. That's why we used it. So it was actually your first time playing Sky. It was your debut of Sky. How do you rate yourself? So out of 10, I rate my Sky 8.8.
Oddly specific.
Is there a reason why the 0.8 is there? And 8 is a little bit too low in my standards, but 9 might be too high. So I did the minus 0.2 to just keep it even. So today with, you showed us a lot of clutching moments, as you always do. But you know, on Icebox, the map, even though you did get the win, it was a little bit closer. However, on Bind, first half was great. Second half, you guys kind of slacked a little bit. What might have been the reason? I think we got complacent. You know, we thought we were going to get the easy win on Bind, and then, you know, Going Go Prince just hit us and just basically woke us up at the later half where, you know, when we noticed that it was way too close and we just got the victory. And your Bind win rate is 92% today with the win. Is there a specific reason why is it so high? Our in-game leader Solo is just an amazing in-game leader, an amazing strat caller. So we just trust his calls, and I think that's the biggest reason for our high win rate. Who do you want to meet in the semis? TNL or Vision Strikers? And I want to meet Vision Strikers. Okay, so if you want to meet Vision Strikers, you're assuming TNL is going to lose. Any words to TNL that will lose in your mind? So TNL, even if you lose and we meet Vision Strikers in the semis, we'll make sure to get that revenge for you guys in the semis, so don't worry. Any last words before you guys move on to the semis? As always, I'm very thankful to our fans and supporters, and we're going to practice hard to show you guys a match and series where you guys won't be disappointed. Thank you for the interview.
All right, thank you very much. Ending and Suggest. He spends a lot of time up on that.
Yeah, he does. He's gotta come up with new lines and new jokes every time. But I mean, he was pretty honest too, right? Just saying it's all solo when it comes to Bind, and I honestly think that's true. It is the skill level of his teammates that gives him that arsenal, but solo uses it very well.
Yeah, he understands Bind better than anyone else in Korea. Definitely, I think I'm pretty comfortable in saying that at this point as they get through and get another win on that map. And here are your MVP rankings so far. Secret, Texture, Bunny, Esperanza, now Suggest climbing up into there.
Well, pretty spread out, actually. Of course, I mean, just one match for each of these teams, but that's several maps still. So this is pretty interesting to see. It'll be cool to see how this pans out as we approach the finals throughout the weekend. But, Paperthin, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. This next match, Neutron Gaming now awaits in the semifinals between TNL Esports and Vision Strikers. Who will go up against Neutron?
Ooh, I am so ready for this. I mean, Vision Strikers has now started to show signs of weakness, and everybody and their grandma was trying to beat them. I mean, that was what everybody wanted to do, was to be the first team to do it. F4Q gets it done, but then they go out to Damwon Kia in the quarters yesterday. So now, TNL and Vision Strikers, can TNL finally find that magic, find that moment? Vision Strikers typically handles them pretty well, not just on stage, but off stage. Like I've talked to their coaches, they've said that they're not too scared of them because how do they and scrims. But guys, we have a break coming up. Next up is Vision Strikers versus TNL here at VCT Korea.
Don't know how I ended up, I ended up so lost. Sink to the deep end, hurt and defeated. Too little and too late. Cast shadows in my
The door. There's a nice head. Allow with the Spectre. Comes around the corner, gets one.
Nice stuff from the enemy team as Neutron is a bit frustrated to watch on A.
Oh my, he's got to be careful. That Hunter's Fury. There he has to pre-fire around this. Gets the U-Haul around the corner. Other, can he pick up the third? Pre-fire U-Haul. Here they come, right? Oh no, Slash picks up another one. There's two there. Rolling Thunder knocks him off. Forward JoJo there. Ooh, work by Solo to put a shot there.
Actually get 2 for 3. Oh my god.
There he is. He gonna find 4 there. Oh my god, he does. Is he gonna get the ace? Is though as well. He's trying to catch him out. He's gonna. Oh,
Solo wants the knife.
Okay. On to elbow, waiting this 3.
They've also chosen, right, because they need to make sure it's not looking good. I mean,
Best is just gonna actually.
they were camped out in A.
This cross is not gonna be. I don't think Solo has any other side of the box. Waiting on anything is Halbei. The exchange, the paranoia just missed him. There's
not anyone who could yet a deal for Go and Go Prince. They made the right call at the end.
Voices call inside your head. Remember all the words you said. Look inside and you will find the strength to carry through it. So I say never give up, never give in. I want you to do something right, do it to win. Indestructible, yeah, indestructible.
say you need a timeout, think you mean a buyout, cause it's pretty clear you're on your way out. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. And I quit my job for you, even quit some friends for you, cause you couldn't stand it, me all independent, so you had to have me for yourself. That was when I trusted you, when I could add up 2 and 2, when you promised we'd be together, you, me, forever. Now there's nothing left to lose. And though I understand it's hard sometimes to make up your mind in these trying times, yeah, I just can't accept you leaving me when I'm overseas with the heart so heavy. Think that I deserve the truth for once, not a guilty tone, cause you're not alone, yeah. You said you wanna come home, but I know you don't. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. Say it to my face. You're sorry. This time I think I get it. This love was overrated. No more infatuated. And I blame it on you. I blame it on you. Yeah. This time I hope you get it. In love you shouldn't fake it. No, I'm old enough to take it. So just say it to me. Say it to me. So this time I won't hear it on the phone. If you got something to say to me, then say it to my face. What it's all about, why you're bailing out. Think you owe me an apology. Just say it to my face. You're sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. You're so sorry. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul. On the road, I can't stay. No, I always gotta go. Playing house, this ain't a home with my soul. On the road, I can't sit still for a minute. I'm so dead set on indifference. Keep it Charlie, stay down with them Dickens. Let's get around like it's the 80s. Right round, let's keep spinning. Let's keep playing these games that we don't want to finish. And I'm sorry if that sounds a bit bitter, but I am to the core. You want the whole damn thing, then you ask him for more. You want that old jive swing, you take up all of the floor. I'm fine with standing at the edge of the door. You be the life of the party. I blend in with the core. You drink it all to Bacardi. Till the bottles no more. Let's take it back for this started. You
You want the love, I don't got it. Got my soul on the road. You screaming, stay. Baby, please don't go. Don't think it's in me to listen to foe. It's so different with distance we roam into zones where nothing get heard anymore. I just wish I was home when I stepped through front door, but instead I'm alone and completely unsure. And even though you're screaming out with the best of intentions, I don't get it. Why do you always gotta ask me?
Baby, I'm not running from the casualties, 'cause it matters but it's not bad for me, 'cause we're living in a masterpiece, yeah. Lately, when life is moving way too fast for me, that I've been taking off my mask to see that we're living in a masterpiece, yeah. We built houses on top of all the hills and mountains, but I'm not scared to fall from it. When I have your hand in mine, maybe we'll look back and see our dreams from far away, that we had all that we could need to be happy. If we could do this different, we would choose it all the same, 'cause we have all that we could need to be happy. We could need to be happy. Baby, when our world was falling painfully and there was nothing left to make believe, I stayed with you, you stayed with me, yeah. Changing all the ways I thought it had to be, 'cause I don't have to live so tactfully. We're living in a masterpiece, yeah. Oh, we built houses on top of all the hills and mountains, but I'm not scared to fall from it. When I have your hand in mine, maybe we'll look back and see our dreams from far away, that we had all that we could need to be happy. If we could do this different, we would choose it all the same, 'cause we have all that we could need to be happy. Maybe we'll look back and see our dreams from far away, that we had all that we could need to be happy. If we can do this different, we would choose it all the same, 'cause we have all that we could need to be happy. Such a short time being alive, all this hardship and convenience makes it so hard to meditate. I will listen now, I will listen now. And I know it's just a matter of time before we tumble across the borderline. We can't go forward and we can't rewind. I will listen now, I will listen now.
hour, any hour, cross a minnow, the you in a second. Better mind how you walk through, making it out and low down. Rabbit holes where it goes down. Do not interrupt the flow now.
재능 하나면 충분해.
Picture perfect, yeah, picture perfect colors of the images are inverted for a purpose. I say it loud and clear for you all when I know you heard it. You can only eat if you hunt and know you can kill. Mercy is never shown, and that's all I know was right now. Was you with me? Come through with me here. There's no lack of you in the city.
부르시지.
자치 완료.
새로운 발견이 넘치는 곳, 눈부신 아름다움을 지닌 자연 그대로의 경관. 셔터를 누를 때마다 작품이 탄생하죠. 역사를 체험하고 나만의 역사를 쓸 수 있는 곳. 이 모든 것을 브리즈 맵에서 경험하세요.
날 막는다고? 그게 될까? 내가 알려주는 패치노트 2.08 정신을 쏙 빼주지. 간다! 먼저 신규 맵 출시 소식. 이름부터 마음에 드는 브리즈가 출시됐군. 외딴 섬이 배경인 브리즈는 밝고 활기차며 다채로운 환경이 특징이야. 탁 트인 공간이 많아 원거리 교전이 벌어지기 쉽다니까. 다들 기대하라고. 다음은 시스템 소식. 신규 맵 브리즈만 플레이할 수 있는 일반전 모드가 생겼어. 2주 뒤에는 기존 일반전과 경쟁전에서도 브리즈를 플레이할 수 있지. 사용자 설정 토너먼트 모드에서는 코치 슬롯이 추가됐군. 다들 원하던 신고자 피드백 기능도 업데이트됐으니 비매너 유저들은 점점 줄어들 거야. 벌써 끝났나? 난 이제 시작인데. 더 자세한 소식은 홈페이지를 확인해봐.
Pay attention. Might learn something. Olo in the molly. I like this. It's going to be a faster push from Team Liquid, dashing out towards the site for one. Oh, he goes back into the molly. That's so good, man.
Vai quebrando aí!
Замечаем, что один игрок там есть.
Welcome to the Headshot, where we break down all the latest and greatest from the Valorant Champions Tour. First up, we've got some of the best plays from last week's Challengers event.
내려올 때 스모크샷 스택스. 찍고 들어오는데요, 스택스.
오늘 스택스 컨텐츠.
有一时间串烧第一支没问题，第二支没问题，第三支哇！
Fantom som släpper bakom.
Gerçekten takım halinde çok iyiler. Kusur yine tek mermi ve Deş yine tek mermi. Yine.
Ends up getting two at the same time. Could complete it with an ace. Spectre still out. Reload.
Chegando com os números aqui em cima. Vem a campeã, mas as costas chegou a Medalhocina. Já limpando os jogadores, meu amigo.
Let's take a look at the standings after last week's Challengers main events. It's a return to form for two giants in the EU scene, Fnatic and Team Liquid. They took the top 2 places at last week's Challengers main event, qualifying them both into the EMEA Challengers Finals. Fnatic's roster formerly played under the name Summon FC and had great results in 2020, finishing 2nd place in First Strike. 2021 has been a shaky year for them up until now, where they finally took the win over Team Liquid.
A Magnum swing, and he gets the ace!
BBL is back on top in Turkey. After a few weeks of rough results, they took the win at the Challengers Week 2 main event. BBL will advance into the EMEA Challengers Finals alongside other Turkish representatives, Footballist and Oxygen Esports. With BBL in Pool A and Footballist in B, we could see a Regional Masters Grand Finals rematch. Over in Brazil, we've locked in our first 4 teams for Challengers Finals. Gamelanders and Furia, who took wins at the Week 2 main event, as well as the runners-up Team Vikings and Shark Esports. These 4 teams will compete for a chance at Masters Reykjavik, alongside the 4 qualifiers from the Week 3 main event.
Vamos ver o Saci, tem que pressionar. O Niang já fez metade, bem avança, agora o jogador Saci levou o primeiro. Saci vai ser derrubado, Niang!
Vision Strikers' 102-game win streak has finally come to a close in Korea. They had their first ever loss as an organization in Challengers last week as F4Q knocked them into the Group A lower bracket.
Ganga, ganga, ganga!
Vision Strikers now must defeat I Need Girlfriend this week in order to qualify into their regional playoffs. Gambit Esports took the win in Challengers CIS Week 2 main event, securing their spot in the EMEA Challengers Finals. As CIS's most constant and dominant team, they'll definitely be ones to watch this event.
Все, ребят, здесь можно констатировать факт, что Valorant играют все, а побеждают Gambit.
Most of SEA played Challengers main events as well, with a couple more teams qualifying into SEA Challengers Finals. Bren Esports from the Philippines and Team NXL from Indonesia. CBT Gaming took the win in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Paper Rex did the same in Malaysia, Singapore. Both teams will advance into Challengers 3 to fight for a chance at the SEA Challengers Finals. For more results from other regions and open qualifiers, head on over to ValorantEsports.com. Let's head over to NA to see who will be our team to watch this week. At long last, fan favorites TSM have qualified into another Challengers main event. 2021 has been a difficult year for the TSM squad. They were once regarded as NA's best team, but they've struggled to live up to that title so far in the VCT. They've only qualified into one other Challengers main event, where they finished 6th place. After a disappointing Stage 1, TSM made the ambitious move of signing Brax as their 6th player. TSM played with Brax in Stage 2 Week 1 and then swapped back to Hayes for Week 2. But in the end, it was the off-god Wardell who stepped it up with an amazing performance for the Week 2 Open qualifier.
Highlight reel at the end of this game is going to be just Wardell, and then more Wardell.
He put up a whopping 28 kills against GNG on Ascent, landing himself a peak average combat score of 381 on that one map alone.
They're peeking up, it's too easy for him.
TSM made a bold bet on a 6-man roster with hopes of being the most versatile team at Masters Reykjavik, the VCT's first international LAN event.
Stopping him, it's the Wardell show.
Will this move pay off for them? Can they defeat powerhouse teams like Sentinels and Immortals to earn their spot at Masters? Tune in this weekend to find out.
TSM look to close it out on the retake. The paranoia goes through all 5 members. Sabrosa cuts down 2 inside Garage. Wardell to find another, and this could be it. As Kusta hops up, Sabrosa finds a 3K on the round. Make it for the Hunter's Fury as the cherry on top. And TSM closes out 2-0 fashion.
Before we wrap things up, we've got a special announcement for you.
Let's have some fun.
Masters Reykjavik will also debut Valorant's newest map, Breeze, in competitive play. With 6 maps in rotation, we'll be introducing a new map veto and selection process that will take place ahead of each match.
I'm impressed.
Be sure to tune in on May 24th to watch all the best pro teams from around the world competing on Breeze for the first time ever. The competition in Iceland is going to blow you away. Which team do you think will dominate Breeze when it drops? Let us know in the comments, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss out on any of the action. Thanks for watching The Headshot. For upcoming matches and schedules, check out ValorantEsports.com. We'll see you next week for more updates on all things Valorant Champions Tour.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 무결점 플레이.
내 동료를 죽이게 두진 않겠어.
30초 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 아군이 한 명 남았습니다. 스파이크가 B 지점에 떨어졌습니다. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 10초 남았습니다.
네. 안녕하세요. 아, 네.
잡혔어요. 이거를 반해체 이후에 라키아가 가다이크 잡아내고 사냥꾼의 본다. 잡아냅니다. 클런치.
디스 이즈 소바. 와, 이게 라켓입니다.
카메라. 네. 안녕하세요. 오늘 아침에 일찍 일어나서 머리도 자르고 오고. 일단 마우스를 조이기어 EC2를 사용하고요. 다른 마우스도 써봤는데 이게 제일 안정적이고 잘 맞는 것 같아서 저한테는. 아, 헤어밴드예요. 네. 이게 왜 궁금하신지 모르겠는데. 에? 안 돼요. 얼루 형이 제 거 맨날 저녁에 훔쳐놨어요. 약이요? 아, 저 약은 그 손목 아파가지고 병원 가가지고 치료받고 약 받아온 거예요. 관리 잘하세요, 여러분. 약간 FPS 하는 사람들이면 국룰 자세예요. 게임할 때 기울이면 딱 이렇게 양손이 올라가요, 책상 위에. 그런데 이거를 일자로 놓고 한다라고 하면 약간 좀 이렇게 되는 게 저는 별로. 특히 이 마우스를 이렇게 잡는 이거가 제일 안 좋은 것 같아요, 제 생각에. 근데 저는 뭐 올바른 자세인 것 같은데 손목이 안 좋기 때문에 노코멘트 하겠습니다. 모든 게 장점이라 생각해요, 소바는. 좋은 게 너무 많아서. 그 화살이랑 드론 하나로 게임 판도가 뒤바뀌는 게 엄청 많거든요. 화살 각 하나하나 일일이 다 알아야 되고, 그리고 좋은 화살도 연구해야 되고, 소바가 빠지는 거는 말이 안 된다라는 생각이에요. 첫 번째 팁은 스파이크를 박은 상황 이후에 스파이크 해체하는 적을 충격 화살을 이용해서 죽일 수 있는. 일반적으로 쿼드에 설치 많이 하는데 이렇게 스파이크를 박은 상황에서 상대가 풀려 할 때 충격 화살을 이거를 이렇게 맞추고요. 이 벽이랑 앉아서 이 꼭지점 부분이랑 이 부분이랑 이렇게 일자로 맞춰서 한 칸으로 까고 일어서서 이렇게 그냥 까시면은 거의 동시에 터져요.
설치 완료. 충격 화살. 충격 화살이다.
모든 맵마다 충격 화살 포인트는 다 있어요. 다 연습을 해야 되는 게 소바의 임무가 아닌가 싶습니다. 두 번째 팁은 리컨 플레이인데요. 상대방이 연막탄을 깔았을 경우에 정찰용 화살을 통해서 상대방을 잡아내는 그런 정찰 화살 사용 팁을 알려드리려고 합니다. 오멘 연막이 들어오는데 지금 이런 상황에서 연막이 쳐졌을 때 상대가 진입하려 할 때 소리를 듣고 딱 이렇게 화살을 깐 다음에 상대가 찍힐 때 이런 식으로 잡아내주는 게 포인트입니다.
역시 확보. 적을 발견했다.
1명 남았습니다.
사이트에 진입할 때 이제 정찰 화살이 날라오면은 이제 자기 에임을 돌려서 그 화살을 깨야 되기 때문에 그때 이제 시선도 분산되고 해서 까다롭습니다.
이 리컨 플레이 할 때 주의사항은 이렇게 화살을 까고 적을 쏠려 할 때 이런 식으로 연막샷에 죽을 수 있는 거, 이게 제일 큰 주의사항이 아닌가 싶네요. 세 번째 팁은 이 올빼미 드론의 표식용 다트를 2번 이상 활용하는 겁니다. 상대 위치를 생각하면서 상대 이렇게 한 번 찍어준 다음에 피킹을 못할 때 다시 날려서 이런 식으로 한 번 더 찍어주면은 그때 팀원이 날아가서 이렇게 상대 위치를 보고 잡을 수 있는 이런 좋은 상황이 연출됩니다.
가볼까? 표시 완료.
제 생각에는 드론을 날릴 때 상대가 숨어있을 만한 위치를 확실하게 봐주는 것과 미스를 내면은 우리 팀원이 죽는다라는 마인드로 까야 되고요. 그리고 그 외에 충격화살 같은 거는 개인의 노력 결과가 아닌가라고 생각합니다.
설치 완료. 충격 화살. 충격 화살이다. 역시 확보. 적을 발견했다.
1명 남았습니다.
가볼까? 표시 완료.
근철이 형 이후로 2번째로 출연하게 돼서 기쁘고요. 그리고 제 소바 꿀팁 많은 거 방출했으니까 잘 이용해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
줌바 선수의 아스트라의 꿀팁을 한번 보고 싶네요.
이거 타이밍 완벽해요. 그렇죠. 완벽해요. 이해도.
아스트라 사용하는 이해도나 어디에 깔면 좋은지나 그런 거 전부 다가 궁금한 것 같아요, 저는. 여러분들도 레디언트가 될 수 있습니다. 똑똑히 봐라.
가자 얘들아, 진짜 우리가 이기는 거야. 우리가 이긴다. 가보자. 흥분만 하지 말자 얘들아. 쏘던 대로 봐 쏴.
자, F4K 공격이고요. 한 점 집중 빠르게 갈 수 있습니다.
그래서 비전이 강수를 두는 게 나갈 생각이거든.
에롱 스카이였어. 쇼. 땅. 가자. 그냥 총으로 가. 오른쪽.
아프다.
CT 하나. 쇼다다. 개피다.
바비 아깝다. 이거 내가 줬어야 되는데. 너무 아깝다.
큐를 잘못 썼다. 야 이번 에이스 똑같이 봐. 전라랑 똑같이 보면 돼 이거.
이거 아니야. 이거 내가 오른쪽 하긴 했는데. 시간 가는 줄 모르겠습니다. 13대 13. 다시 한번 연장전.
붙어줄 수 있나? 이거 나도 A 갈게. 붙어봐. 사이트 채워주면 지금 좋은. 나이스. 우천이 옆에. 확인. 야 돌 더. 이거 혼자. 스모그로 시간 벌어놨다. 나이스 조르천. 좋아. 하나 더 윈도. 나이스. 조심해. 같이 하자. 붙여놨어. 나왔다.
이거 먹는다 이러면?
비.
다 맞다. 근데 시간 계산 잘해야 돼. 시간 계산 돌리고 빨리 뛰어야 돼요. 뒤에는 돼요. 무조건 돼요. 와 이거 진짜 킹하면 1대3 클러치.
김대중과
잠깐만. 이거 빠르게 좀 괜찮긴 한데 얘네 백업 진짜 빠르다. 그러니까 아니야 이거 우리 디폴트 하다 A 가면 이길 것 같아 얘들아. 자 얘들아 가라지 3개 먹은 적 있냐? 없어. 가라지 3개 먹어봐봐.
자 이거 메인 더블 항상 하던 거.
자 인도한테 하나 빠졌고.
여기
달라 이번에
에롱 하나
나온다.
먹었어.
이거 미드 나온 거 조심. 미드 나온 거 빠른 거 조심. 미드.
여기도 있을 거야 아마.
세야지 이거 같이 들어.
자 쇼스로 정찰자 보냈어요. A 메인 전진입니다. RB.
기다려봐. 여기 있을 거 같냐 이렇게? 야 B 가자 이거. B 한번 갈래?
아 근데 바로 빠져나오지 못하고 있어요.
B를 확인. 우리 A 팠는데 나이스. 우리 A 팠다.
나 이거 빼는 거 도와줄 수 있나?
들켰어?
아니 안 됐겠어.
아니야 B 가면 이겨. B 가면 이긴다니까 얘들아. B 가자. 쭉 갈게.
고. 왜 왼쪽에?
나이스. 윈도우 조심. 커넥 막아. 커넥. A 컷 나이스.
할만해.
설한다 여기.
그러면 쓰면 끊어버리나요 이거?
B쪽 설치 됐습니다.
대시 없다.
나 혼자 뺄게.
우리 눈깔.
앵컷 하나? 사이퍼 C였다.
어려울 것 같은데요. 다들 정리한다.
엑셀한테 총구 봤어요.
양각.
아 깜짝이야.
집중.
야 이거는 해네요. 이들이 해냈습니다. 와. 6턴도 아니고 3원도 아니고 1원도 아닌데 이걸 엠포 복구했어요. 매번 우리가 이길 거다 말만 했지만 드디어 진짜 스테이지 2에서 해냅니다.
And we are back. Valorant Challengers Korea quarterfinals. The last match of the quarterfinals coming at you. It's Paper Thin and Chobra bringing you these games as Vision Strikers versus TNL. So many questions I have on my mind on this one, Chobra.
Absolutely, and I think rightfully so, right? Vision Strikers, they've had to go to full maps every match so far here in Stage 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, TNL Esports, they looked dominating. They looked upgraded with that roster change, with Harry coming in as that Sentinel role. The plays have looked good, but you have to think that they've had the easiest group out of all these first place teams in each group. So, how much is that really proven? I mean, today's a great test.
Yeah, sure, they've handled their group properly as they should.
Yes.
But now they have the ultimate Achilles heel that has been just their roadblock forever. It's the Vision Strikers. Now, Vision Strikers have been a little shaky, of course. They lost F4Q. We all know that. We were all there. We saw it. It happened. It's over. They've got their loss. Now can they recover and kind of take that dominant form we know that they're capable of?
I mean, I'm going to be honest here, Paper Thin. I think them dropping a map to I Need Girlfriend was a bigger shock to me than them losing to F4Q. That was just so out of left field. But let's look at TNL's roster first. We talked about Harry joining the team. TS kind of making the calls now for TNL. And what's big here is this has actually kind of made changes across the board, right? XC now kind of being this flex position as he sometimes plays dual entry, sometimes plays the support or initiator for his teammates, and that's been working out.
Yeah, it really seems to be clicking very nicely for them. Of course, Icebox, they have now been one of those teams that's adapted quite nicely to it. You can see 100% win rate, good headshot percentage, 28%, and they're first in ACS and kills to death. But again, part of that has to be taken into account that they did have the easiest group coming into this.
Yeah, again, not to discount their play, but their stats may be a little padded, but we'll see. Again, if they prove themselves today, regardless of win-loss, right, in terms of the round wins, the score line there, and the way they play, I think that's going to send a true message to the rest of the Valorant community here in Korea. On the other side, listen, they lost that game, like you said, the match against F4Q, but you have to admit that they are still currently the kings of Korea. Do they look shaky? Do they look a step behind the meta? A bit, but I mean, their reputation precedes them. It is so massive, and again, their gunplay still so good. King and Stax still being the clutch kings for this team when they need them. Glow has picked up that Astra now. He's shown it once. We got to see if they've brushed up even more coming into this week.
Exactly, and you can see here that they also, on Icebox, are undefeated. Their headshot percentage a little bit better. Team stats a little bit lower, but it's been quite a challenge for them. A lot of teams are bringing the best that they can, and Stax, though, look at him, man.
I love how Stax gets his own little box. They had to squish it the ACS and KD.
He's that good.
I mean, this guy's the only reason Vision Strikers' headshot percentage is higher is because of Stax.
Yeah.
We have to admit that. This guy is an absolute machine, no matter which agent he's playing, and if he's the last one alive, anything can happen. We got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is an interesting moment now in Vision Strikers history because going into New Turn struggled a bit against Go Prince, but to be fair, one of those was Icebox. Bind, yeah. I think, even though there was a bit of a run back being done by Go Prince, still New Turn handled it pretty effectively. So I think now, you, me, and Ending, we were all just talking about what is, if Vision Strikers can come through here, really dominate, really, assert themselves, then we might think that they might still have New Turn's number. If they struggle here, then maybe things have changed.
Wait, who in the world has first place headshot percentage if Stax is second at 43%?
Wait, what?
the heck?
Since when?
Someone must... It might be
somebody,
someone who's eliminated that that still holds it and just can't be taken over anymore because Stax still has to play. Maybe. But I mean, again, 43%, it's insane. And I've seen people kind of ask, well, is it does he take fights? And it's actually most of those are coming when he has to clutch 1v3. Yeah. So it's definitely off of fights. It's not like he's just holding one angle, getting one kill per round.
Not at all.
This guy is an absolute machine for Vision Strikers. But I love what you said. Vision Strikers historically so strong against TNL. They always read them like a book, and rightfully so. They used to be sister teams. Vision Strikers knows TNL so well, but now it's a new roster on TNL. Vision Strikers has to adapt overall to the meta as well. And look at the maps. Some interesting points here, especially in the bans.
Yeah, this is quite fascinating. Seeing Split being banned by Vision Strikers, the map that they were undefeated on for quite some time seems to have become a problem all of a sudden. Teams are really starting to kind of figure it out. You know, teams are having great attacker side against them on Split, and that's a huge problem on that map. You have to have good defender side to win, at least historically. So now things are changing. Of course, I think we all expected Icebox to come through because they're both so darn good at it.
But it's also weird that like TNL banned Bind, which is historically so weak for Vision Strikers. And then, listen, I get TNL is confident in Icebox, but you were always that team that was like good at Icebox, except when compared to Vision Strikers. So for you to pick it as your first map is sending quite a message.
It really is, and it kind of makes me wonder just if TNL is also that like scared of that map. Like everybody seems to be for Bind. Yeah.
You know what? I understand it though. I think given kind of the agents they've showed us so far, the way they play, they haven't really shown the strongest games on Bind. I think they're also just really much more prepared on these other maps. And so, you know, when you have the choice to ban, we're still in best of threes, might as well. But Icebox going to be that first one as we take a look at the agents. Now, TNL, we've seen the Viper from them. We've seen Xe on that Sage. Looks like it should stay the same.
I mean, my question here is on the Vision Striker side. Is somebody going to try Viper? That's been kind of the meta pick for Icebox across all the world now. And is that going to be something that, you know, Stax is hovering it? He hasn't locked it in. RB is going on Jet. So no Raze on this particular map. King will be on Killjoy. Stax is going over to the Sage, which is kind of his normal role in situations like this. He has played Sage from time to time. Glow now is our big question. Historical Omen player. We did see the Astra from him, like you mentioned earlier. Are we going to be seeing that again?
Well, I really like this, right? Stax kind of foregoing the Sky and going back to the Sage. They're not going to have the flashes, but you see the value that Sage brings on this map. You get so many new angles. If you're on defense, you can delay. And again, if you have a Viper-Sage combo and on top of that Killjoy, you can hold this spike for so long. So I can't imagine Glow will pick anything else here. Given the rest of the lineup, I think Viper works out very well, even if he sometimes, you know, obviously prefers the Omen a lot and now has moved on to the Astra. But we should see that Zest, of course, staying on that Sova. We did see him bring out the Viper for Vision Strikers on Split. Not going to see that this time around.
Okay. The timer is gone, so I think they indeed both did lock in Viper. So you are going to see Glow and TS playing Viper. So the comps are identical here. What a surprise. These two teams think alike.
They do indeed. You know, they kind of learned from each other. Of course, TNL learning a lot from Vision Strikers in the beginning, but now kind of bouncing back and forth. I'm excited for this match, and especially with Glow and TS now calling for each team as Viper. We'll keep an eye on that. Of course, Glow historically one of the best IGLs in Korea.
Absolutely. We're ready for game number 1. Icebox is where we go. TNL versus Vision Strikers. Look at the crane game. Like, you you got all those like plushies around the map.
Yeah.
Like, there should be some down here, so it's like.
No, I love the crane game.
I do too, dude.
It's so good.
I'm so bad at it though, but.
Oh really? I used to be really bad.
Oh.
You learn these techniques if you're really desperate like me, and then you start to improve, and then you go down this rabbit hole of playing online crane games that send you plushies if you win them. That was my hobby for a while.
There's online ones? Okay, see, I didn't know this. Now you've opened up a whole new world for me, Choba.
Yeah, watch out. It's a deep rabbit hole. It's hard to get back out from.
Well, both of these teams historically not great on their pistol rounds. Vision Striker is notoriously bad. RB's already pushed to the bottom of the tube. You've got a 3-man stack towards B right now. Xe might be pushing out. You have the Poison Cloud in its typical spot at the end of that container. RB's all the way in, and somebody's in spawn waiting for him, but RB's going to win that duel with TS.
TS, I don't really like it. He really had nowhere to go if you're center of spawn. There's no really place to hide or to try to move your position to get a better peek. So he will go down. Now that's one small advantage for Vision Strikers. However, TNL really hasn't committed to anything else yet, so they're just going to reset for a bit. And looking at mid now that RB's been pushed back.
Ooh, yeah, RB took a bit of damage there, so he's going to have to back off for a second. You get the shoulder check from Stax. He's going to wall it off, try to buy some time, but he doesn't quite get it fast enough because they are quickly blasting through it, putting up a wall of their own. Zest gonna go down, and the push is on for TNL towards B.
Oh, I really like that reactionary wall from XC as well, just to secure them the plant. I mean, it's the pistol round, right? At the end of the day, post-plant, it's going to come down to positioning, but Vision Strikers gets 2 more.
Oh, Stacks just picked up a third. Echo gonna get King here, and it is a 1v3 now. Echo trying to see if he can do it. He's got a ghost, and he's got a chance, isn't able to get the shot. Stacks does what he does best and finds the head and the round for Vision Strikers. They're going to take the pistol to kick off Icebox.
Yeah, and again, it all started with RB pushing kind of aggressively down mid. In a round where you're not expecting that much utility, you kind of take that chance, you get the pick, and now it's huge, right? You had to back out, you let them come through mid, but it actually funneled them in. Of course, the wall bought minimal time.
See, there's the plushie.
Oh,
it's not really
okay.
close to the crane, but I like
Maybe you
what
have
our
to swing
observers
the
are
crane.
doing.
Maybe you have to like swing it, and you
Oh.
do the little tornado, and then
Oh my
you kinda
God.
swing it out as it goes down.
Is that like a technique? Is this like
I've seen it. I've never succeeded in it.
Oh my goodness. I'm learning so much about crane games.
I'm like really outing myself as a crane game nerd. I'm just like, what do you do? Do you like to like read books? No.
No.
I play the crane game.
I have a lot of quarters in my house. Let's see. RB gonna get up on top of the container. Stacks watching the long angle. You can see the dart tries to come out. It does get Stacks there. RB sprays through the smoke. Recon drone gonna see him, so that's gonna start sending him back. Gonna get Exy over the top, and he sprays into Ritzy. Dashes out of there. Stacks for the heal. Very nicely done by RB.
That's huge. I mean, you take care of Exy, and now Ritzy couldn't push out as confidently. Ritzy also gets taken down, so any sort of advancement from TNL is in trouble. Of course, they're on that eco, right? And Vision Strikers won that first round, and Stack's just going to go through, clean up 2 more. The spike is down on top of the crates. Harry, not much you can do here. Maybe you can hope for 1 cheeky kill, but that's about it.
Oh, he does get 1. That's not bad, but Stacks gonna clean him up with a triple. Very nice hold by RB and Stacks. I mean, especially when you lose Exy right away and then Ritzy, that's so tough.
Yeah, your composition is not really built to deal with both of them going down so early. But again, that was kind of the eco for TNL. Vision Strikers get the 2 rounds, and now onto this bonus system G where they can keep their weapons, and TNL has to buy rifles. Now this is where it's going to start to matter. TNL, the last time they showed us this comp here on Icebox, they've continually pressured B with that Exy Ritzy combo, right? With the Sage and the Jet. But I think Vision Strikers is ready for RB continuously being aggressive. If he can trade 1 for 1, that shuts down so much momentum against TNL.
Yeah, absolutely. It really is quite effective. I mean, RB is one of the best entry fraggers, and then, how do I say this? Defense entry fraggers? Like, defender's side, you know, first blood getters in the business here in Korea. So he's really cheeky. He has great spots, great lineups, great crosshair placement. Everybody on Vision Strikers, first of all, has insanely good crosshair placement.
It's actually so cool to see kind of the duo battles here between RB and Stacks and then Exy and Ritzy. I mean, this is a duo battle that really is unique to Korea. These 4 players are so good on their teams. They're one of the best aimers in Korea, and then, of course, the best technical players in Korea. So really good to see that usage. But after all that utility coming through, some spray back and forth, RB is going to back out. Now, they're leaving RB, but making sure that they cover mid because the alarm bot spots TS.
Oh, King has an opportunity, but isn't able to land the shots. Stack's going to get out-dueled by TS there as he comes down. So TS takes a bit of damage, but he was ready for it. Heal is available from the Sage, and then he's going to grab the spike as well. So Zest making his way back up the tube. Harry putting out a nano swarm there. I think it's at the bottom of the tube. And then the other members of TNL are pushing through. RB gonna pop his ultimate, get ready here for a potential retake. But Echo is not fooled at all. He heard the updraft and knew exactly where RB wanted to go.
Yeah, you hear the Blazestorm as well. So TNL, good call to cover that elevation against that spike plant. They're going to be able to secure it. King does get the kill with the nanoswarms through the container. That feels a little bad. But again, I mean, you should have this spike on lockdown with the members you have alive.
Yeah, this one should be pretty good. You have the gun advantage as well. Of course, Vision Striker is still hanging onto those Spectres from the anti-eco on round number 2. Glow going to get spotted out as well as King, so they know exactly where they are. The shock dart follows up, doesn't catch. Another one lobbed in. Exy's shots are good. The spike continues to tick away. So for King, time to grab a gun and run. There's no point in doing anything. Zest is going to get Exy, but Echo trades him down, and King will escape with a Vandal at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, Zest really wanted to get more than one kill there. Unfortunately, he's only going to take one out on the exit frag, gets traded himself. But TNL, well played, right? They really work with the information they got, and when they were down to 30 seconds, you could have tried to fake to A, but they say, you know what, we can secure that B plant so well and then keep that on lockdown with the utility we have. We've seen it time and time again. The Viper, the Killjoy, the Sage, and then the shock bolts coming in from Sova. You are not approaching that spike.
It makes it so hard to retake. Those post-plant setups that you can do on B are really powerful, and there's a lot of lineups to get as well. TS, speaking of lineups, that was deep.
Oh.
All right, let's see what they're going to do. They're really stacking through mid, but a lot of vision is going to be found on that recon dart. Here comes TNL, though, still trying to push through, but all of the Viper utility is blocking both sides, to be quite fair. Stepping through there is King a bit. Looking, throws a nano swarm, and they've gotten pretty deep in here as TNL. VS not really able to do much about it until then. King gets one, quickly traded. Echo and Exy picking up two. Now the spike going down at A.
I love that play from TNL, getting rid of kind of the usual, some of the usual default walls coming in from Viper. Ooh, Echo gets one more pick, but that kind of negates the whole thing, right? On A, when there's that toxic screen, you have so many extra corners to check, but you say, you know what, let's just secure a path through mid, and then we just wait till the toxic screen goes down, and then we make our entry, and we get a potential flank against their Viper. Really good choice, and now they have a 4-2 man advantage. As Vision Striker's just looking to save here. They don't want to risk anything. It's too hard to get back into that site with only 2 members.
Yeah, I think this was such an unique play that you don't see very much. The Vision Strikers, even though they got kind of wind of it pretty early with that recon, they had no idea what to do. They were just like, okay. Like,
yeah, I mean, you're rarely prepped to just spray down on mid with multiple people, right? So they secure, one side with a toxic screen. They also use the Sage Wall under tube. I mean, that was a huge commitment. If Vision Strikers had any inkling that was going to happen, TNL was in trouble, but they get the right read. TNL says they're not going to be prepared for this on a 4th round. That secures yet another win, tied 2-2 now between these two teams.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting start here. Vision Strikers got a very important pistol win, and the follow-up, that's proving to be quite monumental as we get into the rifle rounds. Things are a little bit more difficult. What a peek around the corner by Echo. That was fast.
That was so quick.
My word.
We've seen that mess up a couple times today from other teams as well. You can't turn around too fast, but he'll get it up in time. Now that will help signify, though, that they're not making any push towards mid. It's just kind of there to buy some extra space. You do have to pay attention to when that poison cloud goes down, but Vision Striker's not biting. It is going to tell King to maybe cover the tube, so he's up in kitchen when we look at the map. Now TNL, they will secure the orb. Are they going to continue progressing? They want to check around yellow.
Well, there goes the toxic screen. There is the counter-toxic screen from Vision Strikers. Wall is up quickly, but the wall got shot through, so they're going to have to throw a smoke to try to help him as well. Glow continues to try to spray to deal with it, but the spike does end up coming down as the walls will slowly run out of toxins. They both drop. Now the site is exposed. Vision Strikers on the defender's side trying to push forward. RB all the way over in mid there, checking, see if anyone is watching for his lurks. Echo, recon dart time. You can hit one up on the corner there. Get some decent vision potentially, but nobody from Vision Strikers to push. Richie gets zapped, but there's a good nano swarm to back him off for a second. Gets another headshot. Can he find a third? No, King is going to get him. They're going for the defuse. King gets 3 in there. Are they going to find it? No, they are not. It is down with the Hunter's Fury left. Echo also picks up King. There you have it.
Wow, I mean, Stax held it for so long. They were committed, but eventually he goes down. XC kind of chuckling at how that all ended up at the end of the round. But, I mean, that feels bad for Vision Strikers. They took down the Sage Wall as quickly as possible. They were set up to protect their teammates. But again, there's just so much utility being thrown at you when you go for that defuse. Unless you clear out the key agents, again, Killjoy, Viper, Sova, you can't really have that much time. You have to go in for the kills, and TNL was ready for it. They had, Sage up on the containers there, and you had people around yellow. Really, really well covered.
And TNL's just going to, keep blasting away at B until the Vision Strikers can prove that they can deal with it. And there's a slow to at least buy a little bit of time. That's about all you're getting out of that. They don't last too darn long, and still RB is going back up to that box. He had left it for a couple rounds. Let's see if TNL is able to check it. They're going to spot one out in the back, and yep, RB's not able to get away, so he's going to get taken down. Now Stax One of the best sheriffs in the business for sure. TS still hanging out in spawn, watching for these lurks, and Harry's gonna come with the crossfire, pick off King, and there goes Zest. Things looking good for TNL.
Yep, and now they're just gonna rotate over to A. They don't want to deal with stacks hiding behind yellow. I mean, unless you can strike at the same time, it's not worth the risk. Initially, they went for B, right? It has some more longer sight lines, so you can try to get a longer pick, not take as much damage for the sheriff. But now when it's only 2 members, they decide, well, we'd rather deal with the toxic screen here. We can just get through it with the recon dart.
Yeah, Glow's running around the back by Raptors, trying to get into some kind of position. TS took a little bit of damage. Ritzy goes down to Glow there. That's at least 1 here for the Vision Strikers. Stacks is coming, tried to assist from screens. Glow trying to peek around the corner. Echo's going to get him. Stacks now all alone with a Sheriff and a Dream, and he picks up another gun. Actually, it's going to be the Vandal this time around, but Xy's waiting around the corner. It takes him down.
Wow, TNL continue to keep their lead. Now 4-2, and Vision Strikers, I mean, that time it was an eco round with the Sheriffs, but they don't really have a strong answer on B. They're trying some different things, right? They push up with RB. Last time they were ready to take down the Sage Wall, and now they're going to commit an Operator here. But at this stage in the game with their economy, they need to win this round. Otherwise, they're just going back to kind of rifles and the Nicos, rifles and the Nicos.
Yeah, this is already starting to feel like a must-win round for Vision Strikers. They just lost 4 in a row. So things, yeah, of course you have that little bonus you get from losing for the money, but at the end of the day, that's not where you want to be. They need to start turning things around. You got the Viper and the Killjoy over on A for Vision Strikers. There's all kinds of poison going down. There's the poison cloud from TNL as they continue to back out because they don't like what they're seeing over there, and they're going to try to go back to A. Now, there is RB with this Operator waiting.
Yeah, they haven't scouted that out yet. They have no signs of it other than a potential assumption, and RB will get 1 pick. TNL, though, pushes through. They say, okay, well, he already tailwinded out of there. Let's press the issue.
Look at that one-way smoke to try to catch them peeking. They aren't going to go for it just yet. They need to reorganize, rethink this. They can res, though, and so they do pick up their fallen comrade back up to 5. So we do a little do-si-do back over to A now, as the Operator is maybe more scary than a Toxin screen.
I would agree. I mean, especially RB's Operator, and then it's a Jet. You don't have a guarantee you're going to be able to trade for that. However, given the timing, Vision Strikers is on to them. I mean, they'll leave RB kind of going back the long way, keeping the sight line across entire B site, but TNL has to strike now.
Yeah, sight blocked from Belt, so they're going to have to come down and push through the old-fashioned way. A couple up on top of pipes. King's going to get Axie. King gets 2, gets taken down by Harry. TS going to get Glow now. So that's a 2 for 2 so far on the site.
Oh my gosh,
oh,
3 people detained.
Oh my goodness, what the world? Zest is coming through and just cleaning them up.
Well, now he's been detained. Harry needs to push him, but now they know where he is.
You see this a lot these days. People are really aggressive on these detained. Spike never ended up getting planted. There just wasn't enough time, and that's going to run out of time. So
oh my
there you go. That's going to be it. That's a wild round. Vision Strikers find a win?
Wow. I mean, TNL, they were just late for Harry to put down the counter lockdown and then try to go for trades, right? Because then if you get enough trades, I mean, even if you're detained, 1 person stays back with a spike, you get the plant, you're able to secure the round. But he was about 1.5, maybe 2 seconds late on that, and that gives all the time for VS to say, even if we lose a couple members.
Like, what is going on in here? This is just wild.
Well, it's Viper's Pit, lockdowns, and then the time. They know that TNL has to push, even with the lockdown going. Oh, Rizzy tries to get a peek all across every container on the map, but Stacks just shoots him down.
Yeah, it doesn't even hit with any of the knives, so that's a bit of a feels bad man there for Ritzy, going for the aggressive early updraft. We saw that last round with our 2 opponents in New Turn and Go Prince, and they tried that. No one was home for that attempt, and this time Ritzy just not able to find a connection. It's pretty hard to do that, of course, and Stacks is somebody that it's tough to do that against. Oh, Glow wasn't even ready for it. Zest trying to come through. TS able to get around the corner in time. Trying to put up some utility, but Zest is not going to allow it. Even though the wall comes up, it does not last very long. Around the corner, double peek. Going to get him down with Harry. Echo watching for King's position. They're going to shoot that utility out right away. King going to get Harry, though. Now, King going to have to re-rotate, going up the zip. Keeps himself muffled, so they don't know he's coming. RB with the Operator. Up over the wall. Xy's going to get him. Now RB trying to find an angle. He knows they're underneath rafters, and a res is going to come through for Glow. Gets him through the wall with the headshot.
Wow.
My word, RB.
Okay, well, now you have just Echo. I mean, they know where he is. He's been stuck behind that wall. They even had the snake bite, so he could have moved forward. Oh, they don't check their backs. I think they just assumed he might have walked all the way out. Glow is able to get the kill, though. They'll get the defuse. That was just a bit shocking. I would have assumed, especially after that snake bite, that you knew that he was still cornered there. Just a little bit lax from Vision Strikers, but they will get the defuse eventually.
Yeah, it's a small mistake, but at the end of the day, you still get the win. You're keeping most of your guns. You're keeping the operator. You're at least able to pick that up for RB, put it back into his hands, and try to continue to move along. It's 2 in a row now for Vision Strikers. We're back to 4-4. A nice little round for them on the defense.
Yeah, now Glow and King, they were a little bit lower, so Glow's actually going to have to go for the judge. King is going to eventually be able to pick up a Phantom there for himself. So, you know, not the end of the world. Glow is going to have to play a bit safer. He's actually just going to use his Viper's Pit on A. So now they can really just focus on mid and B, leave Glow to his own methods with the judge.
Yeah, this time they know the operator's there, so a lot of smokes and other utility being used, but Zest has a great angle into B. He's going to get Echo with the Hunter's Fury. RB now moves on top of the yellow container, waiting to see if anybody tries to move over into Cubby. He's going to get X. He immediately dashes out. Fantastic work with the operator here in the last couple rounds by RB.
Yeah, and RB, when he was backing up, he used his Cloudburst on the recon dart so he could get up onto yellow safely. RB almost gets a shot onto Ritzy as well. Now he's just taking a couple pokes through the toxic screen.
Yeah, those are those spidey senses, as I like to call them in esports, when you just like kind of know somebody's there. Speaking of, King's ready for the wall to go down. Gonna get traded out by Airy, but from the back is Stax. As always, one of the last ones to come through for the Vision Strikers. Doesn't really need to be, but he just tends to be in this situation. You know, sometimes you like Stax seems to be that last one alive for Vision Strikers to come up with the big clutches, but he's often just waiting in the wings kind of to follow up off his teammates.
Yeah, I mean, you can really trust RB to open up some kills for you. No reason to go extra aggressive, especially when you're playing that Sage, right? You got to be careful with your positioning. But really good openers from RB, and of course Zest getting the kill with Hunter's Fury as well. That kind of kept TNL locked in. The Viper's Pit was on A, even though TNL didn't approach. Vision Strikers had all the information they needed. TNL needs to switch things up, and they plan to do so. Looks like a push-up mid.
Yep, and the Toxic Cloud is going to be used there on one side. They're going to check Kitchen, continue to push forward. Ritzy going to be on the front as the Jet. There's a trade up in the top. Echo gets King. Now around the corner. Nope. Exy says no, sir, Glow. Exy still waiting in the back, seeing if anyone's going to come through. Moves on up to Kitchen here. And there's nobody coming up the stairs just yet. TS at the top of tube. And this is going to be a tricky one now for Vision Strikers. Oh, especially with that. Stax get headshot by TS. Couple more at the bottom of the stairs. Got to be real careful with this operator, but they know he's coming. RB gets him, dashes back, takes a little bit of damage. Exy, though, going to find Zest with a headshot, and now it is all up to RB, but I think he's just probably going to want to try to save this operator if possible.
Oh! Exy took just an extra second to realize RB was there to bring his gun back up, and RB is quick on the trigger. I mean, at this point, I think for TNL, you kind of let him have it. You're not going to take any extra risks. It is unfortunate that you can't take that op away, but RB will stay alive. Good call from TNL on going through that mid, though, right? This is the pace change they needed. They need to break that conditioning on both sides and say, all right, now we're going to kind of reset everything. It's as if we're starting over. The score happens to be tied 5-5 as well. That was a play for Kitchen. They took control. They planted for Kitchen. And now it looks like they might want to kind of fish some plays out in A, which, you know, they've really just been avoiding the Viper, because it works out, because Glow uses his toxic screen early, and that allows TS to just have his own if they strike B, but it might be time to change that up for TNL.
It is kind of interesting because, you know, with Glow being on Omen for basically forever, you're asking some new agents to be picked up by him, and maybe there's a little bit of, you know, there's a learning curve with anything like that. So Glow moves up to Pipes here. That's going to be a bit of an unexpected angle. Usually it's like a Jet or a Sage up there making the noise. And now there's the wall in front of him, though, so he can't see the movement, but they're not going to see him either. He steps out, pretty decent timing. Gets 2, gets 3.
Oh my gosh, what a play from Glow. Sets up the toxic screen and then hides behind it, up on pipes, just to bait them into walking right in front of him, sprays down 3. A huge play. I mean, TNL thought they were winning the mind games by putting up the toxic screen in mid, but Glow was ready for him.
I mean, that's just Glow doing his homework. He knows a spot where that toxic screen is going to give him a nice little spot to hide, and he strikes at the perfect time. Well coordinated, well executed by the in-game leader for the Vision Strikers. That's going to put them up 6-5. 1 more to go in the half.
Yeah, I mean, this is very back and forth. And just look at this. The screen goes up right in time for the owl drone as well, so they don't even bother checking. You're just like, okay, they're covering this whole half of the site, so they're going to be holding on the right side when we go into attack, and TNL just steps right into a trap. Now, RB still has that operator on B, and TNL is aware of this.
This has been a fantastic operator for RB. He's held on to it for quite some time, really just getting a ton of value out of it. I mean, you know, the operator might be good for a couple rounds, but this has been, I don't even know, 4 or 5 now that he's been able to hang on to it. Gets spotted, but that's okay. That's just bait for Stacks as he puts up a wall. Oh, he's getting caught in the cross, though. Good job by TNL to shoot it down quick, take Stacks down.
Yeah, XC has the resurrection as well. However, they know the operator's still there, so he can't just rush in to get his teammate up. Now they pick up the spike. Are they ready to make a play? Looks like it. They get the wall up. Oh, can he not reach it in time? Oh, I don't think he knows exactly where the body. Oh, it's on
too
the
far
other
back.
side.
It's too far back. He can't get to it. It's just out of range there, so that's a bit of a feels bad,
That is
man.
unfortunate.
Yeah. Well, now TNL's going to have to move on without their jet and see if they can get it done on the entry. We do have Glow and Zest over here waiting. Lockdown is going to be used again. Last time the lockdowns were pretty wild. A lot of players were detained.
Yeah, they all kind of ran in and said, all right, this is our new arena now. But this time, Vision Striker's just going to back out, give them the space. He is going to use a shock bolt, and he gets TS. There's another! What is going on? XC rushes in for the res, and now Glow gets TS with a snake bite. Utility at the max here for Vision Strikers.
Hold on, Harry's still alive, but Glow is there on the cross and is going to take him down. That is fantastic work by the Vision Strikers with those lineups. Well done, well placed, well timed. And that's going to give them the 7th win in the half.
What a way to finish that first half. I mean, 3 kills with their abilities. That's massive. They knew that TNL was pressured with the timing. But again, whenever these two teams go up against each other, they know so much about their preferences, their styles, their pacing, that we see this back and forth. It's a lot of mind games being played, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But 7-5, it looks like Vision Strikers is ahead, but it took a lot of rounds back and forth to get there.
It was a really interesting half with 4 wins in a row at one point for TNL, and it started to get kind of a little bit shaky in the knees for Vision Strikers, but they're able to stabilize, come through, swing together a really nice half of the half, if you will. And now they come forward with their attacker side. This is going to be really fascinating. Big time pistol round as always. And Vision Strikers won the first. Can they find 2 in 1 map? Will lightning strike?
I mean, we'll have to see. It's great that you mentioned that kind of 4-round win streak, because it was 4 and then 4, right? So you see how these teams are playing. They're starting to adapt to each other, and then they stop the bleeding. And then if you get the momentum, you go on. Unfortunately for TNL, once they stopped it, you were already pretty much in the last 2 rounds. So Vision Strikers is able to edge it out. Now Vision Strikers on attack. Looks like they will kind of do what they always do just to get some information. Ooh, trying to catch people off guard and also secure that orb for XC. XC has made great use of that in their previous matches.
Absolutely. It's a lot of utility used, but very worth in the minds of TNL to get that resurrection up and running. I think definitely in this case, the most important ult on the team, so you definitely want to have that available. So RB moves up on top of the containers, just kind of watching around. King is putting up his turret to watch mid, as now the setup seems to be for maybe leave somebody back. We'll see if that's what they're going to do, or if RB's going to kind of rotate into the entry role as they make their way forward.
Yeah, all 5 now have entered towards A. The recon dart goes out, and there's the toxic screen to block off any sort of easy sight lines from the rafters. Stax is actually going to plant it up top here in the middle of the site.
Oh, that's so cheeky.
And the wall as well.
And now you can watch this from way back of the site, so you can really play back on this and just use those ghosts to their full effect, because everybody but Glow is going to be sitting on a ghost right now. So Glow is lurking around pipes. RB gets the first headshot there. Now you got one on top. No, sir. The smoke's not there to cover him. There's another one for Zest here. He's going ham with that ghost, but RB and Zest get taken down. A quick trade again. King trying to keep them busy here. Ritzy's going to outduel him, and that's a triple for Ritzy. Stax still alive, though. They don't know exactly where he is. He taps the spike. Stax can't quite see him. Finally readjusts and gets the kill. Vision Strikers win both pistols on Icebox.
And you know, Stax will always be there for you. Never count them out. And Vision Strikers, they did kind of all pile on just to deny that first defuse. I mean, I think they could have just trusted Zest a little bit. He got the kill. They all ran down right up to the spike, so made some easy trades. At the end of the day, Stax just says, you guys can have your little party. I'll stay back. We have the ghost. Cloudburst isn't going to last long enough. And that secures the round. Looks like we'll have a quick pause here to double check some things. But Vision Strikers, now this is good momentum, right? You get the pistol round. You're already in the lead on attack. You get the weapon advantage, and you can continue pressing the issue. You now have the ball on your side of the court. You can condition TNL to start reacting to you round to round.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is such a huge thing for the Vision Strikers to win 2 pistols. That really opens up a lot of space for them, gives them momentum that makes things, even though TNL was able to string together 4 after the first 2, those initial 2 are end up being the difference in that first half for the Vision Strikers. So, and again, a team that historically kind of stinks at at pistol rounds. Like, they admit it, they say it, at every one of their interviews they've ever done, they're like, yeah, we're bad at pistol rounds. We don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, Vision Strikers, when they win, right, and when they're dominant, it's because they send and get so much information, right? It's like they're a server. They just send and receive so much information with the enemy team. And in pistol rounds, you just don't have the creds to get all that utility. So it does make sense when your entire pattern in every single other round is utility-based, that when you don't have that, it doesn't matter how good of an aimer you are, you're working kind of on your back foot.
Exactly. And this is kind of what makes Valorant so unique and so interesting, is the utility that is involved, because it's not available to everyone. It's only specific to the agent that you're using.
Yeah, we were talking about this in the break a little bit, right? It's very different from other games where if one of your players dies, it can have much different impacts from round to round, because maybe your Jet dies, maybe your Sage dies. If your Sentinel dies early, right, that's kind of a site given up. I mean, there's a lot to consider. And I can't help but chuckle because we just got told that they were checking into RB's mic. But, I mean, quite frankly, RB doesn't speak much, even in interviews. So, I mean, I don't know, Vision Strikers. We'll see how crucial it is. But it looks like it is fixed, so we will be continuing in this map number 1.
Yeah, you're not wrong. RB's a little quiet.
He's a quiet dude.
He's a soft-spoken man, a fantastic Jet player, but he isn't going to... he isn't going to vocalize it too much. He's more just kind of there. Also, TS's crosshair bothers me, but I'll leave that alone.
Okay, I wasn't the only one.
See, RB's crosshair is almost identical to mine, so I'm totally fine with that. But we'll see. It is going to be Spectres and a Bulldog. Stack's still sitting on that Ghost. He hitch heads well enough that he's fine with it. Trying to follow up off the recon is RB. Not much to be seen there for it, as the members of TNL keep themselves hidden. You can see TS going to be waiting behind the yellow container as Vision Strikers going to keep their movements silent, and well, it's not going to be too confusing with some of that utility coming down. What's going on with the wall up around the corner is RB. Oh, TS gets him. That's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good open there. The spikes should still go down behind the Sage wall. It will be safe for Vision Strikers, but that's already 2 members down on Vision Strikers. TNL now has to go for the retake with just pistols.
Yeah, you can put the turret up around the corner. Sheriff shots can be devastating. Stack's doing a nice job finishing off Ritzy here. Throws a slow orb around in case anybody's trying to peek him. Nope, he just turns right onto the head again. Stack's so good. Glow finishes it off. that's going to be a 9th round win for the Vision Strikers. So they're able to pick up the anti-eco after winning the pistol on the second half.
Yeah, not bad. Only losing 2 members. Obviously, ideally, you're not losing any, but they still secure it with 3 members up. It's not the end of the world. And TNL, I mean, they really wish they could have done more damage, especially with that open, right? You had the Sheriff on XC as well. If you could have gotten maybe 1 or 2 more kills, that would have been massive. But you know what? It's in the past now. You pick up those rifles. It looks like Bladestorm is going to be ready for Ritzy, so he'll just stick to that. I mean, Stags, look at that, using the slower right away as well, so he has kind of the mental advantage when he's peeking wide around that corner.
So good. It's just incredible to watch. Echo right up and over, going to shoot out that wall, but Vision Striker's already pushing pretty hard through mid towards B. Going to put the slow orb at Echo's feet. Stax isn't ready for him. Doesn't check the corner. The Nano Swarm is there. It's not good enough. TNL starting to rip apart Vision Striker. Zest is down. RB pushing through the tunnel here, trying to get in towards the kitchen. Around the corner, catches one, but not able to get the second. Glow and King, only 2 left for Vision Strikers. King is going to find Echo with the Spectre. All the damage you can do here for Vision Strikers is nice. TS gets Glow. Anything else? Nope. TS spins, gets another head. And there you go. That's round number 5. Or 6, excuse me, for TNL.
TNL read that so well. They had the turret prepped to watch mid here in the middle of the map, and they were ready for a potential kitchen push, maybe, you know, to B from middle. They read that like a book. They were prepared in kitchen. Echo, of course, securing some of those early kills, and then XC there to back him up just in case. Super good play from TNL to stop the momentum, bring it back to their side as they had rifles ready, and now they're looking to gain some extra traction.
It definitely felt like Vision Strikers tried to use TNL's own trick against them with that push, and it just, I mean, TNL, like you said, they read it like a book.
Yeah, I mean, they were still also prepared for any other angles as well, right? It was really just the turret. It was just information gathering in mid, but you still had the Killjoy Nano Swarms and the Killjoy watching B, you know, in the traditional kind of sense, close from that container on the site. And now RB looking to get a little aggressive, but not going to find anyone to greet him as we see the rest of TNL all playing pretty far back for B.
Yeah, I like that TNL is kind of seeing if they can maybe bait Vision Strikers in a bit in that direction. They don't give them any information about what's going on, and that's something you really have to do against the Vision Strikers to keep them off balance, is not give them information, because once Vision Strikers have information, Glow, like you mentioned, able to process it like a server and output it to the rest of his team and get them in great positions. But A is pretty wide open, so we'll see if they can make a push in here work with the Owl Drone coming through. There is going to be the Toxic Screen coming in over there as well, but Vision Strikers re-rotating once again.
Oh, TNL, I think they're kind of preemptively stacking on A after they shut down mid, and they say, okay, well, you know, we heard kind of the jet going off on B, but they didn't push. We denied them vision in mid, so Vision Striker's most likely going to creep into A, but Vision Striker twists it 1 extra time. They're now coming back to B. This Toxic Screen should give you the signal. Now, Ritzy tried to get through it for his Bladestorm, but not going to find a good angle. Has to wait for the rest of his team.
That problem with playing back, though, Zest through the poison wall, gonna get that. Another problem with playing back is that you're late on the rotates, you're late on getting the information, so Vision Striker is able to quickly and pretty effectively get their spike down and get set up. Now, Stacks a lot of pressure on him behind yellow. RB waiting to see if anybody tries to push. There is a Nano Swarm there, popped in case anybody tries to get it. The wall is there though as well, so Vision Striker is gonna have to do something quick. TNL is dismembering them, the defuse is coming through, and it is in.
Oh man, Vision Strikers was too lax. They thought they would have all the time to get the sweet, you know, lineups over the containers, over green, through the crane, but the wall comes up and just forces them to come out and duel as the rest of his teammates go forward and challenge Vision Strikers. XC secures the defuse, now 7-9.
You love to see walls like that really just completely befuddle the attacker side, where they have no idea what to do with it. You know, they're afraid to shoot through it because they're going to reveal their position. There's no lineups that are easy to get potentially, or as easy. So really nicely done by TNL on that retake.
Yeah, well, the greatest thing that they did there was the wall plus the aggression, right? If you just put up the wall and say, hey, we're safe to defuse, then you can get those lineups over, you know, over the sky. But when you start pushing, they say, okay, well, now we can't take the time to line up against these clouds, you know, over the containers. And so Vision Strikers was a bit flustered. Now Vision Strikers looking to take control of mid, and they definitely have it. They've pushed through tube, and RB sitting on top of it as well.
Last time TNL handled this, and Harry was in basically the exact same spot. This time he pokes out a little bit sooner. and that's going to kind of, along with the shock dart, make the Vision Strikers rethink that 2 push, and it didn't go so well the first time, so second time around it's looking a little scary again. RB up on top gets a little bit of information, does see Echo, he calls it out to the rest of his team that he's there. Now it's Ritzy's turn to grab the operator with the jet. Can he mirror what RB was doing earlier?
We'll have to see. He's just being patient for the time being. Now, Vision Strikers has still contained control as they go over. Elevator up towards the top of mid. They take out Echo, and Stax once again opening things up here in this 17th round.
How does he keep doing it, man? Those headshots are so clean. That's easy for RB. Harry too focused on something else. Ritzy now in full retreat as Vision Strikers takes control over Orange. Good adjustment on the wall bang there. Gets King. Throws a smoke down to continue his work back low. Gonna have the spike, gonna be planting, but there's a Hunter's Fury. He's gotta be quick, he's gotta be careful. There's a slow orb there as well, and it's gonna get him. Really nicely set up by TNL, and now everybody's falling apart. Stax tries to come around the side, but Ritzy able to spin and take him down.
TNL looking good on defense against Vision Strikers. I mean, once again, they were prepped for any type of push in mid. Eventually, Echo did go down to the cheeky elevator from Stax's Sage Wall, but they have to back off, right? They're afraid to kind of push out into the openness of the defender's spawn. So once they back out, Harry's still ready. He buys himself enough time. He gets taken down in kitchen, but Ritzy's, of course, still on the B side as well, far in the back with the operator. Really, really good play.
Now, stonks are up on Icebox. The weather's a bit chilly. Jeez, minus 28.
Wow, that's really
cold. That's pretty. That's like Wisconsin cold where I'm from, man. We get like Russia-type weather out there, and I can tell you guys, it's not pleasant when you throw boiling hot water up in the air and it turns into actual ice. That's scary. Just know that that's rather cold if you're not from anywhere where it gets that cold. Let's see what Vision Strikers can do. Speaking of being cold, the last 3 rounds have gone to TNL, so it's been a bit chilly for them.
Yeah, and now TNL, they're playing far back once again, just trying to buy some time. RB not able to, and on the container just dips right behind because of the Owl Drone. Takes it out with his Frenzy.
RB up top, he's just waiting around, gonna dive into the Glow's Viper Pit here, just waiting at the bottom, bouncing around. There's TS above him. Is he going to see him? Pokes his head out, but that's going to reveal his location. Now TS going to get the spot with some help of his teammates. Just blast away. Now they're starting to push through, just pre-firing into it. The lockdown is here as well. See what we can get done with this. The lockdown's so effective.
Yeah, I mean, they know the Hunter's Fury's down as well, so they use it on top of the Viper's Pit. Now, Ritzy was still in the corner on Rafters, but the Snake Bite comes in just in case someone has already snuck onto the spike right after the lockdown. Vision Strikers doing everything they can to deny any sort of entry. And TNL, this is a great decision. You had 5 members, but you still say they used all their ultimates to buy this time. Give them the round. We'll come back next one.
Yeah, I'm really fine with this safe, cautious play. The Viper's Pit just makes it so challenging to push in there, even though they do get a little information from the Sova. They can't get any kills off of it. They only pick up the 1 with RB kind of poking his head through the top of the Viper's Pit, and there you go. That's going to be a nice one there for the Vision Strikers in a way. But the problem is TNL's keeping everything. I mean, that didn't cost them any money.
Yeah, no, they just say this is a round already way in favor of Vision Strikers. I think that's a very, very economical call from TNL. I think the only, when something like that happens, Viper's Pit press lockdown, I'm thinking the only play is to actually have 4 of your teammates just stay in Viper's Pit with the lockdown, get detained, and then bait everyone to come in as one person still has their gun up, and you just all stay huddled in one corner, and as they come through, you just get crossfire with like an Odin, and you're like, you're in my trap now, and you mow them down. But other than that, you don't really have much of a choice.
Dude, that's so smart. I would love to see that. All right, RB jumping on top of the tube as he continues to keep pressure on Boiler. It makes it hard for information gathering in that mid section along with the Poison Cloud. King up front. Harry pushing up forward, though, in an unexpected position. Gets 2. That stacks down as well now. So Vision Strikers continues to try to push through this tube, and it's just not happening.
I don't know what they think they gain from this. The tube is so hard to break through unless you're kind of spending all your utility or rushing in as 5 and just hoping for a trade just to break through kitchen. Other than that, that is such an advantage for defenders if they're just hanging back, holding an off angle right at that exit into the kitchen. So once again, they lose both members. I mean, I think the idea was, again, that you'd trade and then you'd be able to keep hold of kitchen, and now you can go to either site through mid. But it's very interesting. The mid is not that well prioritized by most teams for a reason. Vision Strikers holds it in high value.
Yeah, with Harry here in the alarm bot, the smoke is going to allow them to cross. Des drops down, RB on the top, but there is bad news bears for them. Ritzy gets Glow, and in the end, it is going to be the 9th round for TNL, 10-9. This one is close, a nail biter for both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And stop making the snowmen, all right? Whoever's making them, stop it. Go to Breeze. Take a break.
No.
You don't want to go to Breeze? Breeze is beautiful.
Oh, I like Breeze, but the no, there's
the no.
Yeah,
no, and then
no
they just put another snowman.
Just to emphasize, like...
Listen, if you're that guy that puts that post-it with the snowman, don't do that in the office, right?
I feel like it should be like the circle with the line through it on the snowman. Just to really emphasize, no snowman. All right, Ritzy pushes up to pipes, doesn't take the shot at the turret, but now that it sees him, he has to, so gonna shoot it and then move back. So that's gonna alert Vision Strikers to the presence of the operator. But right now, seems like they're not really keen on trying to make any kind of aggressive push.
Yeah, I mean, RB is just trying to hold an angle here with his own operator as well on B. Of course, on attack, but he is on the jet, and they have that poison cloud to kind of use to their advantage. So Vision Strikers, I mean, they heard the operator on A, but they're going to take this slow because you don't know exactly what's prepared here from TNL. Poison Cloud activated once again, so RB has some of his vision clouded.
My question is what is Vision Strikers' response going to be to that wall and the aggressiveness off of it, like you were pointing out on the retake attempt, if it even comes to that for TNL, like if they're able to get themselves in that situation. TS has to wait on the backside, just outside of the Nano Swarm is Stacks, but Echo gonna get him with the shock dart. RB with a Marshall, trying to wait for this poison wall to come down, but that's the defender's poison wall there. Going up top is Harry, missing the shot, hits him, but doesn't take him down, tries to go for the no-scope, isn't able to connect, has to dash out into the slow behind Yellow. Gonna try to work the corner. There's the Hunter's Fury from Zest. Gonna land another Marshall shot, but not a headshot, so doesn't get a kill. Time being bought. Diffuse tap 2, quickly down for both teams. Glow around the corner, picks up 2, gets the 3rd, and Vision Strikers take their 11th round.
Glow making the right choice to swing right around as everyone's been focused on the B main hallways. And good play. I mean, with that Marshall you bought, so even if you weren't getting headshots, you bought so much time for your team to reposition for that post plant. Even got the lockdown as well with the Marshall as he was making his exit. So really high value.
It was, I mean, that just goes to show you how good RB is. Even if it's not an operator, he's still able to put a lot of work in and, like you said, buy time and space for his team to come in and do their thing. And Glow picking up a big one there. Vision Strikers 2 rounds away from taking TNL and taking Icebox for themselves. Then we have Ascent coming up next. Ritzy whiffs on the flick.
Okay, he is going to get back just in time. Exy was there to cover his exit, give him the heal, so he's able to be okay. Now he's topped off, still has some of his armor left as well. Now, Vision Strikers, they didn't like that kind of aggression from TNL. That gives them a chance to reposition. And making the correct read here that there's not going to be as much investment on A.
Yeah, with him pushing up like that, that kind of leads them to believe that something's a little askew from the normal default TNL defensive positions. Up over the top is King. There is the defender's poisons coming out to try to slow things up a bit. Some shots being traded, a little bit of damage done to King in the midst of everything. Exy trying to work around TS up on Raptors. Viper's Pit is here again after Glow picks up that triple. Coming down, and Exy not really able to connect. Zest gonna get that. King gets Echo. Zest continues to watch the corner here. There is a smoke in his face. He's gonna push up. He's got the operator next to him, but he's not ready. Ritzy gonna take him down. The turret gonna reveal Ritzy's location. He can't get out. He's slowed by multiple things. Has to use an updraft to get up and over. Ooh, TS almost hits the head there. In fact, that turret gonna get Ritzy here. TS takes a bunch of damage from the Viper's Pit. Doesn't feel like he's doing much. RB is gonna get 2 headshots. And there you go, 1 win away. and the Vision Strikers will find a win on Icebox.
That is the most valuable turret I've ever seen, Paper Thin. I mean, he keeps him locked in, and then he tries to peek back over, and it eventually finishes him off. That does not feel great. And Vision Strikers, again, they made the right call. Like we were talking about Paper Thin, when you see Ritzy up that far with the operator, you got to assume XC's behind him. Killjoy's been playing kind of kitchen and B, so you say, okay, well, you might have Killjoy back on A, but the utility's probably on B. Made the right choice to go in. The wall put up to kind of deny any sort of other lineups. The Shockbolts came in, delayed the spike plant for, you know, a couple of seconds, but they eventually get it down with the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, right there is just, you know, a battle of wits, and that time Glow's going to come out ahead. He had the Viper's Pit as well, which has proven to be a near impossible nut to crack for TNL on that A side. They really haven't found much success with it, so kind of looking to maybe change their fortunes, but this is typical Vision Strikers things. They're waiting you out, again, looking for information, but look how far forward on the B side TNL is.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of stacked both of their, you know, the Viper and the Killjoy on A, and they pushed out far onto B, trying to get a kill, especially with this Blade Storm. Not going to find anyone yet. Now, you see this interesting Toxic screen come out, and you got to imagine it's a push-up mid. TNL tried something similar to success on their side. TS is ready for him, though. He trades for one.
Oh, Harry gets RB, though. RB tried to get ahead of the situation. Really wasn't able to fool too many people. So even with this wall here, TNL can still get on that ramp and get over it. Now Stax has gotten to the site. Echo gonna try to go for the shock bolt onto him. Just misplaced. Second one as well. Doesn't get the kill. It does get a bunch of damage onto Stax, who is super hurt. Doesn't have his heal up. Already used it. Rez not really gonna be able to find it. Oh, dash around the corner. Zest with a little help here. Stax so confident. Pushes up to try to go for the fight. Would really like an opportunity to either get a heal or something. Glow here. Try to go for some kind of lineup. They should be aggressive on this Viper to try to deal with this. And Glow does get one, but Echo's gonna finish the job. There's plenty of time for the defuse.
Yep, just going to step onto it as it's about to disappear. Take a little bit of damage, no big deal. I mean, TNL almost made a big mistake when they weren't able to find Stax right on the corner, but they had enough players to get through. And it's a bit unfortunate that RB kind of got caught away from his team with that Sage wall as it came up to, he dashed a bit too far as Stax puts it up, and then he's kind of in no man's land. And I think if RB was there, things could have been different, one extra person.
Yeah, RB's just stuck in no man's land out there, so that's a little bit of a, I don't know if it's a mistake, but something that didn't work out well for the Vision Strikers in that situation. Hard to say exactly. I don't think they meant to block RB.
Well, it definitely, I couldn't have been intended. Just leave him out in the open with no cover.
Sometimes I never know with these pros, man. Sometimes they have crazy ideas. I'm like, all right, you guys meant to do that? Okay.
I think RB wanted to scout out just a bit further ahead, and the timing doesn't work out now. TS is going to preemptively use the Viper's Pit to kind of shut down A site, right? It's out of commission for this round.
Oh, no.
Oh, and Ritzy gets an open against RB on B. TNL looking good for this round. They just need 2 more to take this to overtime.
Yeah, okay, Stax does have res available, though, so at least there is that. RB does pick up his gun, no armor, though. Does have his Blade Storm available, although with the way things are economically, you're not really going to find many opportunities for it. Exy does have a res and a Guardian over on the other side. TS with the Viper Pit. Echo has the Hunter's Fury. No, they're going to see RB do that, so that's not going to be too confusing. But RB is going to get the headshot onto Echo. Oh, no, he tries to play off his own drone. Isn't able to make it go. Exy here, going to be watching mid. Thought about the wall for a second. Opts to not go for it. Harry leaving the kitchen.
Oh, and this is such a smart play from Vision Strikers. It negates the entire Viper's Pit. They see it, but they don't care. They can still get the plant, and now TS is trapped in his own world. King shuts him down, and that's an entire ultimate negated. TNL thought that Site A was all theirs. As Stax stays back, he's going to get 2 for free.
Oh, no, they had no idea. Echo does land the Hunter's Fury onto Zest, but 3 up for Vision Strikers. 1 detained out of this. It's going to be Exy, but he's pretty far back. Stax finds Harry on the side, and there he goes. That's the 4th kill for Vision Strikers. Stax, and the win on Icebox.
Wow, again, a lot of back and forth, but Vision Strikers really honing in that last round. You know, they kind of heard the Viper's Pit in A. They got shot down on B, so they decided to strike through middle, and then they switch it up to A with that Sage Wall that they've done in the previous round, blocking any sort of advance from the defender's spawn. just really, really good choices being made by Glow, their IGL for Vision Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, that just goes to show you that as good as TS has been as a shot caller for TNL in his new role there, he's still a little bit outclassed. You know, they have the exact same agent lineups, nothing different there. This is both, you know, for them a map they were undefeated on. Now it's going to be Vision Strikers who only can maintain that claim.
Yeah, well, I mean, TNL, they put up a good fight, right? It wasn't completely one-sided. It was a lot of back and forth. I mean, you were so close to making this comeback for overtime, so it feels unfortunate, but I think, you know, they should still have confidence as we prepare for the second map.
Absolutely. It was a very close, well-fought game, as I'm kind of expecting now. You know, at this point, it's no longer just kind of a Vision Striker freight train that just rolls along without any breaks. This time TNL is able to put up quite a good fight, and the headshot percentages a little bit lower than normal for both teams there, but Vision Striker slightly ahead, and the damage as well, about 1,000, a little more than 1,000 for the Vision Strikers. So a close match as you would expect in the stats.
And I think a lot of this is, again, kind of when you're playing on Icebox with these types of competitions we've started to see pop up, right? There's a lot more hectic gunfire. There's a lot more spray downs. You're using the Phantom more than the Vandal to try to get rid of those Sage walls. There's a lot of things to consider, but at the end of the day, we're going to have Vision Strikers take the edge 13-10. King actually topping the scoreboard at the end of the game there.
Yeah, somewhere Stax is saying, can we not play Icebox? It ruins my headshot percentage
He's
ratio,
like,
guys.
I'm only going to buy Guardian Sheriff if we do that. So don't you dare ban it.
No, yeah, if we're playing Icebox, guys, I'm only going for headshots. I have to keep my record up. Well, the Vision Strikers are going to take the first map, guys. We're going to take a break. Map number 2 coming up soon.
Sheriff in town, I get a little reckless. Missed the memo, go check the message. I ate then came back for seconds. I hate seeing your fake little necklace. Lifestyle decrepit, I should probably expect this. Too much game for your league. I'm Hussein with Steve on Hussein on these. Legendary on everything you aim to be. I'm insane and free, you can't tame the beast.
Friend of me, all these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend of me, all these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend of me, all these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. Friend of me, all these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me. All these neck just wanna be a mini me.
Come on, show me that you've got it, or I will run over your soul. I'm wild chaos drip and I'm flawless. We go out of control, stay right. Clockwise, scream my name all night. Take your prize, improvise. Boy, you run me like a wolf, bring it on really good. Every second not so smooth. Can't you tell, can't you tell? You get us going like you should. Bring it on really good. Every second not so smooth. Work your eyes clockwise. Work your eyes clockwise. Look at here, I'm so ready. Come into my bed, make me all red. All I want is everything, and you can lock me down if you let me in. With your eyes clockwise, you and I, all night. Huh. Boy, you run me like a wolf, bring it on really good. Every second now so smooth. Can't you tell, can't you tell? You get us going like you should. Bring it on really good. Every second now so smooth. Oh, yeah. Work your eyes clockwise. Work your eyes clockwise.
He's all the way in, and somebody's in. Spawn. That's going to start sending him back. Going to get Axio.
Vision Strikers won that.
And LBS not really able to fall. Back him up for a second. And TS gun actually is going to be the Vandal this time. Oh my goodness.
Harry needs to push it
Through Foreglow. Smokes another utility being used, but Zest has a great angle. The Cubby, like, kind of knows to get traded out by. This is going to be a tricky one now for the operator. Oh! He steps out. Pretty decent timing. Gets two.
The space. He's going to use a shock bolt, and he gets TS.
He gets another! You got one on top. No, sir. The Smokes. Stacks can't quite see him. Fire. Sheriff shots can be down in case anybody's trying to put the damage you can do here.
Contained control.
He's got to be careful. There's a slow orb. Drops down. RB on the top, but quickly down for both teams. Glow around the corner. Picks up two. Doesn't feel like he's doing much. Oh,
On their side, TS is ready.
back. Stacks finds Harry on the side, and there he goes. That's the fourth kill for Vision.
A lot of back and forth, but Vision Strikers rarely.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Korea with the VCT quarterfinals. The last match of the quarterfinals, in fact, it's Vision Strikers versus TNL. Vision Strikers win 13-10 on the Icebox. Now we move over to Ascent. So I think Icebox, kind of a map we expected to see here, as both of these teams have been undefeated coming into today on it. Now we move over to a map that I think is a little bit more difficult for the Vision Strikers, I'd say.
They haven't looked that strong on Ascent recently, right? They even banned it once in the group stage. It seems like Vision Strikers is kind of in this phase where they're like, okay, in this new meta, what is our weakest map? They haven't quite figured it out yet. Ascent, not the strongest showing. They play pretty standard. You know, they play default. They play, you know, for market. It's pretty expected. But now with Glow on Astra, does that change things up as he's getting, hopefully, more and more used to this agent that seems to be dominating the meta currently?
Yeah, it is a really interesting question in my mind that I think you bring up really well here. What is Glow's reaction to the meta shifts going to be? Because he's been an Omen for as long as I can remember. I mean, pretty much since day one. And so now he's being asked to kind of fill into some other agents, and that can be a lot for somebody to handle, a play caller on top of it. You know, he's trying to do all these things. Look at the MVP voting. I mean, this is how kind of close that match was in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, everyone kind of had a round where they were kind of popping off, and so many of them seemed crucial because it was a lot of mind games from both teams. So we see kind of everyone having a different opinion. Really, we all win from that, but the players don't, because now their points are all spread across and they're not going to accumulate a lot towards the finals. So really, if you want that MVP award by the end, you're going to need to pop off and hard carry your team.
Or you can bribe us. I'm just saying, you know, I am a big fan of coffee.
No comment on that. All right. I would like to steer clear.
All
but,
right.
You know, you do you, man.
No, I don't. No. But
we're just having fun here.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think no matter what, I'm going to vote with what I really think is going on there. You and I both thought Stacks, but I mean, you can make a case for anybody that was picked.
I just think Stacks brought the kind of most innovative plays for Vision Strikers where it made a difference, right? Other times it was kind of what you expected them to do when they won. You're like, okay, well, Glow is holding this angle. He has the smokes. They all played well, but I think Stacks was really the deal breaker against TNL in some of those rounds. You know, we saw the elevator up on the top of mid against the defender's spawn. Some good plays with Sage. We'll see what the picks look like here on Ascent for map number 2.
All right, well, Zest and King, there's not much confusion about what they're playing, as that's pretty stock standard. RB still on Jet, so we're not going back to Raze. with him. Stax hovering over Sky. He told me a while ago that Breach was dead, long live Sky. But he did play Breach again for a little bit there. And on the other side of things, Ritzy on a Sage on Ascent. That's quite interesting. You don't see that every day.
They're kind of all leaning on Exi then. They're giving him full power. Ritzy perhaps trying to, especially on defense, playing for a bit extra time. Stax going to bring out Phoenix and Exi on the Phoenix as well.
What?
Stax on Phoenix. I love it.
Whoa. Have we ever seen this?
Stax on
I don't
Phoenix?
think so.
Maybe back in the day.
Maybe a long time ago.
Yeah, not in VCT, I don't think.
Definitely
not for Stax.
Wow.
I mean, Exi, I think we've seen before, right, on that Phoenix.
Yes.
Kind of popping in and out.
Yeah, I believe he's done it before, but for Stax, I mean, it is a flasher. That is kind of his typical role on a team. So definitely you're seeing a new approach by the Vision Strikers. Glow is indeed on Astra, so he continues to try to figure that thing out and try to get more value out of her. I mean, I think you talked about this well, but we'll get into it, guys. We're gonna get into the game. Vision Strikers versus TNL on Ascent. Vision Strikers can win. They move on to the semifinals against New Turn.
I don't know why I didn't notice this before, but Vision Strikers are all sporting their Regional Masters Champions titles on their player cards, so it shows up every time in the loading screen. That is a message to send to your opponents every match.
I would do that too. I would absolutely be sporting that 100%. Well, they 100% deserved it, and this one's going to be quite interesting. With both Astras being out there, I think it's going to be a lot of mind games going on here, but for Glow, he's pretty new on the Astra, and with Stax being on Phoenix, I mean, I have no doubt that Stax is good no matter what he pulls out.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of talk about it themselves as well for Vision Strikers. They admit that Stax is just so good with some of these technical agents that require a lot more microplay and a lot more quick decision-making. He's very, very good on those split-second choices. So it's no big surprise to see him play this Phoenix. Now, TNL, of course, foregoing some of the more traditional entries in Raze and Jet, only having the Phoenix for their duelist. So we'll see how that pays off on offense. It might be a play also to try to get some extra rounds here in defense along with that Sage.
Well, I worry about Vision Strikers on pistol rounds because they do interesting stuff sometimes. Well, there's two. Around the corner is the curveball. A lot of flashes, and RB is going to pick up two along the way. Zest picks up Exi, and that was fast and easy. TS around the corner. Stax is there to turn on him, put a bullet in his head, and that is going to be yet again another pistol round going to the Vision Strikers.
Yeah, I see what TNL wanted to do. I think they were caught off guard with Vision Strikers being right there in front of them across mid.
Weird. Both teams are doing weird stuff.
I mean, that's not how either of these teams usually play, especially in the pistol round.
Yeah.
I think TNL wanted to switch things up, maybe make this kind of aggressive push in mid. They didn't see any movement in A. So in theory, it was a good choice. It's just Vision Strikers, I think, caught them off guard. Exi wasn't able to get the quick curveball around, not to get that advantage. They just get picked off. So now they have to take this second round with just their pistols or their secondaries. Harry's actually going to have that shorty prepped on A site.
Got to be careful with that. Now King's got to back up. Revealed himself with the shots, even though the bolt didn't necessarily catch him. Turret on the top of the little shop there. And it's going to get taken out. But I think in that last round, I think what happened is a lot of times Vision Strikers will just rush on a pistol round.
That is true.
And I think TNL was like trying to get behind them,
Yes.
and that's my best guess.
Yeah, and the Vision Strikers actually went from A, like rotated all the way to B, and it gave them enough time. Works out for Vision Strikers now. They are going to make their way into A site, and TNL just happily going to back off, wait for the rest of their teammates, go for a 5v5 retake.
All right, well, RB going to be watching. Evan from the box. Shark Darts not going to connect just yet for TNL. There goes a Hot Hands, and there's a dart up top. That Hot Hands lands right onto Stax, but RB ready. Gets Ritzy with the spray down. Thinking about popping back up for another, but he's got to be careful. There is that wall there. Now the smoke as well is going to give him the ability to get on up there. And oh my word, he could just pick up a bunch with a little help from Stacks and King. Quick and efficient, a flawless for the Vision Strikers.
I love how Army thought his teammates had already finished off the round. He pulls out his knife half a second early, and then he kind of freaks out, but his teammates are able to finish off the enemies for him. He's just like, oh, of course he would have gotten the person who dropped down. He just tries to rush forward, almost gets picked off at the end, but Vision Strikers, 2 clean rounds for them. And now TNL with the rifles. How are they going to position themselves? It looks like we've got Xe over on A along with Ritzy. I mean, that they're kind of a duo. They always work in pairs. They'll always have agents that supplement each other as well.
Well, on Icebox, the third round in the half always went to TNL. So let's see if they can get it done both times. So this is their moment, and Stacks tries to get pulled in there, is able to escape successfully. One thing to note, I think that maybe if you're a new viewer to Valorant and you know a little bit about this, Astra's nebulas, they are slightly different. You can tell them apart who's used them based on the outline of the nebula. For example, that one at the door has a yellow outline. That's a defender's nebula, red outline for the attackers. But Stack's going to get pulled in by that gravity well. Run it back is gone, but Glow is there to pick up 2 into market. He's going to get, or actually it's RB taken down by Harry. Stack's going to return the favor onto him. And now B site going to be claimed by the Vision Strikers.
Yeah, really good entry here onto B site. Stacks will eventually go down, but lots of value on that run it back as well, as now it is a 2 versus 3 TNL looking to retake here.
Now this is a tough one, and this is not good for TNL. It's going to take some crazy good shooting. You're going to use that drone around the corner. I like it. They don't even really push it forward too much, trying to figure out which side they're going to come from. Now they know for sure they're coming from the right. You get the dart in there as well, try to spray through the wall, but Xe going to get Zest. Glow really trying to hold this. It's about buying time in some ways. King gets one. Up to Glow. The spike is tapped by Xe. Oh no, Glow thinks he might be coming around this side. He's waiting. He can just keep buying time. A little do-si-do here. Good movement by Glow. Don't give him any chance here. Very nicely done. Picks up the kill even, and that is going to be round 3 going to VS.
Oh man, Xe just assumed he might be elsewhere on the site. They thought that Boathouse was clear, so Glow just stays quiet until the last moments, keeps him locked in there with him. And even though everyone gets wiped out by the end, Vision Strikers gets that 3rd win. I mean, really good play. Again, this is what you want to see when you have that Phoenix, right? You secure that early run it back, and then you just use it aggressively, especially on attack. So really good choice from Vision Strikers. They prioritized the ultimate orb. He was able to get out of the gravity well in time. Stacks has already used it once. Xe might be looking to try to get an early kill or an orb. He is in mid, so no orbs for him. But if he gets a kill, will he immediately try to position for an ultimate?
RB shoulder checking mid, but right now it's just a crossfire set up the door to Pizza, and nobody from TNL really wants to get out, of course. I mean, it's not the greatest. Echo does have an Ares, which we're seeing Ares today, which even in Korea, a region that loves those light machine guns, at least in pubs, you know, you don't see them too often. You see Odins, of course, because of their ability to spray through walls and such, especially on this map. But the Ares is a really interesting pick.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are starting to get that when you kind of have, you know, Astra and a lot of these other agents that cause a lot more smokes, a lot more confusion. If you're kind of going on this medium buy, go for the Ares to try to spray through. Echo does reveal himself with that spray, and Stacks is going to answer in turn.
Stacks is Stacks. He just knew right where he was going to be. RB comes up and picks up 2. There's the 3rd for RB.
Wow. I mean, woo. Vision Strikers is looking in form. I mean, again, when they were kind of shaky in the beginning of Stage 2, it was a multitude of things, right? They were on their back foot in terms of meta, so they had to deal with these picks that they weren't used to playing against, and therefore their aim also seemed to be not as good as it used to be. I mean, still great, but not as dominating. But now that they have the confidence, you see them taking these challenges, pushing through those smokes, taking those jumps, because they know they can win. They know they have each other's backs.
Yeah, a game like Valorant requires so much focus, and if there's a little bit of, you know, a negative thought in the back of your mind, it can affect your shooting. It can affect your concentration. And that, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think you've nailed something a little bit there with the Vision Strikers, that we didn't see that crisp cleanness that we're so, even with their high headshot percentage, it still wasn't as efficient as we're used to seeing from them.
Yes, and they knew, you could tell that they felt it, right? They weren't being as aggressive. They weren't pushing corners. They weren't pushing smokes. Now the typical recon bolt coming out and being main. It will get taken down, so no massive spray with the Odin.
Yeah, really wanting it, and I think that, you know, the Vision Striker is now kind of readjusting, rethinking things, and going back towards A again. And they are going to check heaven. There is one there. You have Ritzy, who has put the wall up. I'm not used to seeing Sage Walls on Ascent. Quickly taken down. Smokes from both sides coming through. A gravity well in the back, but it's not going to find Ritzy. He pushes forward into the jet. Smoke's going to take out the run it back, but that doesn't matter because RB is there to trade. But TS on the backside. RB going to pick up another. He looks to try to work over here. There's the run it back. Oh, he dashes forward right into Harry's gun. Oh no, a bit of a misplay there from RB.
Yeah, and XC now back in Garden, trying to get a kill. King will pick him off. King, is he going to push all the way through?
Oh, the shock dart from Echo gets stacks, and then he finishes it off with the Odin. So finally, TNL able to get on the board after suffering losses in the first 4 rounds on Ascent.
Yeah, it's been a little rough, but it was good patience and then good use of that run it back from XC. Of course, we saw it from Stacks as well. I mean, Stacks already twice now, but I like the early Sage Wall from Ritzy. You looked at the time, no movement on B. They shot the dart without being revealed at all, so you know they're not all stacked in B main. So he just says, all right, I'm going to set up this wall, take it all the way back. They had the extra gravity well to buy time once the wall goes down. A good setup from TNL. They were ready for the retake. Run it back secures an extra kill, and now they put a win on the board.
All right, well, Echo's only one away from the Hunter's Fury. Even though King has the lockdown, Harry does as well. So there's quite a bit of counterplay. 2 Vision Strikers lockdown if they opt to go for it. Glow does have the Cosmic Divide, though. So I'm really curious to see what Glow's thought process is going to be with the Cosmic Divide. Is it, if they go to B, is it going to be kind of that standard through Lumber Cosmic Divide? Will we see maybe something a little bit more towards the market side with it? I've seen that as well. Really curious because I think, you know, of course, Glow one of the best in Korea when it comes to the mental game of Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he is called kind of the mastermind in Korea for good reason. All the opponents also respecting that, you know, the power that he has on this team and commanding that squad of great players on Vision Strikers. Echo still just waiting for any movement, noise, anything. So tempting when we're watching it.
I know.
From an observer. Oh, he goes, but he actually shoots all the way through everyone, and there is a Nova post to push him back.
Yeah, you play some pin the tail on the donkey there, and this time around you're not finding any connections. The lockdown is in, and there is a trade. Echo does get Zest, but King gonna get him as they push deep into the site. Harry's in the back waiting. TS is gonna pick one along the way. Ritzy here throwing the slow orb towards the door. There is that Cosmic Divide, but the Vision Strikers are going to use this to rotate to A. I really like this maneuver.
Yeah, it almost seems kind of too preempt. He's actually just coincidentally finding the small gap in between both Cosmic Divides. That's a lot of purple. But TNL, I think their own Cosmic Divide was a little too early. Stacks.
Curveball, gonna get one, can he get the other? Yes, he does!
Goodness, Stacks. Oh man, but they kind of took the assumption correctly that they would still be stuck in B with the timing. TNL, I mean, the Cosmic Divides, both of them, of course, kind of layered together, kind of threw them off guard. They were like, well, we don't hear them, and they're running out of time, so they must be waiting to come back into B. But Vision Strikers, it was close, but it was a very good call right at the end of the round.
I mean, it just goes to show you how good that internal timer inside of the heads of that team is, and they just nail it. And then there's Stacks who, yeah, you said it well earlier, it doesn't matter what he plays. He's just so darn good at these technical agents. And then in that case, he gets a great curveball around the corner, gets 2 flashes, and then has a great spray transfer.
Yeah, and he's, again, only 1 away. So while he wants this ultimate orb, he doesn't want to get baited in by TNL. If they're keeping good track of it with those kills, they know he's close, so he doesn't want to just rush in. In fact, the entire team of Vision Strikers coming now. XC is in Wine. They haven't covered Wine yet. There's a Dissipate.
A little bit of bait, yeah, with the Nebulas there. They are going to see him. Now he's in trouble because they know he is there. Even dart into that, and yep, Stack's going to take them down. Stack's got to be careful, though. Ritzy did come around and headshot RB there. Get a curveball around the corner again. Gets 2, but only able to find 1 kill. Glow follows up very nicely. King going to be on Heaven duty. Harry's taking a bunch of damage from that Nano Swarm, finds one headshot, but that isn't enough with that classic King. Gonna go for the plant after getting the finish. This attacking half going extremely well for VS.
I mean, this is, to be fair, this is what Vision Strikers versus TNL used to look like, right? I mean, Vision Strikers, it doesn't matter how well they're playing elsewhere, they just go absolutely superpower mode against TNL because they know them so well. And quite frankly, I think we're starting to see TNL get a little bit shaken. When you leave Xe in there with no backup, no other plan, and if they were to scout that with any piece of utility, you're in no man's land, that's a tough choice.
Exactly. It is just crazy how well that the Vision Strikers can read TNL, how good of a handle they have on what they want to do, and I think definitely part of that is just, you know, being together for so long. You really learn player tendencies and thought patterns.
That is absolutely true. Of course, they haven't had a change coming into this, to this game. So they've been together for so long. The communication must be crisp, clean compared to a lot of these other Korean teams who are still trying to find the right combinations. And we've seen upgrades coming into stage 2. I mean, Korea's definitely improved as a whole region, but Vision Strikers seems to be still just half a step ahead as we look at them trying to make this attack once again in round 8. Has control of Courtyard, not so much into market, but the door's closed, so they're in no rush to go that far.
Yeah, and the ult economy is really good here for the Vision Strikers. A lot of different abilities available to be used. Just kind of depends on if they can find the right situations. Still sitting on the lockdown is King, but there is the Hunter's Fury for Echo, so you got to be pretty careful with that. Stax is just too good, man. He is, even as an entry bragger, he's nuts!
Oh my gosh, and that's huge value on the run it back. 2 kills and clearing out that entire side of the map, and now they have control of Heaven. Glow comes in from behind, takes out Harry. Vision Strikers is looking unstoppable right now.
I mean, this just almost feels like TNL is just completely broken. They have no answers. They're not looking in the right spots. I mean, Stax, don't get me wrong, Stax I still think is the best player in Korea. And of course, going up against him is tough. When he does this crap, he's just insane. Can he get the next one? He does! The 4th and a flawless. Stax, stop!
Oh my god.
It's not fair.
Stax must be having so much fun right now. He's like, yes, I can do whatever I want. Full power, Stax Unleashed. He's just going rampant. I mean, he gets 2 extra points there. They've been feeding him these ultimate orbs. But here's the thing, though. If you want to play Phoenix, you have to play around Phoenix, right? You have to give all your resources to that agent, because what they can do alone, especially when you're an aimer like Stax, is so massive.
It's just amazing how Stax can just slot into any role, and I mean, his hot hands is just on point, and he follows it up to get the finish. He nails headshots. He's just absolutely positively insane. Now Ares again for Echo, as we are on the eco round here for TNL. I guess a little bit of a buy of sorts, but no armor to be found for Echo behind that Ares.
And Vision Strikers once again kind of playing for Courtyard control. Might make some peeks here into Pizza. We'll see if they make that choice. Aldrone going to lead the way for Stax, and they are going to spot TS, so they give up on it.
Yeah, now we're back to that market strategy. We haven't seen this yet from the Vision Strikers. This is kind of their normal play, and now they're kind of diverting back to it on the attacker side. So nice to see. RB gets the first one behind the box here as he pushes in, has to check the backside of it. Now he knows he's there for sure. Glow with the crossfire, gonna take down Harry. TS finds one, but quickly taken down by King in exchange. 2 left for TNL, Xe, and Ritzy. Not a lot they can do, feels like. I mean, Vision Strikers just has a complete domination on this. King picks up the 3rd. My word, this is a one-sided half so far. I mean, there's only 3 rounds left, and this could be very, very difficult for TNL. You can see Xe is trying to get his team fired up.
Yeah, you need to. And TNL in the past, they used to be known as this very emotional team, right? If they start losing, they go down this really, really steep slope. They're just rolling out of control. And with Harry coming in, when they're winning, it's actually been a great boon. But once again, we're seeing them not able to really regroup and stay in the game. So Xe doing what he can. They still have some utility to work with. They still have that Hunter's Fury. They have the res from Ritzy. They can play around these ultimates. Unfortunately, Vision Strikers, they've only ever had to use 1 ultimate per round maximum.
It's just amazing. I mean, the Vision Strikers are just sometimes winning so quickly and so efficiently. You're absolutely right. There's no need to use these ultimates. I mean, they can just hang on to them for kind of like last-ditch efforts in a round.
Exactly. I mean, quite frankly, if Stax continues to play like this, they can just wait for run it back every time and just save their ultimates for like massive post plants when they're down 1v4, right? I mean, this is just a dominating performance from that guy. And Vision Strikers once again looking for A, and TNL, they've made a massive mistake. They've pushed out all the way through Cat, but now this site is all Vision Strikers. They have the turret behind them to prevent Lurk as well. So King is now ready, but does he know it's 2 members?
King's the linchpin on this for sure on the defense for Vision Strikers. There's a hot hands here, so he has to step out. Nexi going to displace him. Really nicely done by TNL. Good recognition here. This might be a good opportunity. Glow, I think he's got that Cosmic Divide, but it doesn't matter. Exi's able to find a third here. Exi doing a pretty good job. Zest gonna get one, though. Exi gonna use the run it back to come through. Stax, of course. What would it be without him finding a kill? And finally, they take him down. It looks like the pep talk worked.
Yeah.
TNL.
I mean, look, even though they kind of had the misread and they pushed all the way out through Cat, what that did was they secured all the information they needed. All 5 members are in site A. We've pushed out both side, the mid and the B site, so we know where they are. Now you come through. You had 2 members on that flank, so you're able to take out King. Really well played. And the Cosmic Divide from Glow, it was a good idea, but it was a little late and also just too close to him, where he actually muffled his own audio just a tad bit. So unfortunate play. But look at this. Exi and Ritzy as a duo coming in, or actually it's TS, and they were able to clear out Wine, and then he gets his ultimate, so the good run it back to open up the retake for TNL.
Man, King almost killed Exi. Had King killed Exi, this is probably a completely different round.
Oh, absolutely.
4 health left, and he had to run it back as well. Now Stax, I mean, it feels like Stax just permanently has run it back with what he's been doing so far here.
It's insane, but that's what you want when you have a Phoenix, right? You want to play.
Oh, Ritzy, the collateral gets Stax and King with the push out. Gonna swing that knife back in victory. Well done.
That is huge. If that's not a morale booster for TNL right now, I don't know what is. That has to get them back in the game. That is massive. You shut down not only the Phoenix, but 2 ultimates as well. Now Vision Strikers, if they want to secure this round, they still have other things to use, but they have to expend it all.
Yeah, this one might be just kind of seeing if they can maybe get some cheeky kills along the way, but there is RB. He's thinking about this, but there is Exi over in Boiler. This is the defender side smoke, so they're ready, but RB is even more ready. Glow gets another. That's 2. Bunch of damage being done. Here comes Honor Fury. RB has to dash ahead, and he is getting tracked by that Hunter's Fury, but he's able to avoid it as he is the Jet, and he is a maneuverable son of a gun.
Oh my, I mean, that kind of extra off angle from RB out of that smoke. Exi was ready for it too, but he was just a tad off on his crosshair placement. RB able to secure that kill. Ritzy is going to use a resurrect. I mean, TNL, they can't risk anything right now, so now they're at a 4v2 numbers advantage.
Yeah, you might as well go for it now. There's only a couple rounds left in the half. Cosmic Divide is separating Glow from that window. So that's a really interesting one here. They're going to have to kind of push onto the site. They have no idea if this is being diffused or not. Really nice Cosmic Divide. Keeps the information completely out of Vision Striker's hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Crucial ultimate coming in from TS. So great play from TNL, and they're looking better and better. They're looking like they're playing like a team. They're using their ultimates, their abilities in the ways they want. And while they are massively down, this momentum is what they need as they try to wrap up this first half. You know, it's going to be a 4-8 even if you win it, but if you're winning the last couple rounds going in and then you can get the pistol round, that's a good momentum booster.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that could very quickly turn things around. In 8-4, it's not great as a defender's half on Ascent, but
I mean, let's be honest, it's pretty bad.
Yeah,
it's
but
pretty,
you give yourself a chance.
I mean, listen, they lost all these rounds in the middle, right? If you're able to, again, pick up that energy towards the end and bring it to the pistol round in the second half, I mean, that's just the best shot you have. And for TNL, you're fighting for your tournament lives here. You need to throw everything you have to get yourselves in the game.
You can see Vision Strikers has to respect that operator. They learned the hard way that there is one in the hands of TNL in that previous round. So it's going to be a push through short again, all the way through into Boiler, almost at the door. There is a star on the ground for TNL in the front. It is going to be the gravity well, but Stax is just going to walk right into it. Look how much confidence he has. He just swings through here, even gets some damage in. Going to break the glass, starts pushing forward. The run it back goes away, but it doesn't matter. RB gets it. Zest picks up 2. The site is in the hands of the Vision Strikers.
What was that from RB? He just runs and sprays through the smoke along with his teammates, and they pick up several kills. Harry is going to pick off Stax, but is it going to be enough? It's only 2 members left for TNL.
Well, we've seen the top player for Vision Strikers come through with some big plays already in the half. The King has a lockdown. Exy, can he find something to do here? There it is. They're going to be counter lockdowns, both of them. Going to let them fly, and you can see that one of them is going to get taken down there by a Hunter's Fury. Harry's trying to push forward. King's going to get Exy though. Harry goes down as well, and it doesn't matter. Vision Strikers with a dominant half on Ascent.
Wow, I mean, TNL just had no idea how to stop him for the longest time, and that hurts a lot. I mean, they kind of figured it out at the end, right? They got some clutch wins right at the end of the first half, but a little too late. Vision Strikers ran away on attack, and now they get to sit back on defend, play it slower if they wish. Quite frankly, the way Stax is playing and he's on the Phoenix, I think they might even kind of aggress onto these ult orbs and try to press the issue before TNL is able to regroup.
I think that's really well put. Really would be, I think, advantageous for TNL, but at this point, I just don't know. It feels out of hand at 9-3.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I thought 8-4, then you win, the pistol, the follow-up, it's 8-6, then it's doable.
It's doable, yeah.
But
now, I mean, yeah, even if you win the pistol in the second, you still have 4 more rounds before you tie it up, but then you're up against the rifles. It gets really iffy. Now, the only thing that can change is if Xy's able to do what Stax did, right? Just go off on that Phoenix, get the early run it back, right off the first 2 rounds, and then start to build that momentum where it's just really the game runs around your own ultimate cycle. And that's what you do when you're winning with Phoenix. We'll see if TNL can get that first win to get the ball rolling.
All right. Let's see. I mean, they had a really good run, did TNL on Icebox, to come back and make it a little bit interesting, at least there towards the end. I mean, it was kind of neck and neck a lot of the way, but they at least put up a little bit of a fight, and we'll see if they've got something in the tank. It'll be a comeback for the ages. They're able to find a way to get Vision Strikers off of Ascent and bring it to a 3rd map, but it's looking incredibly unlikely. Recon Drone gonna lead the way for Exy. Yeah, really trying to get the ball into his hands like you're talking about there.
Yeah, but I mean, Vision Strikers was ready for this. They knew that the ultimate ore was going to be crucial for Exy, so they make sure they're peeking a main. I mean, we saw even King kind of jiggle peeking on B main on the mini-map, so they're not giving those up. They can secure the one on A main now if they wish. In fact, they could try to go for it on B, as TNL's still so focused on this A short entry through tree.
Yeah, now it's been spotted. The gravity well there doesn't catch anybody, but it doesn't. Whoops! RB sees TS. TS is like, nah, I'm out. Later, dog. All right, Exy coming in. There is the flash, but right underneath him is Zest, and they have no idea. Zest thought he had him. Ends up getting him in the end with the frenzy, but Ritzy is there to finish the job. TNL is pushed through. King has to slide back, gets Echo in Lumber, then Glow gets TS.
Oh my goodness, it's already falling apart, and it's only the pistol round. I mean, they will get the plant, but it's a 4 versus 2. Vision Strikers trying to go for the retake. Ritzy gets 1, but Stax returns.
1 left in boat, just Harry there is going to be taken down. The Vision Strikers find the pistol. They won every single pistol round here so far, and that may well just be every single pistol round of the match.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but because we don't see Phoenix so often in Korea, just as a reminder, Exy going down early means he's not getting any extra points towards his ultimate. So now Vision Strikers has a bit more breathing room. Of course, they've got plenty of kills as well. They have the win. But on top of that, that comeback factor, which Run It Back can really do, has been now shut down for quite some time.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It's really looking very, very difficult for TNL. They just don't have the money to really do much. You can see there that even with a Sheriff, Exy doesn't feel comfortable to put any armor behind it. A lot of classics and a ghost. And that is it. So Vision Strikers could potentially find a good one, but they do have a good little early usage of utility to force RB back.
Yeah, but RB also, again, this is some good back and forth, right? Vision Striker says, we know you want those ultimate orbs. And so TNL has to invest a lot just to chase him back. And now what are they going to do? They do get the extra point for Xe, but he's still quite some time away from that run it back. Of course, they're still on this eco here in the second round of the half. So a share for Xe, but not much else.
All right, Echo trying to put the drone to some use. Market going to be occupied by Zest and King. And they make their way. Oh my god, Stax is in the middle. Oh no, this feels potentially bad. Nope, he's just going to, okay, he's going to back him. I thought he might try to flank him there. But TNL doesn't feel comfortable pushing through there. So a good kind of maneuver by Stax in a way. He doesn't end up maybe getting caught in a cross with TNL where there's kind of an odd man situation.
I'm pretty sure if Glow wasn't in his ear, he might have just pushed through all the across to B. I mean, he's really feeling it this map, but making the right call with his teammates to just hang back because there was enough time for TNL to bring it back to A, and now this Cloudburst buys extra time, which forces TNL to start using their utility. It's now been seen.
Ooh, good hot hands right on the back, but Glow's around the corner! He gets 3! There's the finish! It's a flawless for VS. 2 rounds away from moving on to the semifinals.
How does Vision Strikers do it? How does Glow do it? How does he know every time? You hear some of that movement in B, and then they got spotted by the turret, so now you're thinking, all right, we're not rushing in. We've already moved back into B site, so everyone hang back. In fact, Stax, come back to A, join me in holding this entrance, and they shut down all 5 members immediately. 11-3 lead for Vision Strikers, and TNL, I mean, they are grasping at straws as they come into this rifle round with only a Bulldog. Oh, he is finally going to switch over to that Vandal. Ritzy's going to take the Bulldog.
All right, well, Xe really keen on trying to get that Alt Orb, and the Nano Swarm going to block the way finally. Looks like they're going to be able to push forward. Stax has the curveball in hand. He hears the noise, and he gets Xe. He doesn't even get to pick it up. The Vision Strikers have TNL read like a book.
Again, I mean, Vision Strikers knows how they took the advantage on attackers. It was all through that Phoenix in the early rounds. They don't want Xe to do the same. They know what he can do when he starts going. And Stax, of course, is a perfect member to shut down Xe against TNL. Vision Strikers now with 1 extra member, 5 versus 4. TNL just looking for a site to even break into. They haven't even gotten a proper peep at some of these sites.
It's just crazy how good Vision Strikers are, how well Stax is playing in this is just really setting the pace for the rest of the team. Now things get a little more interesting. Slow Orb is out. So a lot of Vision Strikers are kind of bullied in the back. Jumping through, only able to find one is Stax pretty quickly there. You also get the res onto Xe. I was kind of wondering about that, if Ritzy had the res up yet. He is able to do it, so he's able to find it. So even though with the shaky start, the decent economy in terms of ults is there to give them a chance. Walking right through it is RB. The 11 health takes Ritzy down. Every gun that TNL loses is painful.
Yeah, I mean, they have so many rounds to go that economy is the name of the game here. And even if they were able to get this win, the more chip damage that is done to them, eventually it's going to catch up to them. So Vision Strikers right now just trying to see if they can get some kills. In fact, I think they're just trying to keep them locked in here so they all lose their guns.
I think that's super smart here. The Vision Strikers know the situation. Don't let anybody through. So it's going to be an overstack. Glow gets one. RB gets another. He gets traded out by Harry. But Zest finishes off Harry. Going to grab the gun and run. So for TNL, it's a win, but at what cost, Chobra?
Oh my gosh. I mean, they had to get out of there, right? They had to make a chance. They had to make a run for it. But Vision Strikers knows what they have to do. They're so far ahead. It's okay to give them a round. Eventually, they won't be able to buy guns again. It's going to happen. And so now they continue to lead 7 points. TNL, they can buy back this round most of their weapons, but it's not going to feel good.
I mean, it feels like Vision Strikers is like a medieval doctor. They're just putting leeches on TNL and just sucking them dry. I mean,
I was wondering where that was going to go. I was like, medieval doctor? What? They weren't exactly the greatest at the doctoral program here. We've advanced quite a bit since then, but I get it now. I get it. The leeches. All right.
Leeches, my friend. Oh, goodness gracious. Harry
my goodness.
just gets tagged up and wracked. Zast trying to hold down Market. Takes quite a bit of damage himself, so he's going to have to back up. Vision Strikers don't have any ability to heal him, so for him, it is what it is. Stax just doing Stax things. The run it back goes down, but Glow is there to trade. RB trying to bottleneck, and this is just terrible. The Market is a killing field.
Yeah, and with Echo, I mean, you kind of have to save, but this is now going to be a match point, so he didn't really have a great choice one way or the other. It was going to feel terrible. And now Vision Strikers already at match point. I mean, they were so back and forth on Icebox, and recently Vision Strikers looked so shaky on Ascent, but now with the Astra and the Phoenix, they are absolutely out of control.
I mean, this just adds to the legend of Vision Strikers and of Stacks and Glow and everybody on this team. RB gets to go back to Jet, you know, kind of one of the players that originally made the Korean Jet meme popular. You know, the RB difference, he is so powerful. But today, the story on Ascent is definitely Stacks. Look at that lineup there. The Astra from Glow.
Oh my goodness.
They still get another orb. I mean, they just will not let these alt orbs be taken. It's just incredible.
It's great to see, because we don't see Phoenix that often. I mean, we've seen orbs being prioritized, but with Phoenix, you have to be really aggressive about it, because that changes the game so much. When you have an extra life and an extra scout with a gun, it is a massive advantage. So to see Vision Strikers not only keep their Phoenix going, but starve Xe, that is massive.
All right, Zest gets a shock dart in there. Waiting around the corner is King. Not able to do much. Quickly, TNL take 2 down. A nice little push. Even though Glow finds Harry, there's still only 3 up for the Vision Strikers. Going to use a wall to cut off the approach in towards B. TNL's TS has a great lurk. I don't think... Oh, nope. Okay, now he sees Glow. Bye. That was really nicely done there by TS. Finds Glow. Now things looking a little bit strange for Vision Strikers. I say that, but... Jeez, Stacks and RB are the 2 left. This is disastrous, as those, it looked so good. It was 4-2.
Yeah, I mean, they had a massive advantage. However, the fact that their spike was still in spawn is working out for TNL. I was wondering when someone was going to go pick that up, but TS opened it up, and I think that's why he continued to stay instead of lurking all the way around in case he had to run back and get it himself. Now they're able to get it planted. It is still a 2v2, and they are already in control of the site, so TNL a slight advantage. What can Stacks and RB do to try to close out this map and the match for Vision Strikers?
It's really nice adaptation by TNL to a bad situation. What was good to a bad. See if they can get it done. Stacks not going to see Ritzy in time. Good smoke allows Ritzy to get that done. Now it's just going to be up to RB. TS takes him down, so TNL does find a win. It was a little bit shaky, but they get it.
Yeah, and I like that Nebula right at the end, because you have to start second-guessing yourself, like, is that for hell for his teammate, or is it because of heaven? Like, right, it kind of covers both sides because it goes through. So good mind games coming from TS does catch Stacks off guard. But, I mean, look here, Paper Thin, it's still 7 more wins they need to get for TNL to take it to overtime. This is an absolute Mount Everest to climb for them.
And RB's picked up the operator. He's cheating a little bit, so maybe trying to catch, because he's only going half armor, so trying to catch TNL off guard a bit with this, and that dart is not going to see him at all. Around the corner, doesn't find it. Xe hits a great headshot onto him.
I mean, that is massive, because RB's movement has been really good this match. He's really back in zone for that Jet. Now that also gets him the ultimate orb. Xe only 1 point away from that run it back. They're not going to want to use it this round. They want to secure this round and use it next to get an extra win. Zest now hiding in this cubby right outside of that market entrance.
Another star is placed, but he's going to be spotted out. So now TNL wants to get aggressive on that. They're going to throw a wall down, make his exit a little bit more difficult, and Xe is going to get him. There's a curveball out the door as well. Glow finds the headshot into Xe, though. Tries to catch more. Here comes Stacks. Glow gets another. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. Vision Strikers, King, and Glow trying to see if they can take this down. TS and Harry still stuck in main, but they have the spike.
Yeah, and Harry, they're not going to do this. Are they really going to? Vision Strikers isn't going to bite. They can't. I mean, they don't even need to. I mean, they just don't. They just wait, right? And you don't hear it going through. Oh, but they get the kill on King. Well, this works out for TNL. The mind game's not exactly. I mean, Vision Strikers, all they had to do was wait for it. But quite frankly, if you get that extra pick through mid, this is a huge advantage. Only Glow left for Vision Strikers. Looks like he still wants to make a play.
All right, 2 into hell is going to be the call for TNL. TS going to be the shots caller on this. Glow,
no stars left for Glow.
That's true. Glow doesn't have much that he can do here. I guess he can throw a Cosmic Divide. I don't know. Oh my god. Oh my god! He gets one. Does he know where the other is? This could be it. TS hanging out below. Nice movement by Glow to get behind it. Can he outduel him? He comes around the corner. No, TS gets it in the end. Woo!
Oh my gosh.
Cobra is grabbing his chest, guys. Are you okay, my friend?
I'll get through this. I'll get through this, Paper Thin. I mean, I thought Glow was about to spam through that floor one more time to get a second kill. That would have been
Can you
insane.
imagine?
I mean, but again, damage done is damage done. However, Vision Strikers now they are on an eco round. They can't continue to just look for chip damage. This momentum is starting to grow for TNL. They have the Run It Back, the Hunter's Fury, and the Cosmic Divide. And quite frankly, it's against an eco. TNL is going to want to try to save that. So Vision Strikers, I think this is either where you throw a curveball at them, or you just take it slow, do minimal damage, take 1 or 2 members, and just go right away to the next round.
Good shock dart to start the round. It's a little bit of damage. Xe not even going to bother with any kind of drone utility. Throws down the Run It Back, starts pushing forward, and that's going to be RB using the knives to take that down. Trying to push forward a little bit more, but he does get the reset on the knives anyway. And that is the smoke of TNL. And he has his own there as well. Actually, there's 2 crossing there. So he's just going to be waiting inside of it. You see this a lot with the Astra smokes, where one team will place themselves inside of it, wait for your Astra to dissipate it, and then try to pick up a sneaky kill off of it.
Yeah, well, this time TNL not taking any chance. I mean, they saw that was the Blade Storm. They know that they have to be on an eco, so that's scarier than, you know, mostly pistols on the other side. Stacks, is he going to take a peek out of this nebula?
Look at this.
Oh,
He's
no.
so good. He's so darn good. He gets one, curves ball around to try to find another. Pre-fires, but it's not quite good enough. Ritzy does have the revive as well. Glow gets a frenzy kill through the smoke. Around the corner!
No!
A bunch of TNL is going down, but finally they're able to stabilize, get a couple more of VS. It's a 2v2 again. Oh no, King got another one. RB tried to go underneath the door. Harry in a predicament. He does get RB. If King hits this shot, it is it. Vision Strikers will win. Isn't able to find one. He jumps up and over, and with the classic, Harry gets the clutch.
I was okay last round. I'm no longer okay, Paper Thin. All right, this is TNL. They can't take that much damage in a round like that. I mean, it was against an eco. They saw where the Blade Storm was, but Stacks knows what he has to do. I mean, that is the greatest kind of outcome for that round, other than winning it by chance at the end. Vision Strikers does the damage they need to. Now, everyone will still be able to buy rifles, but TS is now put back on a Guardian. Meanwhile, RB comes up with another operator.
I mean, this is just fantastic. You're right. Even though TNL won, they almost lost, and that's RB going to move in time that the turret, oh, now it sees somebody else there. So a Astra Nebula going to go down for TNL. There around the corner is Xe trying to see if somebody's peeking. That's what the Vision Striker's MO has been here, to try to keep him from getting the alt orbs. King is going to be waiting around, but that is TNL star on the ground. So it's going to kind of send Vision Strikers packing as they rethink this idea. A shock dart to, just in case somebody's trying to catch them on the exit. So TNL, once again, is going to make a rotation.
Yep, and now that calls forward some extra stars there on B, just to be prepared for any types of movement. TNL still waiting. They haven't really seen any actions coming out from Vision Strikers, right? Not any utility really committed. They've all been over on B. And it looks like we're going to see RB has already shifted over to Cat. He's trying to catch someone in case they want to rotate through mid. Everyone's going to be very careful, though.
I like the change-up from TNL that they're not just going back to A every time. They've been doing that when they've kind of had a re-rotate situation, but this time it is going, and now with all this utility, pretty obvious what's going on, but a Hunter's Fury could catch a lot of them. Xe down, the third one doesn't finish anybody, but a bunch of damage done, and here's Stacks around the corner, taking him down. That's 2.
Oh, no.
Curveball, the third, the fourth, and
my.
the Vision Strikers finish it off with a flawless.
What a way to finish it off. They were still prepared at B. No one had left. The Nanoswarm also being kind of taken to the side after those earlier shock bolts to make sure it doesn't get destroyed. Stacks staying safe inside Lumber. Vision Strikers, look, they looked shaky coming into stage 2, but some people were saying, oh, yeah, but against TNL, they're always amazing. They proved themselves yet again. A dominating performance on that second map.
I mean, that attacker's side was almost perfect. 9-3, that's about as good as it gets for anybody at the professional Valorant level. That's just nuts. The Vision Strikers, you know, you and I were all talking about this in between as we were getting ready. If the Vision Strikers could come through here and pretty dominantly beat TNL, we were feeling a lot more comfortable with them against New Turn.
Yeah, I mean, because Neutron right now looks kind of unbreakable, but Vision Strikers, I think today they've shown they're continuing to get back in the game here in this new meta with Astra becoming popular, Viper becoming popular, and now some change-ups across Ascent and Bind. We're seeing more Phoenix here in Korea. It's kind of making a resurgence. So good choices by them. And you got to feel for TNL. They looked so improved coming into Stage 2, and Icebox, they put up a fight, but Ascent, as soon as the momentum started going for Vision Strikers, they just looked a bit lost, and they weren't able to really counter any reads from Vision Strikers.
And for whatever reason, Xe continues to struggle against Vision Strikers. Normally a fantastic player for TNL, a huge fragger on Ascent, on Phoenix, he goes 9-20.
Well, I wonder if there's something going on here where he's putting so much pressure on himself when it comes to Vision Strikers. He knows he's kind of that star player of the team. I mean, we see him going to the Phoenix. Part of it is probably because he's switched also to these flashers for the team, so that plus duelist works well for him. But again, that's so much pressure for you, especially if you're the only duelist. You're like, oh, well, I got to make something happen. I got to make these entries. I got to open up sites. And it's just not working out because he starts running into scenarios where he doesn't want to be.
And you got to think about the comp as well for TNL. Very slightly more defense-heavy comp because they go for the Sage instead of the Jet, and they're not able to make their defender side work.
Yeah, I was hoping we would see more from that, right? They were starting on Defender. It looked like that was part of the plan. Hold the sites a little bit longer with that Sage, and if that gets shut down, I mean, what are you going to do on attack? It's not like there's any kind of unique elevator plays you can make or unique angles. Not as many as other maps with that Sage wall, so it all falls apart. They do try to make a run for it in the second half, but Stacks with the 372 combat score, I mean, he was all over the place. And when you see teams, and we see this a lot in Europe as well, play well with the Phoenix, this is what happens.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of what we saw from Scream for Team Liquid the other day when he was playing Phoenix on Vine. Just absolutely insane. So, Stacks is going to be your MVP. The hands down, undecided, nobody had any other opinion on him on map number 2. A few people picked him on map number 1, but 70 points total for Stacks. This guy continues to impress.
Yeah, he's just so confident on that Phoenix. And then the team just shuffling him, funneling all those ultimate orbs for him to dominate.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it here, but got an interview now with our player Stacks ending. Take it away.
Alright guys, I'm ending life to translate the MVP interview for you guys. As you guys just saw, it will be Vision Strikers Stacks playing a phenomenal game today against their ex-sister team, TNL Esports. Vision Strikers, after that loss after F4Q, they definitely have improved and prepped for today's playoff game. And let's talk with Stacks to hear more about it. Hello Stacks, congrats on the win. You beat your ex-sister team. How do you feel about beating them and going into the semi? So in the round of 8, so in the round of 8, we thought like when the bracket was being set up, we like the second place teams of each group meeting the first place team of the other groups, and we didn't expect to meet TNL here, but I'm happy about the win and meeting them, but on the other hand, I kind of feel bad, and it would have been better if we were able to meet in a higher place.
사실 현실 자체는 너무 서글프다라고 이야기를 해주셨습니다. 어떻게 보면은 TNL e스포츠를 향한 또 애정이 담겨 있는 말씀인 것 같아서 뭔가 뭉클해지는 것 같은데요. 네, 특히 오늘 첫 번째 맵 정말 팽팽했잖아요. 양 팀 모두 승률이 100%였고.
So on Icebox, both your team, Vision Strikers and TNL Esports, have 100% win rate on Icebox. And because of that, it was a very close game. But what was the most hard about going up against TNL Esports? If you noticed, TNL Esports, they practiced on Icebox a ton, and you noticed that both our compositions were identical. So we kind of had the idea of what we were gonna do, what they were gonna do, and they the same. And I think the hardest part was just going up against the Viper, and that's one of the biggest reasons why we use the Viper as well. So, you know, with the Viper, with the debuff, and you know, Sova shock darts as well as Viper's, you know, toxic screens and everything just toxic green. So it's just Viper is just hard to deal with on Icebox, and TNL definitely has prepped a lot on Icebox for that.
2대 0으로 손쉽게 승리를 가져가셨습니다. 특히 오늘 두 번째 맵 어센트에서
During Challengers 2 and Masters so far, you guys have Vision Strikers have been getting all map 3 games, BO3s playing the full 3 maps. But today, finally, you guys broke that curse, got that 2-0. What was the biggest reason for that?
조금 진입하기가 힘들다고 생각을 해서 야 감독님이 야 태가 피닉스 해라.
Okay, so
가자 해서
also a little bit about why I picked, you know, Phoenix is because, you know, Sky, I'm always in the back, you know, flying my birds, you know, controlling my tigers. But, you know, there's Phoenix with the flashbang where I can help out our entry fraggers with the flash plus, you know, my extraordinary aim. So, you know, he kind of, you know, talked with the coach saying, what about Phoenix? Because I have experience with him ever since the beginning of Valorant. So, you know, they tried and practiced with it and it worked out well, and, you know, they were able to win with it.
킹 선수가 제 키를 좀 훔쳐먹은 게 많아서 조금 아쉬워서 9.9점으로 가겠습니다.
So how do you rate your Phoenix?
9.9점.
And he rates his Phoenix 9.9. And the reason for that minus 0.1 is because King stole his kills. So if he has gotten those kills that King stolen, he would have rated it 10 out of 10.
일단은 한쪽으로 기울어지는 경기는 절대 안 나올 것 같고.
So you're going to meet New Turn Gaming in the playoffs. What do you expect?
F4Q보다 재밌는 경기가 나오지 않을까.
I think, regardless of, you know, us going to map 3 or it becoming a 2-0, this is going to be an even more exciting game, even compared to, you know, our game against F4Q. So you guys better watch out for our New Turn versus, you know, Vision Strikers. And last words to your fans and your supporters.
아무튼 그 트위치 채팅으로 응원해 주시는 분들이 많은데 일단 반응이 상상이 돼요.
I'm very thankful, and I can imagine, you know, my fans that are in my personal Discord as well as people who visit my stream. You know, I can feel the love that they give, and I'm very thankful to, you know, all the supports that, you know, I get and our team gets, and you know, we'll always try hard to not disappoint.
그것도 싫어요. 사람이 아니잖아요.
그러면 그냥 피닉스의 아버지.
And he does get the nickname of being called a beast. You know, beast Stacks. You know, Stacks is a beast, and he's like, I don't want to be a beast. I'm a human. So you know, at the end of the day, call me Father of Phoenix. Is what he wants. And thank you. That was it for dinner.
Thank you very much. Ending. Stacks, always a treat to live. He's so funny. He's got so much charisma, so much personality. A great guy to talk to, even, you know, behind the scenes here. I'll just never forget when he's like, you know, reach dead Sky. I'm like, all right, man, say so.
I mean, he is an absolute treasure here for Valorant in Korea. I think this is the type of player you really want in your ecosystem. He's amazing at the game. He has personality. You know, he still pays respects where he needs to for other players and teams. I mean, just an absolute great addition to Valorant here in Korea. And now he leads the MVP rankings, getting points across both rounds with 70.
It's not too surprising to see him be the one to come out of this with the most points. Just an incredible player, so fun to watch on that Phoenix. Just an incredible round. I mean, a lot of players on Vision Strikers had amazing rounds, of course, with how kind of one-sided that first half was. I mean, Glow went 20-8 on his Astra, which is just nuts.
Yeah, I mean, they played really well as a team, and you gotta feel for TNL a little bit, right? They made such good improvements coming to Stage 2. I don't think anyone can take that away from them, but having to go against Vision Strikers, which they've never been able to even take a map off of, is a big challenge. It's a big mental block, and once again, they fail to even take a map, so this trend continues. The kind of curse of TNL continues. Hopefully, we see them continue to improve into Stage 3. I love what they've been doing with the roster, but right now, Paper Thin, we have Rio and Damwon Gaming Kia coming up tomorrow in the semifinals, along with New Turn versus Vision Strikers again.
This is nuts. This is going to be one heck of a day. You guys don't want to miss it. Tomorrow, same time, same place.
Also, what's crazy is these are the exact top 4 teams of Regional Masters from Stage 1.
That's true. That's a really good point. So nothing changes too much in the last couple months here. As what a day. That was a great match between TNL and Vision Strikers, and this looked more like the Vision Strikers that we're used to seeing.
Yes, absolutely. Some really good coordination, playing aggressive when they want to.
Exactly, guys. We are done. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for the semifinals here at VC2 Korea. We'll see you later.
Hold me up or hold me down, have my back or hold my crown. Either you with me or not, but you better give all you got, cause I break the chains. Can't control me. I got the power, I got the keys, cause I break the chains. They try to hold me, I'ma push back. Just wait and you'll see.
Stuff sometimes. Oh, there's two. Around the corner is the curveball. A lot of flashes. And oh my word, he could just pick up a bunch with a little help from Stacks and King. Hold this. It's about buying time. That's here. Very nice. Knew right where he was going to be. RB comes up and picks up the jet. Smoke's going to take out the run. It is in. Stacks. Curveball. Gonna get one. Can he get the other? RB there. Get a curveball around the corner again. That goes. You got to be pretty. Even as an entry, Bragger against him is insane. Can he get the next one? He does. The attacker side, so now he knows he's there for. I mean, Vision Strikers just has a complete domination of a Phoenix, right? You want to play forward, we'll run it back. Good hot hands right on the back, but close around the corner. Won't let anybody through, so it's gonna be an over. It's another. He gets straight out by Harry. Okay, now he sees a little cosmic divide. I don't know. Oh my God! Oh my God! Vision Strikers will win. Isn't able to find one. He jumps up and down. That's two.
Oh, no.
Curveball, the third, the fourth, and the Vision Strikers finish it off.
Kind of take it to the side after those early.
Get ready.
Sometimes things happen beyond your control, as if they have a life of their own. Choices you make, what appears to be right, seems you just have no say. As if you're a witness to your own mistakes, it's easy to play along. After you see what the choices came to be, like a storm that's passed on.